Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, everyone. It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. And I hope everyone is having a lovely, lovely evening. I am testing out a new camera and lighting layout for today's miniature stream. So I would really appreciate any input that you guys can give me from that. Hold on a second, I just realized I forgot something. Yeah, second. Yeah, there we go. Left my water on the wrong table. It was across the room from me. A terrible place for the water to be. But yes. How are folks doing? Is the workout? Thank you, Wande. I disable a lot of buttons when I am in a collab. Let me start enabling some. Let me start enabling some. Workout. Yeah, there's a bunch that I disable during collabs. Okay, hold on. I have also messed something up here. That should be disabled, and that should be enabled. Actually, hold on a second. We're going to do something very silly here for a second. Test this. Okay, no, that's okay. Never mind. Okay. I think we're good now. Hello. Hello. There we go. I think I've dealt with it now. I think I've dealt with all of it now. But how's everyone doing? I have been having a pretty busy week, as you've no doubt seen. As the regular watchers will have probably noticed, it's been a pretty busy week for me. Much more streaming than I typically do. I typically am a much I'm typically going a little bit less hard than I've been going this week. I don't know. I just was feeling very energized. And previous week I couldn't really get in any streaming, so I took it very easy. Right? I came into this week feeling what do we call that? A backlog. Feeling a backlog of streaming. Feeling like I had not streamed hard and frequently enough. And so I come into this week and I go, I could really spend some time on camera. That'd be very lovely for me. But now I'm here. Now I am here, and we are getting into the weekend, which is, for me, means the hard time. The weekend is my actual really stressful time. I have a kind of reverse weekend, which shouldn't be too surprising. I talked a little bit about my line of work and what I do outside of streaming. And authors and writers and stuff, they're much more available. They are much more available on the weekend than they are, and at night than they are during normal business hours. During normal business hours, there's not a lot for me to do. All right, and yeah, so it's that kind of situation, right? It is very much that kind of situation for me, where the busiest and most hectic times of the week for me are kind of the times where I think most people are having quieter hours. But I haven't done a painting stream in a minute, and I've been feeling the call. I've been feeling the call of the plastic. The plastic has been beseeching me, has been begging me for my time. And so I'm currently just fiddling around a little bit with my brushes, trying to figure out where the ones I want to use are. I think I don't want to use that one. You I do actually want to use. Okay, there we go. There's the cap for that one. Okay. There we go. And let's put that one down. And I think I've got the brushes picked out. Admittedly, though, we're going to have to start off with the call of the plastic. Feel like it should be on a shirt. Yeah. We are going to start off not with the painting. I don't think that'll surprise too many people to know that I don't actually have the models ready. I don't actually have the models ready at all. And I don't know. I don't really know what to say for myself right now because I feel like I said so many things yesterday that it's a little bit hard for me to figure out more to say after yesterday's stream. Yesterday's stream was very demanding, right? It used up a lot of energy, and it used up a lot of my talking points for the week, and that's how it goes. That's how it goes. You know, it was a very good one. I really appreciated having Director Nemo on for such a wide-ranging conversation for so many topics to come up. We can talk about Rome for 12 hours straight. That's true. That is true. I do think, though, that what I might do before we get to the miniatures, is I might do some dailies for once. I might actually do my freaking dailies. So let me set up the dailies. Let's get the dailies lined up. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. Let's do some intellectual warm-ups. Let's grind my brains out a little bit. And we don't need to see that. Wordle. Okay, we can go over now. Transition. And kill studio mode and window grab. Let's resize you. Transform. To screen. There we go. That's good. That's good. Make that a little bit smaller and we'll be good. Yeah, the dailies. The dailies. The dailies. And once we get through some of these, I'll get out my hellos. Yeah. Enjoy your chores. Good luck with your chores. Good luck with your chores. Yeah, I don't really care about the fact that there's an archive. I'm here to do them. I know how Wordle works. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. There's chat. I'm logged in. I'm plugged in now. So, Crave. Okay, so we've got a C. We've got a C. Nick. Let's try Nick. Okay, so it ends in CK. And so it's not going to be knock. It's not going to be thick. It's not going to be schlick, because that's more than 5 letters. Brick. Not going to be brick. We know it's not going to be brick because R and I have been eliminated. Let's think about this. Block, though, is an option. Okay. So, interesting. Let's think about this for a second. We're down to U on vowels. It's not truck. Because R, there's no R. Could it be shuck? Yeah, it's got to be U in 3. Shuck. There we go. Shuck. It was shuck. I was already eliminated, so quick isn't. Otherwise, quick is actually a pretty good one. Cluck. I don't think. Cluck would have been possible. But shuck is a good verb. That's a good Midwestern verb. All right, let's do my nightmare puzzle. Let's do the nightmare puzzle. Shut up about the archives. Okay, this one's always such a bastard. This one's always such a bastard. Let's see. Yeah, I love shucking my oysters. I don't think I've ever shucked oysters, but I have shucked corn a lot. I've done a lot of corn. A lot of shucking and husking of corn in my life. I've had so few oysters in my life, and I do not miss them at all. Let's think about this. So, stone is a material. Stone is a unit of measure. Stone is a thing that you skip. Stone is a brewery. Fiber is a thing that goes in your food. Fiber is a thing as a material. Fiber is a type of material. Fiber is a thing that you put in plants. Marble is a verb. Marble is a thing that is in stakes. Marble is a material, obviously. Marble is a rock. Eyeliner is a type of makeup, and I can't think of anything else that eyeliner would be. Eyeliner is a type of makeup, so eyeliner and glasses might go together. Nebula is a type of thing in space. Huh. Pound is a unit of measure. Pound is a verb that's a near synonym for bash. So pound and bash are probably together. Stone is also a method of execution. Stone is a method of execution, so it could be stone, pound, bash, and blast. That might be a group. Yeah, pound and ounce, I can see those being related. I can see pound and ounce. Pound, ounce, stone are all units of mass. Dram is a unit of volume. Glasses is a unit of volume. Glasses is an amount that you drink. Pound is a type of drinking you can do, but I don't see anything else on here. Let's try stone, ounce, dram, pound for British units. British imperial units of weight. All right, I didn't know that you could use dram as a unit of mass, but here we are. Stone is the silliest unit of weight. I hate that one. I hate that one. Oh, Emrys rhymes with abyss. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Emrys rimis with abyss. There we go. Yes. There we go. But yes, well, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Let's take a look here. What else have we got? What else have we got? Character, rave, nebula. A nebula is something that is unformed. Nature. Bash like a party. That's a good call. That's a good call. And blast would maybe be in there. Blowout is also a type of party. So bash. Let's just double check. Let's try this. Quite the party. Quite the party. Let me get in hellos now I'm thinking about it. We've been here for over 20 minutes. So, hello, Peconeko. And hello, hello, Wande. And hello, Carmelo, aka JJ. Hello, Cielo Slug. Hello, Emrys Rhymes with Abyss. Hello, Seribot. Hello, Botmontas. Hello to It's Hard to Show Emotions. And hello, Arvin_412. Hello, Magnus Moth VT. Hello to myself again. Hello, Nate. Hello, Nate. How are you doing? How are you doing? Yeah, soup. Yeah, I hope that post was making the rounds, because I think that's a cute one. My soup post. I like that one. I like that one. That one's pretty good. Marble and makeup and nature. Makeup, nature, character, fiber. Right? These are things that people have as ethics. Yes, one's constitution. And this one I have no idea. This one I've got no idea. What the hell are they talking about here? Cat's eye. Okay, that would be a challenge for me. That'd be a challenge for me. Pretty good performance, but still nonsense as far as I'm concerned. Let's go over to Tradle, which I like quite a bit more. Ooh, this is a... Oh, this is a complicated one. Okay, so 35 billion. Textiles is our number one. Bovine meats, crustaceans, eggs. So what we know is that this is a coastal area. I actually have a really strong candidate for this one already. I have a very strong candidate for this one already, but I may as well talk through what I am looking at right here, right? So huge, 35 billion is not that small. 35 billion is, it's not huge, right? We're not talking about like an advanced economy, but 35 billion means that we can eliminate like anything smaller than like Egypt. It means we can eliminate pretty much all of sub-Saharan Africa, all of the Caribbean, and all of the Pacific Island nations. None of them are going to have 35 billion. And so let's take a look at food, vegetable products, rice, corn, potatoes, citrus, and tropical fruits. Citrus and tropical fruits tells us that we are not in Europe. Mineral products is jack all. Alcohol. Interesting. Alcohol. I have a thought that none of this is contradicting the stuff I'm thinking about. Bovine meat is also a hint on my thought process. And my thought process is, yeah, 5 million of collector's items. That's one guy's sale. That's like literally one guy's stuff. This is the big sale. This is the big tell. There's not a lot of economies that have this layout. I don't think so. No. For one thing, I know that Ireland's actually one of the most advanced manufacturing countries on the planet. Ireland, it produces a significant... Ireland has twice the manufacturing per capita of the United States, which means it's got 5 times the manufacturing per capita of China. So it's definitely not Ireland. Scotland, I don't think the list is independent. I am thinking Bangladesh. Bangladesh is a rice-producing region. It is coastal. It does produce, and is like one of the world's big textile manufacturing places. My first thought is Bangladesh. I could also think it could be anywhere in the southeast. Yeah. I'm going with Bangladesh. I'm pretty sure it's not Vietnam. But I'm pretty sure it's not Vietnam. I'm pretty sure it's not Laos. I'm pretty sure it's not Cambodia. Okay, so it is not Bangladesh. Oh, we're going west. Yeah, it's not Vietnam because we're going west. Vietnam, I'm pretty sure, has a larger manufacturing sector than this. We're going west. Okay. We're going west, but not actually that far west. It could be Pakistan, which would be surprising. Oh, definitely not Germany. 2,000 kilometers. Germany is way too close, way too far away from that. Let's try Pakistan. Okay, it was Pakistan. Yeah, also Germany, it's hard to show emotions. Germany's export economy is going to be way over 35 billion. I'm going to take a look at this. Germany exports. Yeah, I thought Pakistan exported more as well. Yeah, Germany's exports are almost 100 times this size. Germany's exports are 1.7 trillion. 35 billion is like... 35 billion is very middle of the road. I'm mostly surprised, Wande, you're messing up my name here really fierce, by this part. Yeah, this is the part that really threw me off, was the amount of Everclear that they're exporting. That's what threw me off. That's what made me think it would not be Pakistan. But like, this is also kind of a big tell that we were probably looking at Pakistan. We were looking at the Indian subcontinent, because India is not, because of the fact that India is so large and does not export beef. It causes its neighbors to export way more beef. Right? Non-trivially, because of people transporting end-of-life cows over to Bangladesh and Pakistan to then be processed there and exported from there. So they're transported live to Bangladesh and Pakistan and then slaughtered there and transported elsewhere. The fuck is this? Well, it depends on who your business partners are. Right? Oh, this is easy, bro? I don't know who this is. I genuinely am looking at this and I'm getting a headache. Now you're making me doubt myself. Now you're making me doubt myself. Like, hold on. I'm just trying to get a sense of scale here. My brain is on South Sudan. I'm currently South Sudan pilled right now. I'm currently Sudan and South Sudan pilled, and that's like, it's not there. It's not anywhere, it's not in Southeast Asia, unless it's Timor-Leste, which I don't think it is. It's not Papua New Guinea. It could be any of the Pacific Islands, and I would be really screwed. There are a couple Pacific Islands that I can eliminate, like Palau, Vanuatu. I can eliminate, but I don't remember the rest of them. It's if they tell me it's Australia but scrungly, I'll lose my shit. Not Tajikistan. It's near the bald. Yeah, don't give me too many hits. It's hard to show emotions. Don't give me too many hints. I feel like I'm having a stroke. It's not Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Czechia. It's not Monaco. It's not Kosovo. It's not Montenegro. I think I might just take a random guess. Hello, Alexander Luna. Hello. I can't tell you what Tajikistan. Yeah! Wande, why are you asking like Tajikistan's a country that's normal to know the borders of off the top of your head? Okay, so China, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan. Nope. Not Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan. That's not Kazakhstan. Hold on. Well, Afghanistan. And, hold on. Is that... It's not Turkmenistan, it's not Tajikistan, it's not Uzbekistan. Who is it? Who is that Pokemon? I've it's on the tip of my tongue. What's the other Central Africa? What's the other one? What's the other? Is it Kyrgyzstan? Okay, Kyrgyzstan. I don't know, man. Dushanbe? Hello, Ryan the Space God. Hello. I'm gonna put it in the center. Nope, I'm wrong. I lose. Tajikistan. Yeah, Tajikistan. That was pretty easy for me. I doubt it's you. Those are beautiful, but I don't know what they are. Let's go with mountains. CN Tower. The tomb of Shah Rukh and Alam doesn't sound correct. Yaknob Valley sounds correct to me. This is the Roman form. I'm like, yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. The emblem of Tajikistan. Emblem is always funny to me. Emblem is always really funny to me. Yes, look at the one that says Australia. The emblem has turtles. Yeah, that's it's got writing on it, I can't read it. Yeah, Australia literally says Australia on it. Which is pretty good. I'm pretty sure it's the one with cotton on it. Yeah, Australia. Dominica! The British Indian Ocean Territory is the one with turtles on it. Tanzania's is pretty good. Also has the Tanzanian flag on it, so it's kind of obvious. Let's go with Tajik. And Russian. Chinese. Uzbek. Uzbek, yeah. Yeah. How do you say my name is in Tajik and Uzbek? I can't even begin. I can't even begin to guess. I can't even begin to guess. I'm guessing it's not Insigné, because that looks like a American. That N is usually used in American languages. Yeah, Ismin, Menning Ismin. That sounds very European. That sounds very Germanic to me. Meningism. My name is... Right. Let's give you... Wrong. Okay, so I got Tajik correct. It was Homna. Menning Ismin was apparently 90% of Tajiks. Yeah, no, that was my thought. That was my thought. I figured that like being a repressed ethnicity of the Soviet Union, Russian would have been really common. Tajikistan's pretty small, smaller than I thought. Somoni. Wow, I was off on everything. I don't care about this one. That one's insane. Cotton. Let's go with cotton. Cotton. Not cotton. Mineral fuels. Mineral fuels is not number 1, but it's in their top 5. Wheat. It would be food. No, it would be cereals. It's not cereals. It's not cereals. What would it be? No, that would be cereals would include grains. They're not that cruel. They're not that cruel. Let's go with gold. Precious metals and stones. Ores and slags. Ores and slags was number 1. Brutal. Let's put other base metals down pretty low. Let's put ores high. Put ores very high. Let's put cotton a little bit higher. Mineral fuels a little bit higher. Decrease, and let's... something like this. Oh, pretty good. Pretty good. I will take that. I will call that a win. Being 1% off on ores and 0% off on cotton, I will call that pretty good. I will call that pretty freaking good. I gave too much for other base metals. I should have gone even lower. Area, I can't even guess, man. 143,000. All right. A tough one. A tough one. And let's go with Flag Doku. Let's go with Flag Doku. Flag Doku is brutal. Yeah, Wordle is a fun one. I like Wordle. I like Wordle quite a bit. It is not my favorite one because that is Redactyl, which I don't even know if I'm going to do today because Redactyl's insane and it just makes me look like a lunatic. All bands vertical. Bands only. There's no item in the flag. All bands on the stripes are vertical, no horizontal diagonal bands. Flags with bands and also items are accepted. Crosses are allowed if they are formed with bands. Okay. And then only vertical bands, no horizontal or diagonal bands, and no items. It's Romania. It's Romania and Chad. Romania and Chad, they're fucking with me. The gold flag is simultaneously Romania and Chad. These fuckers. Okay, so Romania and Chad. So we've got Romania and Chad. What... Are there any pride flags that are primarily vertical? Let's do pride. Because that amuses me. Bands only red. Bands only red. Let's go France. Netherlands. Bands only, all bands vertical and bands only vertical. Yellow is a rare one for me, so I think I'm going to put Chad and Romania here. Let's hang on to that one. Bands only vertical. Let's do Russia here. All bands vertical and blue. And I've already used France and Romania, and I want to keep Chad over here. Blue, all vertical. Blue, all vertical. And this one will accept items. I should have used France over here. I should have used France over here. No Ireland, no Côte d'Ivoire. No Ireland and no Côte d'Ivoire. Bands vertical. I want to keep Romania for here. French X territories. Maybe. Hold on, let me take a look here. There are flags with bands and also items. Hold on. So I might want to use something that has an item in it. Who's got an item in the middle? And is vertical. Italy's all I can think of. I keep on thinking of Italy and Mexico, which I don't... Yeah, Ukraine is blue on top, and those are also those are also horizontal flags, right? Hold on, I'm going to clear so that I can use France in the top left. France... Pride. And then, hold on, I want, no, wait, hold on, I want to put France over here. Let's put Mexico here. Yeah, there we go. Mexico. Bands only and red. All bands vertical. All bands allows items. All bands allows items. Bands is only vertical bands. No horizontal or diagonal bands. And so this one's more restrictive. Bands only vertical is more restrictive, which is why I put Mexico over here and not over here, where I'm going to put, see, Italy. Yeah, Italy goes over there. Italy. And I think I put Germany here. Yeah, Germany there. And then Netherlands. Netherlands. Yeah, Romania and Chad. Yeah, Romania and Chad are going to be... I'm saving Romania and Chad for these two. So Pride flag. So Romania and... Oh, Argentina. Wait, but that's not vertical. Argentina's bands are horizontal, right? Yeah. Yeah, Pride Flag is such a funny pick. Pride Flag is such a funny pick. What are... I'm literally... what are some other flags with blue bands? What are some other ones? Eswatini? Are Honduras's vertical? I'm just annoyed that I can't use Jamaica or I can't use Jamaica and North Korea, my two favorites to use. I love using Jamaica and North Korea for this one. Mongolia. Mongolia's got a blue band. Yeah, Mongolia. Chad and Romania. This I'm mad about. I am mad about them counting Romania as the gold flag, but not Chad. That's so obnoxious. It's so ridiculous. They're the same flag. Yeah, North Korea is still in a solid lead. Mongolia's flag is a really good one. I really like Kyrgyzstan's. I really like Kyrgyzstan's flag. But yeah, France is creeping up in the rankings, which is bullshit. Which is bullshit. Can I rate this one? Okay, yeah, this one was 443. Okay, there we go. Let's do, let's... Oh, that was considered a medium one? Huh. I thought that was an easy one. This one's also considered medium. No touch, yellow, and white. The indicated colors are in the flag, but they do not touch at all. Always separate by another color. Due to its complexity, this category is only valid for country flags. I am going to say that... let's do the most obvious one here. Malaysia. Malaysia is the only country I can think of that has yellow and white and they don't touch off the top of my head. That's the only one I could think of. Literally the only one I could think of. But there's one that's a Europe and has white and yellow and they don't touch. And it has to be a country flag. It has to be a country flag. I cannot use Liberian county flags, and I cannot use pride flags. Motherfucker. Pride flag would have been pretty good. Pride flag would... There's no way to use pride flag on here. There's no way to use pride flag on here. Large cross... and then small cross. So... Norway and England are the only ones I can think of for large crosses off the top of my head. Norway... Oh, I wonder if they allow me to use North Ireland. Or Scotland. Scotland. Nope. No North Ireland. Oh, does Vatican count? No, Vatican, the white and the yellow are definitely going to count. Let's just see what they count. Yeah, Northern Ireland counts for large cross. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. No, Vatican's not going to count for that. White, yellow, no touch is tricky. That's very, very tricky. It's not going to be Wales. Wales is not going to make an appearance today. United Kingdom, yeah, UK is going to be here. UK is going here. Yeah, but the yellow field and the white field touch. But there's other places where the white and yellow touch. Who... Ukraine has yellow but not white. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it can't touch anywhere. They do not touch at all. They're always separated by another color. It's tricky. It's quite tricky. Yellow and white, no touch. Trouble is I can't, I'm really trying to think of like flags that have yellow and white, and it's like not a big list. It's not like a big list. I'm trying to think about it. Does the yellow on Tajikistan touch? Hold on, let's... South Africa has more than 3 colors. Damn it. I was like, South Africa has white and yellow and they don't touch, but it's more than 3 colors. Jamaica has only 3 colors, but one of them is not white. Oh, you know one? Yeah. Would Georgia count for small cross? Probably not. Oh, you're thinking of one in the Balkans that has yellow. Oh, Kosovo. Kosovo, right? Yeah, it's Kosovo. It's Kosovo. Good call. Good call. Who the hell has both a yellow... Who the hell has both a small and a large cross? Okay, so we can use cantons for the small cross, which means that we can get goofy here. This means that we can do... this means that Australia should count. Australia. Yeah. Australia would have been 3 colors as well, dang it. Okay, so there's those. Yeah, Australia, New Zealand. Also, hello, skeletons. Hello, skeletons. This is the one that's killing me. It is 3 colors, no touch, white and yellow. So somebody has white and yellow and another color that blocks the white and the yellow from touching each other. Which is very weird, because usually when you've got 3 bands, white is in the center. Yeah, ad time is coming, which means that my bot is working again, thank heavens. And we got 10 minutes. We got 10 minutes. It's early. It came a little bit early. Ad time came out. Sometimes, for no touch, white and yellow, it's only country flags, which is brutal. This is absolutely brutal. No touch, other ones I think I can get away with. But, because we've used pride flags. I use the pride flag a lot. The pride flag is a really funny, powerful answer. The asexual flag is also pretty strong. 3 colors. Bosnia. I'm gonna have to take a look at that. What the? Oh yeah, Bosnia is Bosnia. Yeah, Bosnia. Finland is not going to have a small cross. Finland's not going to have a small cross. We want something with a small cross in Europe. Wait, hold on. Does not cover the whole flag. This means it does not reach the edges of the flag. Am I going to get away with Switzerland? Yeah, Switzerland counts. Guernsey would have been brutal. Guernsey is brutal. I would not have gotten Guernsey. It's really funny they count Switzerland as a small flag. Also, it's really funny they fucked up the Swiss flag so bad. they fucking ruined that Swiss flag. Let's go with this. I want to try this easy one. Let's just move quick and try an easy one. First band, green, centered items, 3 colors, Asia. Yeah, it's stretched. It's weird and fucked up looking. First band, green with a centered item. That's gotta be Mexico, right? Mexico. First band, green in Asia is tricky. Who the heck has green bands in Asia? Oh, the only one I can remember off the top of my... Bangladesh is not going to count for bands. Bangladesh is not going to count for bands. So neither is Saudi Arabia. Who am I thinking of? Who am I thinking of? Who has green bands? If they count vertical, then would Iran count? Iran was the flag of the day. Okay, Iran's the flag of the day. So if I want to do a restart, I'll have to remember that. 3 colors. I'm trying to remember the order for... I feel really dumb here. Ireland versus Cote d'Ivoire. I forget which one goes in which direction. Ireland goes green first, right? Ireland. Mid last band red and mid band whites. Italy's going to be on here somewhere. I'm just trying to decide where. This might actually be the hardest one. Centered items. Centered items is one that's is always one that's tricky for me. Yeah, France is going to be over here somewhere. France is going to be one of these two. France and Italy. It doesn't really matter. France and Italy will apply to all 3 of these. Yeah, you can. I have done North Korea like a million times. They cannot stop me from doing North Korea. They cannot stop me. I love doing North Korea. In fact, I'm gonna see. I think North Korea should apply here. No, North Korea's blue. Okay, we gotta clear it. Oh, you look through the... Yeah. Yeah, you can't duplicate flags in the same challenge. Lol. Yeah, no, you can't, there's 450 of these. I've done North Korea 10 fucking times. I keep on doing North Korea. I keep on doing North Korea and I love it. They can't stop me. Centered item Mexico. Centered items. Can I do fascist Italy? Italy. No, I can't do fascist Italy. Thank you for the tall. Yeah, become tall. So I can see further. Egypt? No, Egypt's first. Iraq doesn't have any items in it though, right? Yeah, Iraq. Oh, no, Iraq it does have items. But it's black. It's red on top. I'm kind of amused that this one's considered easier than the last one. This one's kind of kicking my butt. No, I don't. I don't. Centered items is the kicker on here. So Mexico, first band green, Ireland, mid band white, oh, that's a good call. Iraq. That's a very good call. Iran down here. Mid-band white in Asia. Who else has bands in Asia? Who else? It's not gonna be Thailand because that's the... That's not the right location. Kuwait? Or does Kuwait have more than... Kuwait's got more than... Has too many colors. Kuwait has too many colors. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, dang it, not Tajikistan. Not Tajikistan. Oh! India. Iran. Iraq. Ireland. Yeah, duh, India. Ireland. Mexico. Last band red. So we've got France and Italy, but we need... Oh, last band red. It didn't say shit about how many colors. We can do, what's it called? Last band red in Asia. Kuwait, right? Kuwait. Yeah, Kuwait. Yeah, Indonesia, I think it's gonna be the wrong order. Three colors. I think I might try to use both France and Italy here. So last band red. Last band red. Last band red. Myanmar. Oh, it needs to have a centered item. So yeah, it's gotta be Myanmar. And then Italy and France. There we go. There we go. That was actually pretty tough. That was pretty... Oh shit, you're right about Chad. You're right. You're right about Chad. I could start using Chad all the time. Chad's so funny. All right, we're gonna stop doing this one. We're gonna stop doing this one. We're gonna go insano. We're gonna go insano. Continue the game. I don't care about having a nap. Free Assange. Okay. Hold on. So, Sportline Iga Swiatek wins Italia World Cup. We're going sicko mode. So, Man City's Phil Foden. Alright, Stress Al, have a good nap. Oh, okay, Player of the Season by Premier League. No U.S. extradition, so this has to be like 2008 or later. Wait, hold on. Can we get a, Wait, what? It's not Italian. It's going to be... It's going to be the UK. It does. It says May 20th, 2024. May 20th, 2024. It's Britain. It's absolutely Britain. People were giving a shit about Assange in 2024? Okay. That's crazy. Oh, we're getting ads like right now. I'm going to take the stretch, and then we'll be back. Enjoy the fan art. What's the symbol behind the guy? I mean, it's British. You'll see it in a few seconds. All right, I'm back. I did just notice the workout time. I'm sorry I'm a little bit behind on noticing some of these things. So I'm going to do the workout time. But Ryan the Space God, you blew this case wide open. You blew this case wide open. You have narrowed us down to a postage stamp by asking that question. And I'm kind of curious to see if the rest of chat can figure out if they are seeing what I am seeing on that wall while I do squats. I do squats 10 on the left side, 10 on the right side. So left side first. So chat. 1. That's part of it. 2. 3. Yeah, Ryan gets it. Yeah. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8, 9, 10. I'm wondering if anybody else has caught on to it after Ryan. If Wande, if you are still watching, I'm sure that you can figure it out. I'm sure that Wande knows this one. Nagi! It's Nagi. Hold on, I gotta give the shot to Nagi before I do my right leg. I'm doing squats right now, Nagi. 1. 2. You're cooked. No, not the fried snake. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. I can't believe that the snake has been laid low. I think the model is doing sit-ups. Nice. But no, I'm doing squats. I can't believe the snake has become more histamine than snake. Didn't even know snakes had histamines. Alright, chat. I'm going to take it that you guys did not figure out what me and Ryan saw. Right here. Right here. This is as zoomed in as they're going to let me get. But if you are wondering what me and Ryan the Space God are seeing, that's a harp. That's a harp. We are seeing a harp, 3 lions, and a lion rampant. It's Northern Ireland. Just go with Belfast because statistics. And year 2024 because they left a goddamn newspaper on there. Yeah. Let's do it. Oh, they fucked with me. They fucked with me. It was London. They fucked with me. I guess it's just some Irish, some North Irish group. Motherfuckers. Okay. CSI Kappa Promisia Edate Porphyria. So it's not the US. Fiat. Roma. I'm trying to get a handle on when it could possibly be, because with Italy, I'm consistently off by like 10 years. I mean, it's gotta be Italy, right? I don't speak Italian. My familiarity with Italian is, like New Jersey. The question is the year, because Italy always fucks me. Italy, I'm always off by like 10 to 15 years. It's like, I like look at like a black and white photo of a guy like repairing his shoes with a hammer, and it's like, this is from like 1952. Yeah, 1990s. This is 1995 Italy, right? This is fucking 1995 Italy with these are like this. If you told me this was the US, I'd be like, oh, this is 1962. Like it wouldn't even. I would. If you told me this was anything later than 1970 in the U.S., I'd just be like, "Fuck off, no way." Like, but this is Italy, so they're fucking with me. Italy is always fucking with me. Italy. I am going to go with 1985. 1985, and let's just. Let's just go with let's go with 1980. It feels so 60s and 70s, but Italy's a fucking mess. It was 69. Fuck my life. I'll take it. It was still in Latium. It was still in Latium. A hundred miles is not that bad. Hey, it's another Fiat. It's another Fiat. This is Dutch. This is so Dutch. This is so Dutch. If somebody does a gift sub, they can sell it Dutch. Yeah, this is so Dutch. This is so fucking Dutch. This would be less Dutch if they had clogs. Let's go with 1960 Netherlands. Netherlands? I don't know, man. Lerhouden. This is so fucking Dutch, man. This is like painfully Dutch. I'll just leave on 1962, fuck it. 1989? 1989? You motherfuckers. No, it's on the ocean. You fuckers. What do you see, Nagi? What do you see? En land beweblid. Het is de akkerbouw. This land is not for... What the heck is Eckerbouw? Is that like for sale? Yeah, I wanted to guess here because it's funny. Ackerbouw is agriculture? Okay. I will not pretend to understand the Dutch. Young and wild delinquents out for fast kicks. The juvenile jungle. It's the Apollo. Okay, this is New York. Okay, this is New York. I've been here. Jesse James. Bridget Bardot. Yeah, this is the yeah, it's specific theater that I know. So I'm gonna yeah, this is yesterday. Yeah, this is this is Al real. This is Al real. This is just what I look like in real life. New York getting rid of their trash cans to save dollars. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. No, I did not. I did not. I heard that yeah, this reads very 50s to me. This reads very 50s to me. The 70s, the thing about hats is like Americans stop wearing hats so much after the Kennedy era. But like this writing feels very 50s to me. CinemaScope. Juvenile Jungle is a movie from the 50s. Brigitte Bardot. Wagner. Oh my god, they're doing fucking Wagner here. Also, these are not 70s cars. That's another tell. These are not 70s ass cars. I'm gonna go with can go with 58 in... I mean, it's Manhattan, you know. I actually forget exactly where the Apollo is. Revealing myself as a fake New Yorker. And by fake New Yorker, I mean a New Yorker who goes into Manhattan once every 6 months. But yeah, New York, our mayor, Andrew Cuomo is running for mayor on his platform of the Italians have been oppressed. He's running on a platform of the Italians have been oppressed. Okay, along 42nd. Yeah. 1.1 miles. I'll take it. I have kicked ass on 2 of these so far. Welcome to President Eisenhower. Oh my god. Is that Shaw? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. This is an insane photo. This is an insane photo. I'm just trying to figure out if this would be Iran or Egypt. It's got to be Iran, right? Death to Eisenhower. Yeah, it's pretty bad. So let's call it. It's either Arabic or Farsi. I'm not good enough to tell. Wait, hold on. Here we go. No, check it out. Check it out. That's got to be Morocco, right? It's not Star of David. Star of David's are 6-pointed, not 5. Let's go there and round to 1960. Yeah! 18 miles off. I'm kicking ass today. I am whipping it today. I've only blown it once really bad so far. Yeah. Final score. That's really good. That's really fucking good. That fucking rocked. That fucking rocked. This game exists only to find potential time travel agents. I am the king of this fucking game. I'm gonna post this in somebody else's Discord. Okay, we're gonna go for it. We're just gonna do Redactyl now. Yeah. We've already done this one. Helmuth von Moltke the Elder was such a crazy one. It's been a long time since I've done this, so we've got a ways to go. 40. $50. Okay, 50 doesn't exist yet, so 45. This one rules. I love this one so much. Okay, 43 is today's. Ooh, this one's tricky. This is not in my wheelhouse. This one is not in my fucking wheelhouse at all. This one is very outside of my familiarities. This one's very outside of my familiarities. Yeah, so what this one is, 1,000 Skeletons, is that this is a Wikipedia article where the words have been removed. Okay? The words, every word that is not, like the kind of words that you see, every word that is meaningful has been removed. And your goal is to guess this word. So we've got a 10-letter word. We got a single 10-letter word. I tend to do pretty well with history ones. I tend to do pretty fucking well with history ones. Hello, Biocryptid. Hello, hello, hello. I'm doing pretty fucking good because I just got almost 40,000 points on Time Guesser. I kicked ass over here on Time Guesser. I did extremely well. Netherlands fucked me up, but the rest of these kicked I was kicking ass on. And hello, Raymond O96. Hello, hello, hello. Is that a Corax? Okay. Yeah. This is a government organization. A geologic formation might be something as well. And here's a cute thing right here. Is like, so you can get hints, and I might use them here. These 3 words will probably give me pretty much everything. But that might feel cheating. So here's like some hints, right? Here's some good things, right? For us to know. So present tense, right? That means it currently exists. Present tense, and there are no dates. So it is not a historical phenomena. It is not a living person. There's no parentheses, so they did not feel the need to give us the non-English equivalent of it. So it's not like a Chinese concept or a French concept or like a French organization. If it is an organization, like Nagi suggested, it would be something US or British based. 10 letters. It might be a historical site. That's true. Hold on. And over here, this is something I use a lot just for southern, northern, eastern, western. Okay. So I think that this is Asia, right? In Western or Eastern Asia is a something in Asia. All right, Wild Cryptid, it's all good. Down in Costa Rica for uni class till the 20th. Actually, please make sure you take advantage of that time in Costa Rica, because that's a rare opportunity. You shouldn't spend it. If you want to come by and stop by, that's fine. But I'm going to recommend against spending your time here when you've got such more interesting and cool things to do than hang out with me. So take advantage of that time. You're not going to get a lot of opportunities to spend time to do school trips abroad. So enjoy your time in Costa Rica. Try not to die of sweatiness, which is a real concern for us gringos in Costa Rica. But yeah, it could be a historic site. I'm still thinking that it's a geological formation. It's not Anatolia. And before it's the fucking Shiki, that murdered me. You were the only one who had that. I would have been lost without you, Nage. I would not have fucking gotten that. There's a part of me that wants it to be the Himalayas. It's a mountain. No, it's not mountain. It's not mountain range. Peninsula. It's not peninsula. A peninsular. Yeah, that's a good call. That's a good call, Nagi. So, 9 letters. Oh, okay. Hold on. 6 letters is something derived, right? It's going to be derived. It's derived. Yeah, please take the pictures. Yeah. So, etymology. So okay, so we've got our main section, then an etymology section. Ancient Turkish, ancient Chinese, maybe. Okay, so 6 letters is derived from the something word, a Greek word. No, 6 letters. 6 letters. Chinese? No. Hindi? No. Turkish? No. Turkic? Maybe. Mongol? Maybe. Sanskrit is not 6 letters. That's true. That's true. It's 8. So from the Turkic is so far the best bet, or Mongol. Turkic and Mongol. Uzbek. No, Uzbek is 5. They could be fucking with us. It could be something much more obscure. Not fucking with us. They could just be going much more obscure. Yeah, Uzbek, but the language is Uzbek, which is just 5 letters. From the Uzbeki sometimes? Okay, that's true. That's true. So what's this section? HIST history. Okay. So we go etymology, then history. Etymology, then history. The history section is long. The history section is long. Quite long. And what the fuck is this? 9 letters. Nine letters. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Is this climate? Is this climate? Or weather? Geology? Yeah, this is an area. This is an area or a geologic formation, right? This is an area or geologic formation because it's between some 2 digits, 2-digit degrees, 2-digit degrees, and then this is going to be either F or C. This is something geological. Yeah, we got negative degrees here. We got negative degrees here. This is going to be climate. This is going to be climate. Okay, okay. No, dang it. I'm gonna try I'm gonna take some hints. I'm gonna take some hints. Officially the 6 letters. Oh, that's gonna murder me. Oh. Okay. That's it. It's over. No, okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. A little bit disappointing. Hints gave me too much. Hints gave me too much. That was a little bit disappointing when we got there. That was a little bit disappointing. Global median was 13 guesses. Some people are playing this game completely differently from me. I'm really trying to minimize the number of guesses I do. I'm like really hot for like doing absolute bare minimum number of guesses. And then I just like come in here and some people are doing like 8 million guesses. I am going to be back in like 2 seconds because I forgot to fill up my water cans for painting with. So give me a minute to do that and then I'll be right back. All right. I don't think you really missed much of anything. If you missed anything, it was just kind of like I completed a puzzle too easily. Oh, crap. Crap. Spilled water on my keyboard. Crap. Okay. Turning off the keyboard. Fortunately, I will probably not really need the keyboard for the rest of this. It's a lot of water loss too. Boo. Whatever, I'll have to refill it later anyway. How? Yeah, I already flipped it upside down. Blue, it's already upside down. But today, I am deciding to break out... Hold on, let's zoom out. Some more. So we're breaking out these fucking Roman legions that I have 8 billion of. These Roman legions that I have a bajillion of. Let's do a quick activate, deactivate. I have literally 100 Literally 100 of these guys. I literally just opened it up today to take a look, and because it says metal, hard plastic, and resin. It must have been on sale really steeply, because I actually got this on from Throne. This was a Throne gift from Genubis. This was a Throne gift from Genubis. Very generous of him. And I will not need to buy models for a very long time, because 100 is a lot. I have only opened them up enough to see how many were metal in here, and the answer was not very many. And so just looking at it very quickly, I'm going to bring the camera back down, because this is really high. Also, Crystal_Rose21, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. And let me refocus. Properties, refocus. We need the fancy nippers now. I don't think so, because these are not very high quality. I think I'll be okay with the lower quality nippers. I think I will be fine. Oh, and Raymond O96. Also, hold on, let me, crap, let me edit the stream info. Oh, I can't do that. I can't do that. We're going to be on just chatting for a minute, because I can't use my keyboard for a minute. So we've got these guys are all in Lorca Hamata. Let's take a look through here. Resin, Scorpion. We've got Scorpion in resin. Though somebody wants to buy the fancy nippers, they're on the Discord. So not the Discord, the Throne. Somebody wants to check those out. So these guys are all in Lorca Hamata. And we've got some that have these pelt heads that imply that they are veletes. And they got Scuto. Oh, this is cool. This is a cool detail. It's a cool detail. This shield, you can see the pylum on it. They've got the pylum that they're holding behind the shield. I'm just going to take a look through here. So some of these guys have the pylum behind the shield. Okay. Some of these guys have slings. We got some slings in here. Yeah, they're all wearing chainmail. They're all chainmailed the fuck up. I'm just gonna zoom through these and go down to the bottom, because I see something at the bottom here that looks different. Oh yeah, I can smell that. Are these the bases? These look like the bases or the trays all the way down here. These look like the bases or the trays all the way down here at the bottom. Yeah, these are the bases. These are the bases, and it's just all... Okay, all these guys are pretty similar. We got a high degree... It's a lot of little guys. There's a lot of little guys. It's true. There's so many little guys. There's so many freaking little guys. Relatively simple on the articulation. So that's good news from my perspective. Late Republic, Soldats. Late Republic is what the box says. So for people who might not be as familiar, Late Republic, by the Late Republic, the Roman Republic has deprecated the Triarii as a branch. Triarii are no longer a branch of the military. Yeah, Ave Julius. Yeah, Ave Julius. Let's give us another refocus. And I'm just gonna work on one guy right now. I'm just gonna do one guy for tonight, because that's always how I like to do things. So let's just start over here and pop out this little guy. And then let's just go full left to right. So let's take this guy with a sword. Caesar legions with Gladius. is what it says here. And let's take the one that doesn't have the pylon, just because the pylon's going to stress me out. So we're just going to do some model. We got some saddlebags over here. Okay. So let's call that good for the moment. And I'm going to do a little bit of sanding on this before I start priming. A little bit of sanding on you. Yeah, just bring on the chords. Yeah, just make it just one type of guy, right? If you got one type of guy who's winning everything, just have the one type of guy. Just have the one type of guy. All right, let's just have the one type of guy and just call it good, right? And I don't think this is the file I want to use. I think I want to use a rounder file. I thought a flat file would work pretty well here, but I think we want to go round for this part. Not triangular, round. Where's the rounds? There's a round. There's a round one. We're just doing a little bit of model treatment, right? Just a little bit of model prep. Okay, so let's get back to this guy. This is the main part of the body. Let's. Also, how's the lighting? Well, auxiliaries is like a social issue, right? Like auxiliaries is a matter of, well, in this era it would be this. Well, depends on how late in the Republic. They could be the socii or they could be the auxilia. Right. The auxilia is a question not of like how you organize Roman soldiers, it's how you organize quasi-Roman soldiers. All right, thank you. The lighting is different than what I've usually done, so that's I am concerned about that one, right? I am concerned about that one, right? Okay. I think that covers what I want to do with this. There's some mold lines along here. I have very much regretted it when I have not cleaned off some of the mold lines on these. Also, let me know if the camera is in close enough or if you want the camera in closer or further. It feels like it should be in closer. I'm going to pull it in closer. Pull it in closer so you guys can really get a look at my knuckles. And let's back out a little bit here. And there we go. That should be good. That should be good. Gonna refocus. Okay, that looks pretty good to me. That looks pretty good to me. Let's just take a look at... Yeah, this feels pretty good. This light feels so harsh. This light feels so freaking harsh to me right now. Okay. It's that molding. All right. And clean up along here. It reflects off your skin a bit. Yeah, it does. Hold on, I'm gonna test something. Okay. So really totally different light angle. This looks like I'm on the goddamn moon. Yep, the auxilia were more similar to like the socii, right? It's a matter of social role. It's a matter of how you fit into the question of citizenship. Wasn't seeing the flash I might be just looking very, very carefully. See, there's a little bit on the underside right here. It's a little bit on the underside by the elbow right here. Hello, little cutie fish 428. Hello, hello, hello. And thank you for the fan art. I still haven't gotten it into the fan art gallery because I'm a scrub. But thank you for that. It was very beautiful fan art. It's very beautiful fan art. I really appreciated it. I was like, where's the flash on this one? Okay, it's over here. It's on this side of the helmet. Right, it's over here. A little bit of flash over here. Almost done with it. Oh, I thought you were done with it. I thought you were done with it. Okay. So it's a good thing that I stalled on putting it into the fan art gallery. Because given how often I revise the fan art gallery, that means it would stay there for like 6 months, right? And you'd have this work in progress in there for like 6 months as like your official thing. And the chance that I would remember to remove it when you got the complete one, I would be like, I'd go crazy. Ooh, you're more late antiquity guy. Sold that? That's actually super cool. I feel like I am a much more typical like late Republic Principiate guy. And Dominate on there are pretty cool. Yeah, particularly during like the Caesarian era, like the Auxilia don't really come up super much because like you're still in that period of recovery from the social war, right? And so they kind of like haven't settled on a system. They just kind of have like your guys, right? My favorite colors are actually really vivid, and people who have watched me play Warframe will have probably seen that like my Warframe color scheme is like all purple and white. It's like super bright. But in real life, my color scheme is very brown. Like we're on a wood grain desk right now. We're on a wood grain desk right now, and I didn't really choose my color scheme and all that stuff based on like my likes. I chose it based on what suited my personality, right? I chose this from like a character designer perspective of like looking at myself as a character, looking at myself as like a character in like if I was like a cartoon character, which I am now, what would be the character design things that would suit me? Personally speaking, what would be the things that would suit me personally speaking? Oh, this is a great detail. This is a great detail. Soldat's going to understand this. Look at this. Look at this. The shields are not, they're not doing arm. They're not doing arm strap. People portray, because medieval shields are arm strap, right? And it's like, I've been doing these conquest minis, and they do arm strap shields for their Roman legionnaires, but that's not how the Romans actually held their shields. They did not do arm straps. They did not do arm straps. They did center grip. They did center grip. Oh, I feel so happy right now. I feel so freaking happy that they're doing center grip right here. That makes me friggin' happy. Okay. The arms do feel super short on this. Yeah, they punch the shields. They punch the shields. That's what this boss is for. That's what this thing is here in the center. It's for punching. It's for punching with. Let's just take a look. Okay. I'm not going to put on the shield right now. And I'm going to be using the non-super glue. I'm going to be using cement. I'm going to be using cement for this one. I do have super glue, but I don't like to use it if I don't have to. Like sometimes you really do need the super glue, but the super glue is like really messy and painful. So we're going to be using some cement. Cement, for people, when we're talking about plastic cement, what plastic cement is and does is that it melts. It dissolves the plastic partially, and then it lets you let it rebind. So I'm going to hold it like this, and I'm going to let it rebind, right? It's going to dissolve and rebind. Then defecting the pronoia system with the pronars, the household mercenaries, who can be anything from Latin knights, Turkish or steppe horse archers, even Russian or English Varangians, and the second-rate pronoia holders for infantry. Ah, that's super cool. That's super cool. There's a bit of a kick in the pants here, for me personally, in that if I were to play a war game that used this era of minis, it would almost certainly be what's it called? Saga, right? It would be Saga. And the thing is that like in Saga, well, I'm gonna refocus this while I hold this. In Saga, I would play Ireland, right? There's like no question in my mind that I would play Ireland. I would not play the Romans. I would play Ireland. Ireland appeals to me so deeply in terms of how I play war games. I am an elf guy, right? I am when I play 40k, I play Eldar. When I play fantasy, I actually played Skaven, which was a terrible fucking choice, and I would not play them again if I were to start again. I have a bunch of Skaven. I have a ton of Skaven left over from when I was younger. But I'm not going to go back to playing Skaven again. Hold up, and pull this off. There's a little bit of flash here that I missed. Yeah, don't play Skaven. They're just so annoying to play. I wonder if the fantasy race people gravitate towards citizen. It's a good thing to ask, right? It's a good thing to ask. I don't think this is a terrible line of inquiry. I can tell you that a lot of as a gamer, I am a Johnny. I am a Johnny in the Magic the Gathering typology. In the Magic the Gathering typology, there are Johnnies, Spikes, and Timmies. And there's usually some people develop a couple of other ones. If Nagi comes on here, she'll talk about her bugbear, which is the Rudy. Rudy is the one that she has strong feelings about. We're gonna do this one with white primer. And oddly, my 2 is more messed up than my 4, so I'm gonna be using the 2 for priming. I am a Johnny. Yeah, Rooney is the bot. Yeah, Rudy is the finance bro. Rudies are people who do not play the game. They collect things surrounding the game and get mad about gameplay changes that hurt their investment. They're awful. They are the enemy of the players. They are the enemy of the game itself. Yeah, she's been summoned. Yeah. I am a Johnny. I am here to... I am in this game for the experience and the learning, right? I am here to learn the game. I am here to experiment with it. I am here to play around with mechanics that sound and feel interesting to me. And so one of those things about me is that I actually like the idea of hit and run tactics a lot, but I play a lot of real-time strategy games and I'm not fucking fast enough. I'm not fucking fast enough to do skirmishing type tactics in real-time strategy games. So whenever I get to play turn-based games, I get really excited about it. In real-time games, I always end up having to play really slow and steady, attrition-based, maneuver-based games because that's what my brain can handle. But in turn-based games, I get really excited about doing hit and run and skirmishing and ambushing. I get really excited about it. the Spartacus Revolt or something like that. Yeah, I will say that, like, as much as I love skirmish games, and like I love Infinity, for example, Infinity rules. Uh, I really, I really feel like for something like the Roman era, it really needs to be like mass game. It really needs to be like mass combat, right? It really needs to be mass combat in order to feel like remotely meaningful. And honestly, 28mm might be too big. Like we might need this to be a 10mm game, right? To do the kind of stuff that I'm thinking about. Metal minis are kind of a pain. Yeah, I haven't worked with a metal mini in so long. No. It's all good, Soldad. It's all good, Soldad. It's not like we've got like a... This isn't a lecture, right? You are hanging out with a buddy. This is hanging out. We are vibing. We are not trying to accomplish anything here. We are simply hanging out. We are chilling. This is a big chillin' stream. But yeah, I've got a couple of tendencies as a player. One tendency as a player that I think does tell you something about me as a person. I hate doing centerpiece. I hate doing centerpiece-focused armies. I hate doing Death Star tactics. I fucking hate it. I do not like doing it at all. It stresses me out. It makes me deeply uncomfortable. I like to have backup. I like to have lots of backup. I like to have... I like stuff that is, like, got a high degree of, like, reliability and repeatability. So, like, in Infinity, right? In Infinity, I like Hawk Islam by far the most. I like Hawk Islam the most for a couple of reasons, not least of which is that I'm a contrarian little bastard. And in a setting where everybody is like evil cyberpunk corpos, I am playing the good guy, right? I'm just like this little contrarian bastard. And so if it's a setting that's all about evil people, I'm going to find the least evil people and focus on them. Because that amuses me. Because that entertains me. Goodbye, Stressed Owl. Goodbye, Stressed Owl. The only reason why I don't play Tau is that I actually find their gameplay style really boring. I would otherwise play Tau. I like the Tau models the most by a lot. But I play Eldar. I also started playing before Tau were in the game, so... But yeah, I did a tier list of 40k races, of 40k factions, and I gave F tier to all Space Marines. I F tiered the entirety of Space Marines as a concept. But I like the Tau. I actually like the Tau models the most. I like the Tau models, the Tau aesthetic, and the Tau lore the most. By like a lot. It's not much of a contest to me. But I would play Tau, it's just that like the stand and deliver gameplay style I find really boring. If I could do like a real like hit and run Tau army, I would be pretty into them. If that was like more of a thing. If like something I told my brother about what you do if you're the god of 40k lore, what would you do? What would you do? I've got a really obnoxious 40k take that I think I'm fully correct on. But I know people have yelled at me for it, so like I know that like it's not a popular one. Admittedly, I'm also not like a 40k lore guy. I think 40k lore, like every time I learn things about 40k lore, it's always worse than what I imagined it would be. So like I'd rather stick to the fan version of 40k because the canon version of 40k I think is a lot more boring. So especially for the last 30 years. But yeah, go ahead, Sold that. I want to hear it. We're just priming this guy. So here's my hot take. Here's my hot take about 40k lore, right? Is that one of those rules of 40k, like this is like a very well-established rule of the lore, is that the Imperium of Man is direly, catastrophically evil and incompetent. That it is the worst government in all of human civilization times a million, right? That's a very canonical part. That's a very canonical part of like what 40k is about, is that the Imperium of Man is the worst government, the worst human government. I think this includes being bad at waging warfare. I think that any other human government, given the Imperium's resources, would win within years. The war would be over in like, I think that if you replace the Imperium of Man with the Democratic Republic of Man, or the People's Republic of Man, the liberal democracy of Man, the war would be over, the war with chaos would be over in like a year. That's what I think. I don't think that I think that the Imperium of Man is not adapted to being the most efficient at waging war, is being the most efficient at keeping the war going. And in particular, I think that I think this makes literary sense. That where does chaos derive its power from? Chaos derives its power from the excesses of the Imperium of Man. Tzeentch exists because Tzeentch derives his power, is fueled by the Imperium's unwillingness to innovate. The Nurgle derives his power from the Imperium's need for purity. Slaanesh was originally an Eldar creation, sure, but why does Slaanesh continue to gain power, continue to grow, continue to survive and thrive? And it's because of the Imperium's need to be focused so deeply and strictly on warfare. Oh, ads. We got ads. Okay. I am going to get up and stretch. I'm going to take the moment to stretch. And Peko Neko, have a good night. Have a good night, Peko Neko. Have a good night. But I'll see you in a few minutes. Looks like I missed another looks like I missed another workout time from Wande. Wande wants me to be working out a lot, which I'm grateful for. And I do care about Helldivers too. I'm not playing it as much as I could. Hold on a second, I'm gonna test something out here. Okay, hold on. I can I'm going to change the category to miniatures, and then I'm going to work out. Minis. Okay. All right, cool. And let's put that away again. And okay. Squats. Hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hello, Alloy. And let's do another one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Alrighty. It's hard to show emotions is asking, how do you feel about me doing a presentation? That's say it's hard to show emotions. Doing a presentation on Google Slides about the Black Death. I mean, I can't stop you, right? Like if you have thoughts about the Black Death that you think you can present, I mean, go for it. It's a useful exercise, right? You know, work those intellectual muscles out. Oh, yes. Hold on a second. I think I may have missed it. Kill off all the loyalist armies. I actually largely think that that's a good idea, Soldat. I think that it's like, so this, I come from the board game first, right? I come from the war game first, and I learn about the fiction later when it comes to 40K. And so I tend to treat the books as the books and video games as like kind of fake, and the board game and the tabletop war game is real. Hello King of Hearts _ 1951. I am painting some minis. Right now I am priming a miniature. I am priming a miniature is what I'm doing. And Soldat asked me some questions about 40K. And so I'm talking a little bit about that. So one of the things that happens in 40K is that because Space Marines are an independent army, and they're the most popular independent army, and Space Marines as an army do not have a form of infantry less elite than the Space Marine, that means that Space Marines in 40K as a board game, Space Marines are the default cannon fodder. And if you are playing a tabletop game of 40K, any army you take to the table has to be able to dumpster Space Marines very quickly and like reliably. You have to be able to kill a dozen or more Space Marines every turn just to like get anywhere, right? That's like a bare minimum expectation of any army, not even like truly competitive armies, just of like, if you can't do that, you are like not even trying. Like it's not even a game. Like that's a bare minimum expectation, is that you can just thrash Space Marines willy-nilly, just by the structure of the game. And so this really interferes with the fantasy portrayed in books and video games of Space Marines being like even elite soldiers, right? They're not elite soldiers. They're average soldiers. They are extremely average to a person who is playing the game of 40K. And yeah, that's a bit of a problem for the way the game is set up. And I think that what Soldat proposed is actually reasonable, right? Yeah, I'm not super knowledgeable about lore myself either, in large part because of something I said earlier, which is I've always been disappointed when I've learned the lore. All right. So yes, I have primed a model. I've assembled and primed this model. I'm feeling crazy about the lighting right now. This lighting makes me feel insane. I need to figure out something here. It will not happen tonight, but next time I do this, I'm going to try to have different lighting, because this lighting is completely crazy. This lighting does not feel right at all to me. It feels like I am, feels way too focused. So... Alright. Okay. So we've just put down primer, which will make it so that paint sticks to the model at all decently. So I'm going to clear that up. Yeah, unless you take out Space Marines every turn reliably. Like, not just turn one, every single turn you have to be killing multiple Space Marines, or else nothing's happening. Do I have a favorite fantasy lore? Yes, I do. I do have a favorite fantasy setting. My favorite fantasy setting is Glorantha. I love the Glorantha setting so much, which is the setting for Hero Quest and Rune Quest, but much more importantly to me, personally speaking, it's the setting for King of Dragon Pass. My favorite video game of all time. So let's see. What do we got here? I'm looking at my colors. Here's my palette is over here. It's a fresh palette. So I haven't put anything down on it. We need silvers, obviously. I don't think I really want to bother with I'm gonna get my mouse pad out of the way before I spill paint all over my mouse pad. That would make me very, very sad. We've got black. We've got Balthazar gold, which I'm probably not going to use at all. Mournfang brown. I use this stuff way too much. But what I'm looking for... You I need. That's what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for. Silver. This is what I'm looking for. I will say that in 3rd edition 40K, you had to treat Space Marines like they were average to bad. I don't know how much different it was in 4th, but in 3rd and 6th, it had to be treated as... You had to treat them as bad. Like, if you were playing as... I played as Eldar, right? And that meant taking star cannons. You just had to have, like, 5 to 10 star cannons in your army, and a star cannon will reliably kill 2 Space Marines every turn. So, like, you're just killing Space Marines, like, all the time. Just as a matter of like, principle. I was not planning on putting gold on the helmet, no. I was planning on being very, very toned down and realistic with this model. I was planning on being very, very realistic with this model. And so that means no rusting. The big question is skin. Skin is by far and away the biggest thing. Yeah, no, I think the Space Marine lore is just kind of stupid, is the thing. Like, and it is, yeah. Well, I mean, this is a question, right? King of Hearts is actually like a realistic question about how you make armies and how armies interact. Because like let's talk about a real life example of an elite army that took way too long, which is the British Expeditionary Force in World War One. The British Expeditionary Force in World War One was soldier for soldier the best army that entered World War One, right? Soldier for soldier, they're the best ones. And there's a problem with this, right? There's a problem with this, which is that the way that World War One is fought, the British Expeditionary Force, which took years to build, right? This took them years to build, the British Expeditionary Force. It is basically extinct by the end of the year. This thing that took this pride of the British Empire that took them years, if not decades, to create, is basically extinct as a going concern within within 6 months of operations, right? Not even within like 4 months of operations. And so the British have to go over to a completely different army raising technique. And this is kind of a similar thing with the Space Marines, is that like, you should be out of Space Marines. This is where I'm going with that. You should be out of Space Marines. No, because the way that the Continentals worked was that they didn't have full-time professional militaries. It was not a problem for them. They suffered horrendous casualties. Yes, they did suffer horrendous casualties, but they suffered, but they were conscription levy en masse armies, and so, you know, you weren't looking at an institution that represented years and years of resources of buildup. You were looking at an institution that represented, like, the officer corps. What took them a long time to raise, and this became a particular problem for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. But for like the Germans and the French, like did it represent thousands of people dying? Yes, it did. But these weren't soldiers that had been trained for like years and decades, right? Well, and yeah, the Spartan, the Halo system's stupid, right? The Halo system is just kind of stupid. I didn't really play Halo, but every time I've heard it explained to me, I'm like, well, this is just silly. Which I think is fine, right? I think it's just fine. I think it's fine to have silly systems. It's just kind of like worth acknowledging that like child soldiers don't tend to produce the best soldiers. Like, I don't know. Is that a hot take? Is that a hot take on Twitch.tv to be like, child soldiers are not a good, like you shouldn't use child soldiers? Am I going to get canceled by John Twitch for my anti-child soldier stance? I'm just putting down a base coat right now of mahogany. This is not like a good mahogany. I really need to like replace it. It's not a good mahogany. I'm putting down the kind of base coat of it on the skin because I would like to have a... I think I like to make my Roman soldiers dark-skinned. I like to make them darker skinned. Suffered really quickly. Yes, they did suffer really quickly. But the thing is that with the exception of the UK, most of them opened up starting with conscripts. Most of them, the military is built from the ground up around having conscripts from day one. The British were the only people who kind of had an army where they didn't have a conscription system that already existed at the start of the war. That's the difference. That's the difference I'm talking about. The other countries didn't have those like deep professional systems. They did often have very professional officer corps, and particularly the Austrians suffered on this front. the Austrians had a lot of problems with getting qualified officers after the start of the war. Also, Italy also Soldat. Italy is going to not have any problems in 1914 for a very straightforward reason. Austria is really not going to have is really not going to have a problem with 1914 because they didn't join the war. Titan pilot tactics are pretty improvisational. This is a thing that so folks, if you are interested in my favorite book for Italy not having problems with busy changing teams. Yeah. Speak for yourself, Metal Gear Raiden. Yep. If you are let's just keep it going here a little bit. I didn't do a very good job prepping this guy. I feel dumb right now. Maybe, but like Italy had incredibly high intensity operations during World War I. This is true. Italy also, again, when I'm talking about the problem that Britain had, it was a problem caused and related to them starting off with a highly professional and very expensive military, which other countries did not have. Other countries can't have the same problems that Britain had because they didn't make the same investments that Britain did. I'm not talking about the problems of like their overall war performance. I'm talking about the problems of like before the war, you spent an enormous number of resources on something that you turned out you couldn't get a lot of utility out of. But yeah, so one of those things I think is kind of interesting, right, is that if you look at how the Greeks talk about military tactics, and guys, if you want to win arguments online, if you are the type of person like me who gets into arguments on like Reddit and stuff all the time, the book to read is Soldiers and Ghosts by J.E. Lendon. That's the book to read. Soldiers and Ghosts by J.E. Lendon. It rules. It rules. Soldiers and Ghosts rules. It's an intellectual history of what the ancient Greeks and ancient Romans thought a good soldier was. It's super duper cool. It's super duper cool. Read Soldiers and Ghosts. Read Soldiers and Ghosts. It rocks. And yeah, I don't remember the exact date Italy joined. I thought they joined in 1915. But they were not part of the race to the sea, right? They were not part of the race to the sea because, you know, they were raced into the Assunzo campaign to get to die enormously. Liked men. So the Greeks and the Romans actually have different hypotheses about what makes a good soldier. And the Greeks did it very much in a context of competition. That the way that what made a Greek soldier good was there's one element was competition, and the other element is steadfastness. When the Greeks talk about what makes a good soldier, they talk about steadiness under pressure. That's what makes you good at fighting to the Greeks, is that you are steady under pressure. Oh, son of a bitch. That you are steady under pressure, that you do not waver. And so, like, there's a pretty famous story from Plataea, I think, where an Athenian soldier shows up with a anchor as a performance, like he carries an anchor into battle as a very visible performance of his unwillingness to retreat. Like he ties an anchor to himself to demonstrate that he will never run away, right? To demonstrate his steadfastness. Yeah, I do know about the making Greeks and Turks mad at each other. Life hacks. There's a lot of. It's a good way to get yourself out of trouble if you're in trouble for something else. All right, let's see. I'm gonna start by putting down a layer of metal. You know, I really should have been watching some hobby videos before I started this, right? I should have looked up some tips and tricks. This is my darker metal, lead belcher. Just gonna put in the lead belcher, and we're gonna put it on. I'm gonna try to get it in deep. Somebody did ask about Helldivers. I don't play it super much, but I do like Helldivers a lot. I like co-op action games a lot, and Helldivers I think is a pretty good one. I do like the Illuminate, but I've only played like 20 minutes since the latest patch. I've only played about 20 minutes with the latest patch. And my Helldivers account, I made a new account for VTubing, so I don't have like anything unlocked. It's pretty frustrating to have like nothing unlocked. But I do like Helldivers. Yeah, I mean, I will say that I think nationalism is a loser ideology, and has little basis in actual history. Nationalism people talk about nationalism as being something that goes back thousands of years. Nationalism was invented in the 1820s by poets to sell more poems. Right? It's nonsense. Yeah. Not as much as fascism. Fascism is the loser ideology, right? Like fascism is for losers and is for losing. But yeah, nationalism is a loser ideology. You're never gonna get anywhere doing nationalism. Okay. Yeah, no, it's well, I mean, if we're talking about fascism, you know, a fundamental constitutive element of doing fascism is ignorance. Is that like in order to do fascism as a project, you have to reject knowing anything. You have to not, in particular, this is Umberto Eco speaking here. To do fascism, your enemies must simultaneously be infinitely strong and infinitely weak. Right? That's a fundamental element of doing fascism. And folks, what do you remember about your art of war? Folks, I'm sure you remember your most famous aphorism from the art of war. If you know your enemy and know yourself, you have nothing to fear from 1,000 battles. Right? You have nothing to fear from 1,000 battles if you know your enemy and know yourself. And you know what fascists don't know? They don't know anything. And they especially don't know anything about their enemies. If you gave me power to make fascism look the way I think it should look in Civilization, what I would do in Civilization is that when you're in fascism, you literally cannot see what your opponent's units are. You lose the score graph, and you can't lose any of the. You can't lose, and you cannot see what the enemy units are. You can tell where they are, but you can't tell what they are. Yeah, fascists have to fake being strong guys because they can't. That's they have to falsify their strength because they're morons, right? I'm not gonna bother painting that right now. Let's wait. No shit. I mixed up my non-metallic and my metallic paint cans, wash cans. Okay. As an aside, people, I know Blasphazar, but I know a couple of other people have been like, haha, one of these days you're going to drink out of your disposal can. This is what my disposal can looks like. This is what my wash can looks like. It's hard for me to mix that up with my actual drinking water. My drinking water's in goddamn glass. Like, I'm using takeout containers for the paint, and they're just like, it's like hard to move them without spilling them. Like it would be very hard for me to drink out of them accidentally. Okay. Now, let's start working a little bit on layering. Yeah, that's true, Blue. That's true. That's true, but also it's on the other side of me. It's also like not even on the near me. It's they're not near each other at all. Partially for this reason. I have a chemistry degree, you know? I love Wolfenstein. I particularly like the Old Blood. I feel like Wolfenstein the Old Blood is really underrated for this. And I don't think I'm going to play it on stream. But I kind of want to. Because I think the Old Blood has a very beautiful and amazing portrayal of a very important lesson. Which is, I don't care how sympathetic the fascists are. You know, the characters in the Old Blood, the enemies in the Old Blood are like fucking New York Times personalities. They're like 30 under 30s types. And you know what? I don't care that they love their dogs. I don't care that they overcame disability. They're still fucking fascists. This sucks. This Bugman's Glow sucks. This sucks. Fuck this. I'm painting over this like immediately. This isn't working for me at all. Okay, hold on. Folks, do I have any experienced mini painters in the crowd right now? Nagi had to step away. Matthew, are you there? I got Matthew there. Soldat, you are an experienced painter. I am trying to make dark skin, right? I'm trying to make dark to swarthy skin. I have pretty limited options. I've got some shitty GW whites. I have a not very good brown. Unfortunately, I got the express brown and not the good brown. I should buy a good brown. I have an okay brown, but it's a very like leathery looking brown. I've got black, and I'm trying to figure out like what layering effects do I do? Do I do reds under at the very least Italian skin tone? I would prefer olive oily. Olive oily would be a bare minimum, but I would like to learn how to do like blue-black skin, right? I would like to learn how to do that. I would like to learn how to do like African black skin. Reds and purples will give you warm skin. Okay. Also, hello, Alazif _ Book of the Dead. Yes. I am an inexperienced painter. So reds and purples, and then layering over that with I have a fair amount of yellows and oranges. I have a fair amount of yellows and oranges and browns. All right, so that's not the one I want to use. I have Bugman's Glow, which is I'm not happy with. That's what I just put on this shin right now. I don't like how it looks. Other than that, not really proper skin tones. No, I'm driving myself insane. I need to make a new shopping list for buying some, for getting some new paint colors. I need to make a shopping list. Any rat skin? No rat skin. No rat skin flesh. No rat skin flesh. I need to. I've got. I do have a fair amount of yellows. If I'm trying to make a flesh tone on the, hold on. I think I need to refocus it. I need to get a better autofocusing camera. iPhone's not been cutting it. Army painter? Okay. I've heard. I like Vallejo so far in terms of quality. So I would take Vallejo suggestions first. But I'm trying to figure out like how I construct this because I've got a lot of yellows, reds, greens. I have a ton of yellows, reds, and greens, and a couple of blues, and quite a few oranges. Got oranges, reds, yellows, greens, blues out the not greens. Just hit it with brown wash. Okay, let's try that. I do have some brown washing. Do have some brown washing. Let's just see what happens. I don't think it really got me anywhere. Hello, Mina. These are historicals. I will say that I am not really doing any particular project. I am just simply painting because I enjoy painting. I don't really actually play war games very frequently, and when I do, I play them online. So these are historical Roman Legionnaires. You've been unhappy with Vallejos. Okay, interesting. Well, this is Citadel, right? These are Citadels. I have a mix of Citadels and Vallejos, and these are Citadel. I think this looks really, really fake. I think it's really, really like candy-like. I mean, the wash feels like it's still very thin because this is Argath Urkshade. It's I can take that off very thin. No, it's this underlying. I do think I may have put on the Bugman Glow a little bit thick. I do think the Bugman Glow came on really thick, and that might be part of the problem. Blue, you have to remember I'm an art idiot. You have to remember that I'm an art idiot. I'm trying to think about more natural skin tone. I genuinely am not smart enough to tell if that means warmer. Hit it with a dry brush. Well, the only thing I used for the skin tone was Bugman Glow, which I think was just a mistake. That's where I'm mostly landing on here. So this Bugman Glow is way too like red. Mina Majesty VT, thank you for the follow. Add a little green. Okay, okay, okay. There we go. That's the kind of thing I'm looking for. That's the kind of thing I'm looking for. So let's looks like they wait through a switch bit. Oh, Nicodemus. Nicodemus, cuties. Thank you. Welcome in, cuties. Welcome in, cuties. Hold on, let me get in a shout out. They up Apper 11. Thank you for the follow. Hold on. Let me get the hellos. In. Hello. Thank you, Goober Guts, for the compliment. My model is. Hold on, I need to turn on the keyboard. Model. My model artist can be seen there. Sensational is my model artist. He is amazing. I love him very much. Nicodemus, thank you for the raid. Kyoverse, hello. Goober Guts, hello. Sunny Axel, hello. Kyoverse and Sunny Axel and Goober Guts, all thank you for the follows. And Kyoverse, they apper, thank you. Hello. What were you doing? Nicodemus. Falklands. What is Falklands? I'm not familiar with Falklands. For the Raiders, I am Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology. Currently, I am anime online for money. I do lots of calligraphy is my main thing. I do lots and lots of calligraphy. Here is just some stuff I was working on last stream. It came out a little bit fuzzy there. It's a city builder. You were doing that in ASMR. Oh, that sounds like a lovely time. I don't do a lot of ASMR, but heads up. I do. I actually kind of enjoy it quite a bit. To do some ASMR. It's not like my main content, but I think I'm alright at it. It gets pretty good responses. Okay, I guess I am doing all right at it. That's very sweet of you to say. Following on Twitter for so long. Oh, okay. Yes, I changed my streaming time to later in the evening. I was giving myself a lot of IRL problems by just like not being able, but like streaming at a time of day where like I couldn't see my family, I couldn't get work done. So I have switched my streaming time to much later in the day. So if you find me easier to raid now, it's well, that's why. What's the problem? There we go. How did I get pregnant? If boy. Yeah, Goober Guts, you're fine. This is an 18+ area. I just thought that was funny. I think that what you just said was just funny. I did not think it was problematic at all. But yes. Thank you for the compliments on my ASMRing skills. I have done a handful. I do ASMR occasionally. I believe I have enabled the Ada redeem, but it's not my main form of content. Enjoy your lurk, the yapper. Enjoy your lurk. And obviously, Nicodemus, if you need to get a if you need to raid and run, please do so. I do not begrudge anybody that I know, that I personally tend to raid out when I am tired and cold and hungry. So I would not hold that against you at all. I would not even think twice about it. But yes, I'm doing some mini painting. I am painting some, I have some Roman Legionnaires. I have 100 damn Roman Legionnaires. And so, oh, thank you for the clip. I don't know. Oh, and I'm sock. Blue, thank you for the sock. The sock is not from Sensational. I will have to check the clip later. People will have to tell me if it's good. I am trying to focus a little bit on the miniatures. I like doing things with my hands. I am a I am pretty good with my hands, as they say. But yes, I do some amount of intellectual content, and like last night I had a very wide-ranging intellectual conversation with my friend director Nemo about a wide variety of topics. Mostly Catholicism. Mostly Catholicism, I think, was kind of our main one. Also, Weird Little Guys. We did discuss Weird Little Guys quite a bit. Colonialism, my favorite topic of discussion. But yes, that's what I do around here. I think doing a city builder and ASMR is a pretty interesting combination. I don't play city builders as much as I probably should on stream. People kind of want me to do cozy games, and I tend to get kind of bored with cozy games, unfortunately. I like to have a certain amount of pressure on me with my video games. I like my video games to kind of be stressful, a little bit stressful for me. And most city builders, so like I like Tropico and Frostpunk. But I have found that like the type of game that I like to play on stream is too complicated to explain in like a reasonable time frame, right? So like the chat is just like confused and irritated with me, and I am trying to catch up to explaining what I'm doing, and nobody's having a good time. Nobody's having that good of a time. So I have learned to kind of bias against those. I love Frostpunk. Did the Spanish conquistadors get any decent use out of the tercio formations? Not especially. I don't have an answer. It's hard to show emotions. Soldat took a clip of something, and I haven't been able to see what it is. Did the Spanish get any decent use out of the tercio formation? Not especially in those wars. Is the timing accurate for that? So like particularly with the I know when I think about the Spanish, the element of the Spanish conquest of the New World that I like know anything about is from the what do we call it, the Cortez. I know a decent amount about Cortez. I don't really know about what happened with the Maya conquest as much. But with the case of Cortez and Pizarro, it wasn't really a matter of the formations, right? It wasn't... well, the thing is, like, the formations didn't really matter because, like, the thing that made Cortez a very successful military commander was nothing to do with his ability to do that kind of battlefield tactic. It was his ability to... which he was still very good at, though. It was his ability to marshal alliances and motivate people. It was that he had a staggering and really, frankly, alarming sensibility about weaknesses and allegiances. So he was very alarmingly good at telling who was loyal to whom and how he could exploit that. He was very, very good at it. It's very, very scary. Yes. The Spanish army that conquered Tenochtitlan had like 3-1 numerical superiority over the Aztecs. And that 3-1 superiority was 99% other natives. He was... And others... I always like to highlight that, like, Cortez... This was, like... I feel like Cortez deserves to be noted as an exceptionally skillful... not morally good, skillful commander, because we know other Spanish commanders who faced similar problems as Cortez and did not get the same results, right? So I don't think it's reasonable to be like, oh, Cortez won because of his weaponry, when other Spanish commanders had that same weaponry and did not do as well as Cortez, and very importantly, did not do that well against Cortez. Cortez went to battle against other Spanish armies and won ridiculously heavily. Cortez was really freaking good at battles. Yeah, I am mostly a history. I was a sociology professor, but I have become a history guy in my old age. I don't think it's actually that confusing. When I left behind sociology as a career field, I didn't really want to keep up. Yes. There was a battle between... Yeah, Cortez was operating extremely illegally. Cortez was extremely violating the law when he invaded Mexico. There was an army that attempted to arrest Cortez, and Cortez captured the entire army with like 90% of the soldiers like intact. And he was outnumbered 2-1. Yeah, no. Cortez was super breaking the law. Cortez left... This is actually the real thing that highlights how insane Cortez is, how like strange and weird he is as a guy. When he left the Cuba, he didn't have the payroll with him. He set sail to Mexico and left the payroll behind because there was an army coming to arrest him in Cuba. So he left Cuba without the pay. And so he kept his soldiers in operations in Mexico without any money. The fact that they did not kill him is a fucking... that's the real miracle of Cortez, is that his own soldiers didn't kill him. Let's get you down a little bit lower. Let's see, somewhere like here. Like, it would have been extremely reasonable for Cortez's soldiers to just hang him. Because he didn't pay them for like a year. He paid them in promises for like a fucking year straight. Son of a bitch. Sorry, I spilled some ink. Son of a bitch. Today is not going my way. Cortez's army loved him. Cortez was not loved by the other aristocrats, and so after the war, during the settlements, he did not do super well. And I don't think it was really during Cortez's time that they gave the orders to rein in. The person who was like the real famous bastard was Columbus. Cortez was only very briefly in charge of Mexico. He got replaced by Mendoza very, very quickly. And the question of how to treat the natives was an ongoing, like, political battle between various Spanish factions for years. And so Mendoza, I think, qualified as something of a moderate on the issue. The Bartolomé de las Casas is very famously the, like, we need to treat the natives much better guy. Very, very famously on that front. And then, I don't really know who would qualify. I forget the names of the guys who qualify as the, like, fuck the natives guys. But there was definitely a faction of people who were like, no, fuck the natives. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? Spanish mini castle where I live. The Spanish got to my states. They got bored and turned around and went home. Lol. There is not one where I live. There is not a Spanish mini castle in my area. Or if there is, it's I mean, Blue would know, right? If there's any Spanish mini castle around us, then it's like a new thing that was added as like a tourist trap at some point, right? And hello, Tweety Verde 777. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, I don't think so. It would be like a tourist trap too, right? It would be like, I'm a New Yorker. I'm a New Yorker. So, you know, you'll be all right one day. Well, hopefully that day is today. Hopefully that day is today. Life can be challenging, but I have found that life is also often very, very beautiful. The rotating flanks and volley fire. Well, also tercios are developed for fighting against specific types of enemies. And if your opponent is not fighting in a way where the adaptations of the tercio matter, then they're not going to matter that much. Amusing Prince, thank you for the follow. Not going to half dox my location. I like to imagine how bored they must have been. I mean, you're making it sound like you're in the American Southwest, that you're in like New Mexico or Arizona. You know, old Comanche area. Yeah, Belvedere Castle, which that does not sound very well, Tweety Verde, I will say that my own mental health got a lot better when I started just really taking the time to think about times people have been kind to me. And I may just be very lucky here, right? I may just be very lucky here that people have been very kind to me. I think kinder than I've deserved, if I'm being completely honest. I think... So I don't know how much that helps, but I always found that practicing gratitude and thinking about the things that I had control over really helped. If you're struggling with thinking about control, though, I do recommend Tacitus. I do recommend reading Tacitus. That's always a good answer to that problem. I don't like what I've got going on here so far. Tacitus is just faster. That's the reason why I recommend Tacitus, is it's a lot faster. Meditations is pretty good, though. I will say that I am not myself a Stoic. I actually find the Cynics, I find Diogenes to be the most helpful of the Greeks. And the philosophy that I actually found incredibly helpful and life-changing and transformative is Zhuangzi. The Zhuangzi is the thing that I recommend like the most clearly, strongly, and sincerely. The Zhuangzi is an incredible, amazing, life-changing work. Easy to recommend that people read the Zhuangzi. Easy recommendation from my perspective. The Zhuangzi is a Taoist book from... Was it the Warring States period or the Spring and Autumn period? From the Chinese Axial Age. And it concerns... It's really a series of, like, jokes. Kind of poking fun at the self-seriousness of Confucianism and Moism and legalism. Why am I doing this right now? This is stupid. Stoicism is kind of interesting. I do kind of find it interesting that that I can't really think of like a stoic villain, even though stoicism is like so villain coded, right? Like it feels like there should be like an action movie villain that's a stoic. It feels so coherent for that. That is, both of those are correct. I am fearing the skin tones and I'm not happy with the skin tones. I am not happy with my skin tone options and I don't know what to do. I think what I am going to do, I think I am going to put down... Yeah, I have a lot of figurines to get the skin tones right. I think I need to buy... So I want it to be cooler and more olive tone than what it is here. Than what I have options on. I want something that's cooler and more olive toned. The thought experiments, yeah, the thought experiments are very memorable. The thought experiments are very memorable. For people wondering, well, the important thing about stoicism that people should know is that ads. Okay, we're going into ads. I will be back in a minute. Enjoy the fan art. Enjoy the fan art. I love you all. All right, I'm back. I spent that time looking up a painting guide for skin tones. And it looks like I may be kind of fucked for the kind of stuff I want to do just because I don't have enough dark browns. But I might be able to get some things done here. The big problem, and this is me just having fucked myself horribly on a previous purchasing decision, was that I bought the wrong type of brown. This express brown is the right color of mahogany, but it doesn't stick to the model in the right way. It looks like Wraithbone can actually be pretty useful here as a highlight, but it looks like I might not be screwed on making like really light or like Asian skin tones. I might not be screwed on, but for like dark Mediterranean to African, which is what I was hoping for, I probably need to buy burnt umber and some sort of like actual flesh tone. So I may be buying some Vallejo colors in the next couple of days. I may be buying some Vallejo colors pretty freaking soon. Let's... And Soldat, I will say that as a matter of disposition, not experience, but just of disposition, I also hate mixing paint colors. I also hate it. It's just like emotionally it makes me very cranky. Just emotionally it annoys the shit out of me. I do not like doing it. So let's see, doing a little bit... It's still a little bit thick, but let's get a little bit of that off of there. Hello, Miss Mochivius. Hello. It's actually a little bit better. I do need to pick some of that up. I've been doing well. I've been doing very well. I am currently at this precise moment pretty irritated because I have screwed myself on paints. I have screwed myself on my paints, and it's proving to be very unlikely that I will be able to achieve the effects that I am looking to do with the supplies that I have, which is a shame. I'm going to keep trying. Because I don't like to give up. And because what I want to be doing right now is painting. I do want to be painting right now. Paint them all pink, make them girly pop coated. Well, I want the skin tones. Right? I want the skin tones. Imagine if you welded yourself. Yeah. Let's see. I'm just meandering a little bit with the camera controls. Okay. So that's just doing a little bit of camera meandering. What colors of blue do I have? My blue selection is somewhat limited. I have Macraga blue. I thought I had more blues than that. I have Macraga blue. I have Macraga blue, and which is like a regular blue, and then this kind of gray blue. I've got a gray blue and a regular blue. I have 2 purples on a similar thing. I have 4 greens. and like half a dozen oranges and 3 whites. Is where I'm at. I do feel like I need to change my, definitely getting a strong sense right now that I need to change my lighting setup. We have very strong single source lighting right now, but that also means that we're getting insane shadows on areas where I want to be able to see things. I'm currently using a sort of saddle brown and a mahogany mix, about 50-50, and it's actually working all right. I'm actually kind of okay with this for like a starting layer. I'm actually kind of okay with this as a starting layer. And then he just has a very burnt looking right leg. Okay. Just very burnt looking right leg, but that happens, right? There was some magic trick for minis to avoid using blacks ever. Was it you use purples to create shaded zones? Was that the trick? I really need to watch some more YouTube videos. This is the irony here, right? Irony that like I am being held back by not watching enough YouTube videos. Like I have the YouTube videos and I just haven't watched them because I almost never watch YouTube videos. Right? Like if I have free time, I am reading a book or cooking. Those are my hobbies. I read books and I cook. And I work out. Like too much of a not enough of a nerd. No, I don't want to do that. No, I do have a black. I do have a black, but I'm just looking at the skirt underneath here, the underskirt. German gray. Yeah, I've got some Abaddon black, but it's like it kind of sucks. You know, just being realistic about it as what I'm doing with it, it kind of sucks. Well, what I'm going to use it for right now is I'm going to use it for like an occluded zone, so I don't feel that bad about it. If I was using it for like an actual surface, like it just looks like crap. But I'm using it for an occlusion, so. And there we go. And you're seeing the real reason why I don't want to buy Citadel's paints, which is I despise the bottles they come in. That I am not doing. I am not doing that King of Hearts. Though I am measuring everything I cook and eat down to the gram. So I am a nerd on that front. But exercise is something I do so I can turn my brain off. Like, I am very explicit about this. My preferred exercise is I like to run. I'm a long distance runner, and the thing about long distance running is that if you're doing it, you can't actually think. When you're in the zone, your brain just shuts off, and it's pretty freaking good if you ask me. It's a pretty lovely, lovely experience. All right. so let's get under here and try to cover up some of this underskirt. Create an illusion that you can't actually see up this guy's skirt. Your brain shuts off when you're goofing with Legos. Oh, yeah, yeah. I can see that. I can see that. I can see that. My brain's a little bit hyperactive. You know, what a surprise. What a surprise. The VTuber has a hyperactivity problem. Let's get you out of there. What's the underwear situation on Roman soldiers? Nothing. JD, I sit with my thoughts all the time. JD, I to give a sense of how much I sit with my thoughts as opposed to, like, just moving, I don't bring my phone with me into the bathroom. I need to throw that out. I've got a pretty sodden paper towel there. But yeah, I am I'm pretty good at sitting with my own thoughts. It's just that sometimes I need a break. I don't even take my phone with me when I go shopping. Poop and get out, no phones in the bathroom. Flea flicker, yeah. When I worked in a white collar job, I always brought my phone with me to the bathroom because that was my time to get away from my boss and to, like, read a book and, like, have any sort of actual, like, feel like a human moment. But now that I don't do that, now that I live life with, like, a certain amount of freedom and control over myself, like an actual fucking adult, yeah, no, I leave the phone out. I leave the phone out. We're putting a little bit of earth shade here to make the chainmail look like it's got some depth to it. Yeah, I'm just chilling on company time. Yeah, that's. But now the bathroom is my time to be liberated from the phone. Right, like that's how I view it. Is like the bathroom is my time to be away. Is my little temporary reprieve from being online. Which, like, it's kind of interesting, right? Because, like, the good lord, do the platforms not want me to do that, right? Twitter in particular has been being very kind to me the last week. I think they've the moment has passed, right? I think the moment has passed, but Twitter has been very kind to me the last week, which is a damn shame because I do not like Twitter as a platform, but platforms are never your friend, right? It's like making a lot of money on Central Park or something like that. Not on Central Park, on Times Square. I don't have to like it, I just have to admit it. And, like, good lord, they want you doing stuff 24/7. They do not want you to think clearly for even a second. Okay, so I got some... Oh, nope. There's some more areas split in earth shade. Yeah, it's very, very Times Square. Yeah, Solda, enjoy your spray painting. Enjoy your spray painting. I'm not going to spray paint at 1 in the morning. That's crazy. Well, I guess there's worse times to spray paint. Well, I mean, to be honest, I kind of hated existing on Twitter even before then. Like, I don't want to be like, oh, I hated Twitter before it was cool, but, like, I think we all kind of knew that it sucked since, like, for years, right? I think we've all kind of known that it sucked for years. And it's just, like, inescapably miserable. You're coming with me, yeah. 10:21. So it's midnight in the... Oh, okay, you're West Coast. The sun's not down yet? Or are you doing cool spray painting? Okay. It's time to do some more flesh attempts. I'm going to... I think I'm going to take the darkest yellow I've got a hold of. It's 22 o'clock. Yeah, it's 22. It's 0:22 for the Midwesterners. See, on the Discord server, we are having the endless, incredibly stupid discussion about the virtues of Fahrenheit versus Celsius. I do not think this one matters at all. I don't give a shit. I think Fahrenheit's largely better, but I think it's very arbitrary. I think it does not fucking matter. What I do think matters is 24-hour clock versus 12-hour clock. And good lord, do I want us to go over to the 24-hour clock. I've been wanting us to go over to the 24-hour clock since I learned about the 24-hour clock when I was, like, middle school. Let's see. F is for freedom, C is for communism. Did the Soviet Union use Celsius? I, like, genuinely don't know. I would think they would have, but, like, I just, like, literally do not know. How's the camera angle looking, folks? And I mean, for me, King of Hearts, where I go nuts about it is, like, I have like the level of fucked up sleep disorders where I do actually have to worry about, like, waking up at 8 o'clock p.m. versus a.m. Like, that's, like, not obvious to me. If I look at a clock and it says 8 a.m., 8 o'clock, like, is it 8 o'clock in the morning or 8 o'clock at night? Like, it's like, I can, in fact, mess up my sleep that bad. And have. Many, many times. So, like, the idea, when people are like, oh, just, like, know that, I'm like, what are you talking about, man? According to Google, USSR did use Celsius. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, no, I'm hugely in favor of the 24-hour clock. Flip a bit over here. Whoop, 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 whoop. A little off camera right now. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's... Okay, this new camera setup is better for moments like this right now, because my previous camera setup, if I were holding my face this close to the model, while I was trying to paint, my head would literally be bonking the camera. So, like, we've got a little bit in favor of us of there. Yeah, some areas already are just doing 24-hour time all the time. It's just like, oh, this is so much better, man. Like, the 24-hour clock just feels like outrageously better to me. Hold off over here. We need a little bit. Need a little bit more right there. Yeah. Oh, yep. Exactly. Okay. Right, I forgot to do the most important place for me to be doing skin. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out a good place to put... Let's actually move this over here. Haha. I'm gonna be real. That actually feels like it's way better from a lighting perspective. That feels like it's way better lighting. Oh, that's way too thick of a daub right there. Okay, I'm just gonna have to like wash that really aggressively. I'm just gonna have to give that a really, really aggro wash. Alright. I mean, text communication has become really, really messy the last couple of years. There's been like a real de-standardization of like how you communicate over text. And like, even me and my brothers, even my own brothers and I feel like we're coming from different generations completely. The camera is in the center of the light. The camera is not in the center of the light. That is the big difference, Blue. That is the big difference between this and how I was doing it before. Can you give an example? Okay, so I've got a brother named Grizz, who's known as Grizz. Some folks here have met Grizz because he's in our server and he's showed up to some of our game nights. It's like Grizz is a known quantity in this community. When Grizz texts, he will text like he will send like 20 texts in a row that are each like a quarter of a sentence long. Like each text he sends is usually under 20 characters, but he'll send like multiple paragraphs like that. I am definitely an all lowercase guy. I am absolutely an all lowercase guy. Like people can see me on the server. I do all lowercase texting, even like on the computer. Like I only bother with uppercases when I'm like sitting down and writing formally. Like I definitely type in all lowercase all the time. Like it's like crazy to me. I'm like, what are you doing, man? It's like completely incomprehensible to me. I have actually gotten to the point. I shouldn't even say I've gotten to the point. My level of frustration with texting over phone is like the only reason why I text somebody on the phone is to set up a phone call, an in-person meeting, or another type of meeting. Like I just like do not text to communicate over the phone at all. My phone communications exist entirely to get the communications happening on another platform. Because just like nobody actually like completes anything over text. Like it just like doesn't happen. Oh yeah, I definitely use my phone as an actual phone. Yeah, which is actually a lie. I use my phone. My phone is an e-reader. My actual use of my phone is that I use my phone as an e-reader. I spend very little time doing any communications on my phone. My phone is for books and podcasts. And Strava. I think Strava is one of my most used apps. Yeah, and my dad is a big emoji user, which I don't think should surprise anybody, right? Like my dad's the one in the family who's like the big like user of emoji. And my other brother, writes like it was like super formal in text. Oh yeah, I guess LH. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean it's not surprising. Like I don't know. I think I've talked a little bit about my dad before. My dad's like a super technology optimism guy. My dad's like super like technology is like the future is always going to be better than the past. Type of guy. I really need to look up some guides on how to do better skin tones and leather tones. I feel like I'm fucking up enormously here. It is worth saying that I am, as a rule, super okay with lots of ambiguity in writing. In no small part because I like Nietzsche, right? Like if I couldn't handle ambiguity, I would fucking hate Nietzsche. But I actually really like Nietzsche, so not as a philosopher, just as a writer. I think, weird indication there, right? Weird set of indications there, but I find Nietzsche to be a really interesting writer. He writes very arrestingly, but also like an absolute jackass. My dad loves text, but he's not super great at using it. Yeah, I would say that that's true of my dad as well. I would say that is an accurate that is how I feel about how my dad interfaces with technology as well. Is that he's writing checks that he cannot cash when it comes to technology. Which, like, I don't want to criticize him too much for, because, like, I've inherited this habit from him. Not on technology. Not on technology. I am a absolute I'm something of a tech phobe, as you can probably tell. But when I am gaming, I am so much more competitive than is remotely justified for my skill set. So much more competitive than I think I can at all justify. I am very much like aggressively playing to win. And it's like I'm like studying and drilling and practicing, and then it's like bronze 3, right? I'm like sweating my ass off and like trying to do like optimal team comps, and it's like I'm in bronze, man. Like, this is just goofy. All right. Gonna try to use this lighter silver in a very light way. I'm gonna try to use this lighter silver. So I've put a darker silver and then I washed it. I put a darker silver and then I washed it. And now I'm going to try to dry a lighter silver over it. Let's just see if I can even accomplish that, right? It's not working. It's not working. And it's not working because it's too diluted right now. The stuff that I put down on here was too watery, so okay, that's a little bit thicker. Put down another drop that was a little bit thicker. So I want this Vallejo aluminum. Okay, that's looking much better. Yeah, I am going kind of insane where I have 2 computers that I bought this year in front of me, and I am less happy with either of them than I am with a 2016 Asus that I've got sitting in the back of my room. Like, that's where I feel completely insane. Is like, what's the computer that I like the most? It's like, oh yeah, this 2016 Asus. People do use makeup sponges. People also use makeup brushes pretty frequently for dry brushing purposes. It is worth saying that we are still at the novice level, right? We are still this is still novice painting. We are still at the early stages and learning the early stuff. So I am focusing almost entirely on like really basic brush technique and getting better and better at that. Which is part of the reason why it's so funny whenever I can get Nagi on here to coach me. Because Nagi is like... I want to focus on learning how to like control and use color at a very basic primitive level. And Nagi is like super excited for all the cool techniques. Also, where you use the makeup brushes for, Blue. Oh, good night, Nicodemus. Good night, good night, good night. Sleep well. It was a pleasure having you here. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for trusting your community with me. And thank you for I don't know, the kind words, I guess. But yeah, The reason why makeup brushes get used is because they're very good at spreading paint out over on only the top layers. They're not good for fine detail work. That's not what people are using them for. They're using them for the exact opposite of fine detail work. Okay. This was stupid. So stupid, this was the wrong word. And hello, horror loving. Hello, horror loving. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, it's about the texture. That's my understanding, at least, as again, a certified moron on the issue. All right. So the others can kind of back me up on that one, but yeah, it's because you can do like very broad, coarse stuff with it that's sometimes very, very useful. Okay, we're gonna use a little bit of Earthshade here to smooth out some of the mistakes I made earlier. Okay, and then we've got to get in here and do what I would consider to be the toughest thing that I'm doing here. I'm using way too big of paint cans, of water cans. My water cans are just like way, way too big. Okay, I am going to need... Where are you? Where did I put you? There it is. There it is. There it is. Hello. Hello, tiny, tiny brush. Not Wraithbone. Corax. Corax, my shittiest white. From apprentice to journeyman, moron. That's a funny. That's funny to have ranks of moron like that. Promoted from moron to journeyman. That's huge. That's enormous. That's an enormous. No, I would very much consider myself very much a novice. Like I think I am still very much like at the gates. Yeah, ranked idiocy is very funny. I think this is a very funny concept. I think it's a very, very funny concept. Okay, let's... Tiny, tiny amount of paint loaded on here, because we're going to get in here. I need to take off my glasses for this one, sorry. I won't be able to read chat for a few minutes because I took off my glasses. I need an eye patch for moments like this. Is that something people ever use as a painting aid, eye patches? Didn't work. Didn't take. Okay, and the other eye. Fucked. Fucked. Okay, need to redo that. Need to touch that up pretty badly. Need to touch that up pretty badly. I fucked up pretty bad there. Yeah, and I patch like Metal Gear. Yeah, yeah. Grandmaster Global. How long have I been doing tabletop painting? I did it of like 20 years ago. I did it for a while, and then I like literally did not touch it for like 20 years until I was VTubing. Until I was VTubing. Oh, I would not censor my cursing. I am trying to swear less. But that is not because I think swearing is wrong. That is because I think it is funnier to swear less. Is because I think it's because I think golly gee and shucks and dang it are much funnier. Despite the fact that I don't actually stick to my guns on that, right? Okay. Trying to touch up here, trying to fix these eyes from looking all messed up. I think Bleep should make a comeback. Yeah, I swear a lot more during the drinking streams. Like I said, it's a thing I'm working on. Because I think it's just less funny, right? To just be like... I think it's just less funny to swear all the time. Oh, jeez, I still remember... I know I'm like turbo political on here already, but like, man, I just hate listening to that guy. He's just so fucking annoying. It's just so fucking annoying. It's hard to like even have any other opinion on it than just like his whole speech cadence is just so fucking cringe. Hello, Commodore. Hello, Commodore. Public domain plastic crack? Kind of, yeah. I mean, these are... These are Roman Legionnaires. They are not, as a rule, subject to copyright. Oh, I was doing gunmetal, but you're right, I could do brass. Let me take a look. Yeah, they should be brass plated. You're right. You're right. And I have a brass. I have a brass color. I could do that. I could do that. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just start on that immediately. You're correct, sold out. Games Workshop is an interesting company because they are so ruthlessly focused on making money and so nakedly so. And so that makes it really funny to point out when they do things that like I don't think are evil, because it's just like this means that other companies that are doing things differently are just kind of being evil for the sake of being evil. Like, Games Workshop is, like, openly turbo woke, and it's like, yeah, it's because there's more money in that. Hold up, I need to get rid of this. I need to get rid of this. I need to get in here and do this little guy in brown. How are British... How is British IP law on this front? I know more about like British defamation law, because British defamation law is crazy. But I was planning on making them not super duper uniform. I was not planning on super duper uniformity. In particular, I'm planning on being very non-uniform with skin tone. But other than that, I was planning on not particularly high levels of uniformity. Just want to be high. Just want to make sure that the skin tones are like human looking and not uniform, because I find that creepy and weird. Here's triggered Italian nationalist. That checks out. Yeah. I mean, like, come on, like Italians don't even have a. That would be because I wandered off camera. Thank you for the heads up on that. All right, let's see. Let's get in here. Not super happy with this guy so far. Yes. I thought I changed it so that they had what the years were on them, because people had asked a lot. Yes, 1792. Yeah, so 1792. Yeah. 1792 CE is the date of the French Revolution. Yeah, so that one's the French Revolution. Yeah, 202 is the Han Dynasty. Yeah. I think I did. Did I miss any of them? Let me know if I missed any. Small Mantas and Tall Mantas should not. Arya! Oh my goodness, Arya. Oh my goodness, Arya. Thank you, Arya and DK, for coming in. Thank you. I am Almond. Yes, it's true. I am Almond. Let me give this shout out. So I am Almantas, former professor of sociology, currently Almond. What was Arya doing? Was Arya doing what I think she was doing? You were studying art. What art were you doing? Yes. Hello, regenerative. Yes, I am a former professor of sociology, and now I am a VTuber, and I do lots of calligraphy is my main thing. Let me show. My camera's in a weird location, so it's hard to show. This is I know what the caged bird feels, alas. This is from Monday. When the sun is bright on the upland slopes. Yes, this is what my handwriting looks like. But today I'm doing art. I am doing model painting. I am painting a model. Teaching her about why the sky and the ocean are blue. So you were talking about Raman scattering. Raman scattering I think is beautiful. I actually really like Raman as a historical figure because he's just like so incredibly religious, and the combination of being so incredibly religious and such an incredibly influential scientist I think is really fascinating. I actually worked a lot with Raman scattering when I was younger. I like Raman scattering. I like it. There's Raman and Raleigh scattering. Raleigh scattering does not make the sky blue. Raleigh scattering makes it so that the sky has diffuse light, but Raleigh scattering makes it's Raleigh, not Rayleigh, but it's Raleigh. Raleigh scattering does not make the sky blue. Raleigh scattering makes it so that the light does not have like the light is diffuse, but it would be white if it was just Raleigh scattering. Raman scattering is what causes the color to change. Raman scattering is super cool. I'm going to have to hit it. We're about to hit with ads. I'm hitting the snooze. Why do I only have one snooze? That's a lie. I've got 3 snoozes. Yeah, Raman scattering. No, people say Raleigh scattering all the time, and I don't know why they always say it's Raleigh scattering. Raleigh scattering does not change the color. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Raleigh scattering does not change the color of the light. It just changes the direction of the light. So what happens is that light is going in this direction, right? Hold on. Let's go get here. King of Hearts, have a good night. Have a good night. I'm going to have to give myself a little bit more space here. So light goes in this direction, right? This is your normal direction of light. And Raleigh scattering is that if your light is going through something, it will sometimes go this way. It'll sometimes go this way. That's what Raleigh scattering causes. Raleigh scattering causes light to go at a 90-degree angle. Raman scattering is a subtype of Raleigh scattering that causes the light energy to leave with a different energy than it enters with. So Raleigh scattering will not have a defined color. Its color will only be whatever the color of the initial source is. Raleigh scattering will always have the same color as the initial source. Raman scattering will always have a different color than the initial source. It's cool, right? Yeah, it's super cool. And it's a very ridiculous effect. It's like billions, right? It's like billions of atoms. And Raman scattering is actually really useful for doing non-destructive analysis of historical artifacts. It's very cool. It's a very cool thing. Regular absorption desorption should just continue in the same direction, right? Shouldn't it just continue in the same direction? Am I mixing something up here? Yeah, I can change directions. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was like, hold on. Yeah, re-emission can do weird stuff. Yeah. I was like, absorption desorption is like continuous, but yeah, Raman is when it changes colors, and which colors it changes by. Have a good night. It's all good. Please don't mess up your sleep on my account. Raman is because of the material properties of the medium that you are transmitting through, you will get different colors. So it allows you to identify what the specific material you are transmitting through. It's a very good qualitative identification technique. It's cool, Zach. I like it. But obviously Arya, I know Arya's had a long day and she's very tired, and So I know that if you need to leave, please have a wonderful night. Makes you wonder why and how frequency changes. I mean, the short answer is quantum bullshit. The short answer is quantum bullshit. It's a matter of the wavelength properties, the relative electron orbitals of the material involved. Yeah, quantum all color stuff actually all color things come down to quantum bullshit. All color comes down to quantum bullshit. I'm struggling to explain it super well. I do feel like I'm a little bit sloppy right now because I haven't been a working chemist in a very, very long time. I've not been a working chemist in a very, very long time. Let's get this panel in nice and thick. How much of life comes down to quantum bullshit? I don't know. I mean, the thing is, like, you don't need to do quantum bullshit for, like, calculating whether or not a bridge is going to collapse. Turns out that doesn't actually matter. But if you are wondering why some things are red and why some things are blue, like, it is quantum. Like, there's no other explanation. All molecules jiggle, light and yeah, so light that comes out, that's the jiggle changes. Yep. Light and excite that jiggling, but energy is consumed. Yep. That's another way of putting it that is more profound and useful and interesting is that nothing would be different if everything was efficient, right? If it wasn't for inefficiencies in the energy transfers happening with these things, there would be no color, right? If there was no energy inefficiencies, there would be no variation. But that's just kind of where life is, right? The most efficient machine is the heater. It's true. And all of us live inside these little... All of life. All of the things that we can think about are just... We all just exist inside the little margins of inefficiency that thermodynamics allows us. So we should be grateful for those inefficiencies. Oh, hey, I'm back to my regular model. What should the back of the shields be? Like, genuinely, I don't remember what the back of the shield should be on these. I genuinely do not remember what the back of the shield should be. I hope Arya's crew had a very good time with art. I know that Arya was playing Final Fantasy XIV earlier, and then she was playing. Then she was going to do a discussion stream. Yes, Solda, have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night. So when I inefficiently file my taxes, it's just cause of thermodynamics. Yes. I mean, that's like the big joke, right? Is like, why did you do X? And the answer is always boundary conditions of the universe. No matter what you did, it's always because of the boundary conditions of the universe. You did your laundry. You just wanted to talk to people. Yes, that's why I understood. It was like you just had been missing talking to people, and I remember me and DK being like, we need to send Arya back to stream. We need to send Arya. We need to make Arya talk to the people, talk to the animals, the animals that are Twitch.tv. And we are going to get hit with ads in a second, and I am committed to using my ad breaks to show off the wonderful, wonderful fan art that people have made for me. So enjoy the fan art, and I will be back in a few minutes while I stretch and get some water. All right, all right, all right, all right. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I hope you enjoyed the fan art. I hope if I've lost you, I will be sad, Arya. But if you, I do hope that you enjoyed the little fan art gallery. Uh, but yes, folks. If you do not know Miss Arya Devil, she is such a sweetheart. She is such a sweetheart. Legitimately one of my favorites streamers around. I am always very excited when she is streaming. She is so sweet. She is so sweet. She is so amazing. I very much value and adore her streams. So yeah. Let's get a different yellow available. Oh, yes. And let's get this started a little bit. Yeah. Getting a little bit of highlighting on these sandals. Just make them pop a little bit more. Pop a little bit more at a couple of spots. Just a little bit of uneven highlighting to make it look a little bit more exciting to look at with a little bit of ice yellow. Oh, geez. Okay, hold on. Okay. And... oh, hello, Wande. That's like the 4th workout time you've done this stream. Let me get in here a little bit. You know what? I feel like doing squats again. I feel like I'm feeling squatful. I'm feeling very squatty. So I'm going to do squats. I'm going to do squats. I'm gonna do. That was almost a disaster right there. All right. Squats. Yeah, dwarf coded. Gonna paint some Votan. I had a roommate who was a big Votan guy. The Votan don't excite me. They don't excite me. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, Isusul. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. That's left leg. Now right leg squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I'm doing squats. I have a workout time redeem, and I get to choose squats, calf raises, or push-ups. I almost never do calf raises. Yeah, I will. Thank you for the reminder. But yeah, the thing is, like, I don't forget to stretch. I stretch constantly and spontaneously, so I didn't want to have a stretch redeem. That felt like cheating to me. So there's no stretch redeem for that reason. But let's redo you. There's no stretch redeem because I felt like that was cheating. I feel like I was ruining. I feel like that was depriving y'all of having any sort of agency. So I don't do that one. But I want to have something, so I did an exercise redeem. But like 10 squats, 20 squats, I guess, 10 per leg is like actually kind of a bit, right? So it's not like the easiest thing on the planet. Yeah, do a full sun salutation. Sun salutation takes like 20 minutes. Hello, topical ointment. Hello. Yeah, I do try to be health conscious. But yeah, I like squats. I like squats. And again, like I running is like my You've got to go Igner. Thank you for stopping by, Igner. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah. I'm working. I'm working. I'm working. I feel like I've been very sloppy with this model, though. I'm very unsatisfied with it. It feels like my line work has been sloppy, which is like the part I like the most, and I'm just like half-assing it really badly. Is that a Trier? No, this is not a Triarii. This is a cohort Legionnaire. This is a late Republic Legionnaire. He is a Gladius Hispenensis, and Lorca Hamata. So this is later. This is later than the Triarii. Triarii had been deprecated by this point in the Republic. They were no longer a standard part of the legionary formations. So he does not have this model in particular. Most of the models in this set are only sword armed. Like I think the idea is that they have already thrown their javelins, their pila. Because remember, a standard Roman Legionnaire at this era will have 2 pila and a sword. And these guys are only coming in with the sword, and I believe the implication is supposed to be that they have already thrown their pila. That's how I am reading the intent of the model. He has an unfun shield. He has a big shield. I am probably going to... There are decals for it. All right, Amusing Prince. Have a good night. Have a good night. He has a very workman-like shield. I could paint... There are decals. There are decals, or I could freehand. I could try to I could try my hand at freehanding. I do have good enough manual dexterity that freehanding is not that scary to me. However, I also have very little experience. So, you know, a little bit of a wash there, right? Hold on, I'm catching spots where I've just, like, fully messed up. Left and right on this guy. So there's just, like, a whole bunch of missing air in here. Let's get in there and try not to hit the arm too badly. I hit the arm a little bit, but I think I can live with that. Reds, man. Reds. Yes, there were common shield designs for the era. Oh, for paint patterns. Oh. Eagles were common. Animal motifs, as far as I know, were common. I'm not nearly as educated on this as I feel like I should be. You're asking me... People have been asking me questions where I was like, oh shit, I really wish I knew these things. It's like, yeah, the material design was absolutely... Well, I mean, they conquered them very quickly once they got started. The Roman expansion is this kind of interesting thing where, like, 330 BC. Like, if it's 330 BC, then there's, like, a lot of, what's the word? then like the Romans are just like one city-state among several in Italy. Like Rome is one of like 6 or 7 or more roughly co-equal political organizations. Then by 168 BC, like it's them, and like the entire, not just in Italy, in the entire Mediterranean. 168 is the Battle of Pydna, and from the battle, after the Battle of Pydna, like it's over, like it's done. The Ptolemies are notionally independent, but it's like pragmatically not. It's just over for the Greeks. Like, Battle of Pydna ends Macedon, and they were like the last one that could put up a real fight. And it's just over. And so is Carthage, right? Carthage is gone by 168 BC. Who are the Sea People? The Sea People is a collective term for a group of various tribal peoples that invaded a series that most famously invaded, I believe there are 12 groups. It's a collective term for, I believe, 12 groups that attacked the what do you call that? The Ramessid Egypt at the tail end of the Bronze Age. Well, no, I mean it's we know the names of the tribes. We don't strictly know where they came from, and we don't know how much those were like geographically coherent entities versus like loose tribal and political configurations. There's a lot we don't know about them. We know that they did not topple the Ramessids. That's like the big takeaway, right? Is like they did not successfully topple the Ramessid dynasty. Is like the Ramessid Egypt. The Ramessid Egyptians did fine. They probably were involved in a lot of the damage that happened to the Neo-Hittite peoples and the not the Neo-Hittites. Well, actually, I would include the Neo-Hittites, but the Western Phoenician peoples in the Eastern Mediterranean. Your Canaanites and whatnot got rocked. We know that they did not topple the regular Hittites. That one we're confident about. That one we are confident about. Sometimes people say that the regular Hittites got toppled by the Sea People. That is not true. That is definitely not the case. Oh, hold on, I got my activities fucked up. Luna Bear _ love yourself. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. It's very kind of you. I appreciate you matriculating in my class. I know I'm supposed to do follower celebration goals if I'm like a good VTuber, but I'm not. And so I haven't done one since like 1000, and I was planning on doing one when I hit like 1648, and I am not there anywhere. I am nowhere near there. Wait, EU4 is out? I thought EU4 was announced. I didn't think it was released yet. Yeah, I mean, the reality is that like I don't know. Every day is such a wonder. Thank you, Luna Bear. That's very sweet of you to say. My hands are a little bit busy right now, but if somebody wants to type in !model, it'll show my model artist, who is Sensational. Yes. Thank you. Yes, Sensational is my model artist, and Charlotte X Bear is my rigger. One of my favorite clips of all time is that I rated Charlotte while she was rigging me. She was very unhappy about it. she was very, very unhappy about it. But yes, yes, yes. There's a thread. I don't have it on hand right now for me talking about how I got my model art, how I did it. But again, my hands are a little bit busy, right? My hands are a little bit busy right now. Okay. Yeah, I'm curious about how EU5 will go. The game that I am really excited about coming out this year. There are two games I'm really excited about coming out this year. The first is unsurprisingly Deltarune 3 and 4. I think that's like the least surprising thing I could possibly say on God's green earth is that I'm really excited for Deltarunes 3 and 4. And the other thing I'm really excited for is Endless Legend 2. Oh, she's trying to attack the screen. That's sweet. That's sweet. Hello, Lunar Kitten. And taking community feedback. Oh no, the most dangerous game. The most dangerous game. Listening to Paradox Gamers. Hello, Shiopi. Shiopi. That's a good name to say. That's a good name to say. I didn't say I do have a lot of issues with Paradox as a studio, but I was more making fun of Paradox players. In general, I recommend if you happen to be a game developer who for some reason is taking advice from a VTuber who doesn't even play that many video games, if that is for some reason what you have decided to do with your time, don't listen to your players. Like, that's the bigger thing. Like, don't listen to your players. Your players will tell you insane stuff. Like, don't trust them. But that goes double if they are Paradox players. That goes double, triple if they are Paradox players. Yeah, the thread on Balkan culture's religion was peak. But my wife's sister and mother. yeah. I mean, my understanding with Concord was not that they... My read of the Concord situation had very little to do with player feedback and very much to do with the fact that Concord came out, like, 5 years after it should have. Like, Concord was designed to respond to a market that was fully mature by the time, and it was just like not very inspired. Like, I don't know that like listening to player feedback would have gotten them anywhere. Okay. But also I didn't pay attention to Concord very much, so... Yeah, so it might be another Concord in a few years. Yeah, I mean, to me it just looks like a studio made a bad game. Right, like, I don't think that there's a... magic bullet there. Who even made Concord? Was it BioWare? Because if it was BioWare, then, like, there's no amount of listening to the fans is going to help BioWare. Like, BioWare's problems are far, far deeper than, like, almost any... BioWare's problems start upstream of any game development ideas. Help me out here. Who made Concord? Fire Elk? Oh, I don't know. Firewalk? I don't know these people at all. I don't know Fire Elk at all. What was the Anthem is what I'm thinking of. Anthem is what I was thinking of. I was thinking about Anthem. Yeah. Yeah, Anthem's problem is it was made by BioWare. Anthem's flaw was being made by BioWare. Okay. I could do damage on some of these shields. I'm not planning on doing it for this one because I am already trying out so many new things right now. That... I will just be happy if I get anything done that looks remotely human. I've already messed up enormously on this shield. Well, the thing is, like, the forward has a... The front of it has a cloth facing, right? So cloth facing can be... You can portray damage on a cloth facing, I think, pretty easily. It's taking paint damage instead. Yeah. I'm currently just trying my hand at doing some freehand laurels. I am not so far happy with my results. But this is what we're here for, right? This is what we're here for. Is to watch and learn, right? We are here to learn. We are here to learn. I am here to learn. I don't know about the rest of you guys. I am here to learn. I shouldn't speak for the rest of you. Some of you people might be here to do something else. Not entirely sure what, but as long as you're not too mean, it's all good. This is not great. This is not going well. Taking off my glasses to see if I can lock in a little bit. Okay, I'm learning from this one. The biggest thing I'm kind of getting is that I needed to make the leaves look a lot bigger because there's kind of minimum size to my ability to draw in black. If I had like a pencil or a paint pen rather than a brush, I would probably be able to get finer. And that would change this a bit. But like that size I think this actually looks all right. That size I think this actually looks kind of all right. But these smaller ones it's really bad on. And so on this side I went a little bit bigger. Went a little bit bigger, and I think it's going to work a little bit better, but we're about to find out, right? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put on the glass again so I can see what chat's been saying, because I see some big text bubbles there. Hello, Tier Jexel. Yeah. Given the cost of the cloth, I don't know. I don't know. Cloth facing was very common, and cloth facing was very common. We know that from the artifacts, and we also know that I suspect that they would be refaced pretty reliably after engagements, in no small part because Romans were willing to put a lot of resources into their equipment, right? Like that's like a big thing about the Romans, is that they put a lot of resources into their equipment. And like in the case of, you know, the Macedonian Wars, we've got like 5 battles for the entire thing. So you're not really seeing a lot of guys who are going to have like 20 battles worth of experience, right? Like that's actually that's going to be pretty rare. That's going to be pretty rare. If you're a veteran who participates in 2 major battles, you've participated in a pretty large number of major battles. You know, that's... Okay, so... lesson learned on this shield, right? Lesson learned on this shield that this... if I want to do this laurel thing, if I want to do this laurel effect, I need to do way fewer leaves, way bigger. Let's try to do like 6 on a side next time. Let's try to do like 6 on a side next time. Might be the ticket. Oh yeah, no. There's a book about it that I have not read yet. There's a whole book about the small scale skirmishing that the Romans participated in, and I haven't read it yet. And yeah, like that is the nature of the type of warfare involved, is that the majority of the thing that was happening was a group of guys, was like small groups of soldiers looting the countryside, was like the real nature of the warfare. Raiding and looting was the real crux of it. Yeah, there's a whole book about that, but I just haven't read it. So all I know is that like that is true. And when my knowledge of raiding warfare is mostly from Wayne Lee, who is an Americas specialist. Right? He's not an ancient Rome specialist. He's an Americas specialist. And so I know a fair amount about how it operated in the Americas, both in the Northeast and the Southwest. And I know a little bit about how it worked in some in the Chinese Civil War and in World War II, but I don't really know about how it worked with the Romans. I do know that the Romans soldiers literally carried sickles so that they could harvest wheat on the move, which is a pretty effective way of depriving your opponent of resources. Right? That's a pretty effective way of just being a huge dick, and starving your opponent without actually killing them in the field. But yeah, I haven't. And your Roman literary sources, right? Yeah, salt water on the soil. Well, that's like more devoted. Yeah. Yeah. Well, so the Native American warfare that I'm familiar with, it should be said, is agricultural warfare, right? The Native Americans in the Northeast is agricultural warfare, technically speaking, but it is non-state warfare, right? It is non-state warfare. It is very low social complexity warfare, and yeah, it's extremely high lethality. It's extremely high lethality warfare. It's crazy stuff. It's remarkable how you can be very, very efficient in very specific ways. You know, you're very, very efficient at killing and capturing, but very, very inefficient at like holding terrain. And it's really interesting to look at if you are used to thinking about European warfare. Warfare in the Southwest, as I'm familiar with, I'm only really familiar with it from the Comanche perspective specifically. The way the Comanche fought and lived, the Comanche are post-agricultural, which is interesting, right? The Comanche are the result of rapid changes in demography and technology, leading to a system where hunting wild animals from horseback becomes ludicrously efficient. Like they are optimized for post-apocalyptic warfare, right? They're doing Mad Max Road Warrior shit, right? Like that's kind of what they're doing. This is not a system that was designed. The Comanche system was not designed to deal with like robust, well-developed, high population density areas. It's designed for having access to industrial goods, that is to say guns and horses, but also having it so that none of those industrial societies are in any position to actually directly deal with you. Really an interesting situation. Really an interesting moment in history for the Comanche. And worked out very well for the Comanche for a century or so. Shit. Brush control failure. Okay, gotta touch that up. Got to touch that up. Okay. You just slaughtered the buffalo. Yep. Well, it's and those plains wars are really brutal, right? Those plains wars are really, really relentlessly brutal. like, you've got veteran U.S. Army units, right? You've got veteran U.S. Army units who had served in the American Civil War, right? These were probably some of the best soldiers on the planet at the time, going up against groups that were often very civilian heavy, and still only getting 1 to 2 KDRs. Right, like it's still, even with like slaughtering civilians and doing just flat out massacres, like still only getting a 1 to 2, because, you're going into this really hostile terrain against people who really know the terrain and are high mobility. It's not going to go great. It's not going to be super great for you. It's going to be very, very messy and very brutal and bloody. Very brutal and bloody. I mean, yeah, I'm not, the way it ends for the Comanche is not, like, good. I don't want to romanticize folks too much, but, it doesn't go well for the Comanche. The Comanche do not defeats the U.S., obviously. Can win a lot of battles and still lose the war, right? Okay, let's clear that out. Clear that out. And what am I looking for here? Yeah, I want to use this aluminum for a little bit of highlighting. Okay, and get under here. Let's get the fuller. Put a little bit of highlighting on this fuller. I should say the original. It's not a fuller at all. Okay, there we go. There we go. I feel like I did a pretty piss poor job on this, if I'm being completely honest. I feel like this is not my finest work here. Feel like it's still missing some stuff. Oh yeah, there's some missing stuff right there. Hello, Kairu. Hello, Kairu. Yes, this one has been, I feel like I screwed myself pretty frequently with this little guy. I feel like partially, a lot of it is I just, like, don't have the colors on hand to get in the skin tones that I want to work with. So I think I really screwed myself there. And I also don't know what I'm doing with skin tones. Not really much of anything. I should, I do number them blue. I have been numbering the Conquest ones. I didn't number the Eldar. And honestly, not really anything, Kairu. I have Bugman's Glow. That's really about it. What I need is Burnt Umber. What I really need is Burnt Umber. That's the color I really need, is Burnt Umber. That's the big one. Yeah, I'll take suggestions. I would suggest putting them in my suggestions channel, because if you put them in chat, I won't remember them. Please put them in the suggestions channel on the Discord. That would be where I would really appreciate them. Let me look at your paint listings. Yeah. And I do want to have like a diversity of skin tones, because this is a Roman Legion, right? These are Roman Legionnaires, and a Roman Legion is going to have a bunch of is going to have guys from all over, right? They're going to have Syrians and there's going to be Syrians, there's going to be French, proto-French Gallics, there's going to be Italians, there's going to be Tunisians. That's bad. I kind of have this fixation with having a Roman Legion that looks like a lot of different guys. Which admittedly does just kind of make my job harder as a painter, because that means that I am learning a bunch of different skin tones simultaneously. Alright, like I've given myself a taller task than if I just learned how to make like one guy. Bugman's in brown and Bugman's with white. Whites don't tend to mix super well, but Bugman's with ice yellow might mix okay. Okay. Why'd I make the gorget leather? It's really best as a recessed color. Oh, okay. This gorget should be metal. I don't know why I made the gorget leathery. That's stupid. It's just plain old stupid. Okay, and let's get some more highlighting in here. Why'd I bother giving myself 2 paint cans if I'm not going to use them? Pro acryl white. Okay. I have Wraithbone and Corax. This stuff is a mess. The Corax is a mess. And Screaming Skull are my whites, and they're chalky and weird. They're very chalky and very weird. Okay. Wraithbone will work. Yeah, Wraithbone works all right. I find it just doesn't mesh super well with stuff. Let's get a little bit of you in here. Let's get there. You got a thin. It's true. It's true. I feel like with thinning, I kind of tend to overshoot pretty frequently. I feel like I tend to overshoot and get go all the way into a wash. This is the part of this. This is the part of that I really like. This is the part where I feel like I actually see results, where I feel like I'm actually kind of like understand what's going on and like I'm actually getting things, is doing this like really thin edge highlighting. This is the stuff where I feel like I'm actually getting progress. I don't know, it's also like weirdly like the part of it that I kind of feel like I understand what I'm doing. I don't know, maybe it's just because the results are immediate, right? Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just that like the results are obvious. And they're non-obvious when I'm doing other things. Yeah, I think that might be part of it. Is like I just don't have enough experience to tell when I'm doing like the bases decently. Or to tell like what's working, what's not with a base coat, right? Like it might just be like a lack of experience thing. Sometimes it is hard to trust the process. It's true. It's really freaking true. And like I mean, this is a thing that happens like if you're a teacher, right? This is a thing that happens all the time. Like you just have students who just like don't get that like the stuff that they're working on in week 1 matters for week 10. Hyacinth, thank you for the follow. Very kind of you. I like your name. Very, very kind of you. Lovely to be here. Oh, excellent. Thank you. This is kind of what the streams are for, right? This is kind of what the streams are for. This is what I like to do. I like folks to come by and just appreciate a little bit of my art, maybe show off some of their own art, right? If you got something that you're proud of that you've been working on, we have a Discord server where people share their personal art. I mostly share my cooking. Cooking is my actual favorite art form out of them all. But here I am doing miniatures, which is a new one for me, right? It is slightly tastier than paint. Well, yeah, my cinnamon rolls are tastier than paint water. Arguably cheaper. Cooking winds up being depending on how you cook, cooking can be an incredibly cheap hobby, and one of the things you always have to keep in mind if you're thinking about cooking as like an expense is like you got to eat anyway, right? You got to eat anyway. So you know, you kind of have to deduct that from your cooking expenses, is like the fact that you would have paid for food anyway. And let's get in here. Do you use all-purpose or bread flour for your bread? I usually use all-purpose. I almost always use all-purpose. I like to kind of have fewer things to keep track of, and so if I do use a recipe where I need stronger flour, I will tend to use I will not tend to use bread flour. I will tend to just add gluten directly. That's kind of my preferred method for that. Is just add gluten directly. Because you need a lot less of it, right? It just takes up a lot less space, and it's like it gives me a little bit finer control over the whole thing. And I only ever really need that. I only ever feel like I really need to do that for when I'm making ryes. Rye bread's very weak. The terminology I'm using is like the gluten content, strong versus weak, is the gluten content. And if you have if there's not enough gluten, there won't be enough structure and the bread won't rise. Because the gluten is the part that's actually like adhering to itself. The gluten is the stuff that's like actually making everything stick together. And yeah, the gluten's the part that actually causes things to stick together. And if you've got gluten, you know, if you don't have enough gluten, right? Because like rye does not by default like have any gluten at all. Rye will not rise, and so like a rye-based bread will have will rise very, very poorly. Gluten is the best part of bread. I mean, if you really like gluten, you can get into seitan. If you really like gluten, there is the option of getting into seitan. It has gluten in the name. It must be sticky. True! It is sticky. It is very, very sticky. That is accurate. PolitiFact rates this statement accurate. The mechiest tech. Thank you for that. And welcome in. Let's see, what do I need to touch up on this little bastard? I feel like my skin tone still looks really fucked up. I feel like my skin tone... It looks a little bit better on the camera than it does to my eyes. Let's deactivate and reactivate and play around a little bit with the light source, right? Oh, that didn't look super good. That didn't help. Oh, ads are coming in seconds. Ads are coming in seconds. So I feel like the skin looks all fucked up and like green. I'll come back and we'll talk more about it when I get back. But Enjoy the fan art gallery. I am going to stretch. Very beloved, thank you for the follow. Very beloved, thank you very much for the follow. Oh no, wait, hold on for coming in. Thank you for the present. And we'll be right back. Hello, I am back, I am back, I am back, I am back. Thank you, average anime sensei father figure. People usually, I was going for Uncle Iroh. I was really going specifically for Uncle Iroh. I hope I'm not coming across as purely average. I hope I'm coming across as pretty good. You put some options for the flesh paints and where to use them. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Kairu. Thank you, Kairu Kailovsky. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. I do love my sweaters. I've got on my Fair Isle right now. I really should put more sweaters on my throne. I should put some more sweaters that I would like on my throne. That would be a good use of throne resources. My throne is pretty... My throne's been very beneficial to me because it got me, at this point, 130 models. So very hard for me to argue with it. No, this one's not beat up. This one's good. This one's in good shape. This one's in good shape. I don't... None of my sweaters I feel like are super beat up. I have an acrylic sweater from, like, that's like almost 30 years old that's, like, honestly still in pretty decent shape. But it needs to... It's actually currently in the dirty clothes hamper right now. It's gonna get washed. But it's actually in fine shape. I really hesitate to say, like, oh, it's in good shape if you take care of it, because you should never believe that I am taking good care of, like, anything that I own. You should never believe that I am taking good care of my objects. I am very rough. Yes, it is I, Aldamant. The Nagsters. Nagarunski. Nagi, go live so I have somebody to raid. Literally nobody I know is on. You are dieting. You are dieting. And dying. Brutal. Brutal. I'm gonna shout you out a second time. I'm gonna give a proper shout out to Nagarunski, Nagi Ketsali. Shout out Nagi. You should check out Nagi, folks. Nagi is the serpent of many entertainments. Serpent of many entertainments and delights. And also apparently death. Unlock the art of writing extremely creepy dialogue. You have come to the wrong fucking place. Dialogue is like... I could be convinced that I will learn how to breathe in space before I figure out how to make decent dialogue. The gap between my capabilities and decent ability at dialogue is vast beyond the concept of space. My dialogue writing skills could not be worse. Hello, Criffs. Hello. Thank you for having a fun name for me to say. Criffs. Let's just get some Earthshade in some areas that I should have undercoated before. And I can now pretend that I'm just taking advantage of ambient occlusion, even though I'm not. Call you Criffany? Alright. Criffany. Criffany's not a bad name. Criffany. Though I do have to say, I do like Criffs. Criffs. That pleases me. Both of those names please me. Going straight into the throat. I really should have done this sub-assembly. I really should have not even assembled as much as I did. I really made my life a lot harder by even doing like the partial assembly that I did. How are folks feeling? How are folks feeling about this little guy? How are folks feeling about this little guy? Because I'm feeling... He's cool. You can always unassemble. Not super liable with how I have assembled this guy, because he is not glued together. He is welded together. I welded this guy together. So it's going to be very difficult to get rid of him. Criffs, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the... Yeah, he's stabby. He's stabby. He's stabby. Hammer.jpg. Yeah. So, let me think about this. So, I think I did a horrible job on the skin. I think I did an absolutely awful job on the skin. I think this looks super weird. I think his skin looks super weird. I don't like it at all. I think I'm going to have to actually watch some tutorials from people who know what they're doing for this skin. Can't see the skin really. Fun with color theory. Well, these arms are skin. This is skin, right? This is skin right here. So if it doesn't even look like skin, that's a pretty bad sign, right? That's a pretty rough sign. Well, like I am reminded right now of, you know, one of Nagi's phrases about miniatures painting is that the thing about minis is that they're so small, that means you have to help the light. And the reason why I think about it is that I suck shit at this so much that I don't even know what that means. Looks very metallic. Yes, it does, Andromeda. Yes, it does. I think it's because the dark brown that I am using is very shiny. It's very, very lustrous. Which, depending on the type of skin tone you're doing, might not necessarily be a problem. Right? Like, blue-black skin, right? Like, type 6 skin often is very lustrous, right? Like, that's not, like, unheard of. But, muddle with a thin brown? Well, I think I'll be blunt. I think I just need new fucking paints. I think I just need to get some new paints. Go for yeah. So a non-trivial part of my fuck up, a non-trivial screw up I have done is that I bought a mahogany, but I bought it as the express mahogany, which is like really lustrous. I did not buy a matte mahogany. I bought a very like shiny mahogany. So that's like a non-trivial percentage of the mistake here. Is that like my deep dark brown is very shiny. Which, like, again, if I were doing blue-black skin, that might be fine. But I was trying to go for a more, like, dark olive skin, more kind of like North Africa, South Italy, and I think I didn't do a very good job. I think I just flat out did not do a very good job. Okay. I think I did a good job on a couple of other things. Yeah, Nagi, you've already yelled at me for it like 3 times. I think I did a pretty good job on a couple of other points, but the skin tone's a real mess. And I'm willing to take critique here. I think my cloth looks okay. I think the chainmail I did okay on. I think the chainmail I genuinely did all right on. I think I could have done better on the chainmail with slightly better brush control, but I think overall the way the chainmail came out actually looks pretty decent. Overall, I think the Hamata looks pretty decent. Sword, I'm gonna call that a meh. Face, I'm gonna call a complete failure. I feel pretty good with how I do feathers. Hello, Screw Chaos. Hello, Sheepy. It's only 3 a.m. for me. So your color transitions need to be really soft. It's hard on the scale. Yeah. That's true. Like if you think about skin, right? If you think about your skin, you think about my skin. I've got this like. Ariel Blue, thank you for the follow. On camera, you painted an Elder Scrolls Khmer skin. I think it actually looks even more so in real life than on the screen. But like, you look at my skin right here, right? You can see that some of it's quite red, right? That like, you can see some of the yellowing from the fat. If you look closely, you can see that like there's the deep subcutaneous fat is yellow. And if you look at the right parts, you can kind of see it. And then there's obviously like some of the really red parts. One of your fingers is rotting. It got blue ink on it from calligraphy earlier today. Yeah, it's fine. But like you can see, like my skin's like very translucent, right? So like you can see the veins very clearly. I've got very translucent skin. Yeah, the problem is replicating that with paint, right? That's very like the distance in here, right? Like the distance in my thumb pad. The distance in here, that's the thickness of the entire model, right? Like you are seeing into the muscle and subcutaneous fat in here, and that's the thickness of the entire fucking model. That's tricky. Yeah, this guy's skin looks like shit. This guy's skin looks dreadful. But yeah, how are you doing, Sheepy? I've gone over to late night streams. I've gone over to DGen hour streams. So I'm only 5.5 hours into stream right now, which admittedly 5.5 hours ain't that bad, right? Let's do some touch-ups. Just woke up and had breakfast? Yes, it's true. It is the 7 a.m. for you. It's supposed to the regular 7 a.m. for the other Europeans. Le 7 a.m. Uh, uh, yeah. Why don't you stop by? Let's do a couple minutes consultation, Nagi. Let's pull you in. Let's pull you in. Let's pull in the Noggers. Let's pull in the Noggers. And Discord audio Nagi. All right. Nagi is present. You have been snaked.
Hello, it's me. I'm snake of allergies.
The sick snake. I'm moving your Fugi around to make it look extra cute.
It's so bad.
I'm sorry, dude.
Bad. Not the allergies, dude. I'm taking the maximum allowed dose of Benadryl a day, and I have to take it like every 3 hours. I will start like leaking goo like a faucet. It's like I'm a cartoon character or whatever with fucking allergies. Fucking stupid, dude. I hate it here.
Well, what happens if you take too much? When you say like maximum allowed, do you mean like safe allowed or just like actually like legal allowed?
An adult person is only allowed to take like the maximum safe dose of Benadryl a day is 300 milligrams.
300 milligrams. Yeah, whereas like Americans, like we're going hardcore over here, right? Like if you, like they're not gonna stop you, right? Nobody's really gonna stop you if you take like 5 grams of Benadryl. Like you're just, it's safe, it's legal, and it's fun in America.
The medical term is recommendation. But it's not enforceable. It's just a recommendation. See, I can eat this shit like candy. Oh yeah, boy. I actually have the American pill bottle still from when I was overseas, right?
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. They just like the European authorities are like, damn, these Americans advanced allergy tech.
Dude,
I will say I never found Benadryl super effective. I preferred Zyrtec.
Dude, I am also on a 24-hour dose of Claritin at the same time.
Claritin. Okay, well, you're getting messed up. You're getting messed up.
Dude, I'm fucking mixing drugs to survive this shit.
You're partying.
Dude, I'm partying hard. I'm crashing out. It's happening.
We gotta get you. We gotta. Next up, we're gonna get you some. We're gonna get you some Fent. That's a.
I also have.
Allergies so bad
like,
you take fentanyl.
Dude, I have 3 like bottles of ibuprofen, like 500 tablets. 1,500 tablets of ibuprofen that I got.
Oh, I don't see.
Man.
That one like actually like like I mean this is like the real big sign of like how much of like a man I am, like how like masculine I am, not in like a good sense, just like in a observing a stupid behavior sense. For like NSAIDs just make me like deeply uncomfortable. Like I like never touch them. I've had the same bottle of ibuprofen for like over a decade. I take like
what makes
2
you
a year.
uncomfortable about them?
They fuck up your liver. Oh no, like
liver?
Yeah, they fuck up your liver. No, like guys like men just like really tend to avoid NSAIDs like a lot. It's mostly.
What does it have to do with being a man? This makes
the main reason why people, at least the main reason why the people I know take NSAIDs is for period cramps.
Dude, all the time. That shit helps for real.
Yeah, and like if you don't have period cramps, like you like it's just like, ugh. Yeah, Andromeda. I wear my fucking mask when I go running because the roads are so gross that like all this dust that gets in your lungs fucks up my running times. But yeah, like no, it's yeah, and doing pounding NSAIDs like, ugh. Ooh.
See, the issue is that face masks don't even work because you just take that shit in through your eyes. Or if it goes on your skin, depending on the allergy you have.
I mean, Nog, you've met me. You did not even see me bring the serious mask with me. I brought the casual stuff with me. The serious one for me is I have a face one. I have a full face one.
Dude, the real truth is I shouldn't be living here. This is like, it's bad. It's bad, dude. Like, I have lived in like even different parts of this country, and it wasn't as bad.
That rules. That
It's
rules. I remember. I like basically don't have allergies as an adult, which rocks. But I remember in like my early 20s, I was having horrible allergies in this one area I lived in, and I was like, "Why is it so bad? Why is this so bad?" And I was allergic to ragweed, and for some reason I just like got over it. I don't like know what happened there. I just like Bennett Foddied it, and
sometimes allergies just disappear. It's
they just like
difficult to say
disappear.
how that
I
works.
was just like I was just like allergic as hell to things for like 10 years. Like I like didn't have allergies until I was like 14. And then like by the time I was like mid 20s, I was just like not allergic to things.
It was like, so I moved to like a different part of the country,
Mm-hmm.
0 allergies all year. Moved back here, instant death half year long. To like, I can't even go outside. As soon as there's no more snow, as soon as there's not rain all the time, I'm dying. It's like, it's fucking over.
This is
Like
like a good
there's like, so then we have like this thing is like a pollen kind of measuring service or whatever the fuck that tells you how much pollen is in the air. It doesn't even matter. It does not matter how much pollen is in the air. It just fucks me up regardless.
it's got to be something. It's got to be like something specific, right? It's got to be like a specific
I
singular.
did an allergy test. I'm
Mhm.
allergic to basically everything you can be allergic to plant-wise, except willows.
Huh.
The willow tree I'm good with. The rest, fucking insane. Like, basically, and I quote my actual doctor here, it seems you have cracked the jackpot. That's what he said to my allergy test. I was like, what?
Oh, that's dreadful. That's dreadful.
Yes,
Yeah,
I also have ragweed.
yeah. I had a ragweed allergy, so I was gonna say, I was like,
Basically, what ambrosia or whatever it's called, all kinds of trees except willow, certain kinds of mushrooms that live in the forest, not mold, but just like outside mushroom stuff, right? And it's just like completely insanity.
just death.
I'm allergic to oak trees, dude. The fucking oaks.
You've
What
been,
am
you've
I
been,
gonna do about
you've been diagnosed with terminal nerd.
the funniest thing is I don't have any actual food allergies. None at all.
The mushroom allergies
0.
don't cause a food allergy?
What?
The mushrooms don't, like you're allergic to the mushrooms, but only like the sporulation, not like
Yes,
the.
I'm
Okay.
only the spores, not actually eating them. I have
Ah.
0 food allergies.
Crazy. I used to have a lemon allergy, which was annoying. But yeah, the wow, this brush is all fucked up. Where's I going with all this? Yeah, I remember like I had the ragweed allergy, and like I was like, why are my allergies so bad in this specific town? And then like I went to the highway, and there was just like 10 hectares of ragweed like right next to the highway. It's like just like I could just like I just like went there in the spring, and it was just like ragweed like off to the horizon.
I
I'm
can
like, oh,
tell you
Jesus,
though
okay.
that when I'm in like areas, like when I was in California, I barely had any allergies compared to what I suffer through here, right? Like it's not even comparable.
It's maybe you've got a special secret bonus allergy to like to the ley lines.
Probably. It's probably like some negative energy or whatever, because like Satan is buried here or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah. There's a fey curse on your family that causes you to be allergic to a bunch of stupid bullshit.
To those fucking fae, I swear to God. I'll get him back for this.
The stabby boy. Okay. But yes, the Nagarunsky. The Nogs.
Dude, like, yeah, I've been pretty fucked up because I can barely sleep because of this. I just go to sleep and wake up 4 hours later, like, gasping for air, right? Like, it's...
Oh, that's so bad.
And then I have to take the meds again, and they take, like, an hour to work, and then I have to go back to sleep. And so I have to, like, stagger sleep over the entire day, and I'm never actually really there. It's fucked up.
That is... bullshit. That is the bullshit.
So I've been using the time to work on some of my off projects. What can you do? I've done some coding for my game. It's pretty good. Pretty learning a lot of stuff.
Some
I've
coding.
been like today I have been learning about camera techniques. And this is not about gaming, this is like for film and shit, like camera techniques and stuff.
Legitimately, this is like a conversation that me and you are going to have that's going to take like months and probably piss both of us off enormously. Of like, I need a better camera setup, right?
Uh-huh.
This is like a straightforward improvement thing.
Yeah, I'm talking about like actual film, right? So it's like different than this, but
yeah. Like you know about like lenses. You know like lenses and shit. Like
I do, yeah. It's a top-down adventure game, monster taming simulator.
Pokemon?
Fucking. It's not Pokemon specifically. It's a monster taming simulator, not like Pokemon is not really a simulation in this game. Like not at all, right?
No, Pokemon's a game about walking around and talking to people who are like bridges. They connect us to each other. We wouldn't have them without Pokemon.
Yeah, without Pokemon, there would be no bridges.
Yeah, that's what Pokemon's like. It's just like a bunch of you just like walk around with these guys and they try to kill you.
Yeah. No, it's more like Digimon, rather with Digimon World and stuff, and it's like you explore. It has like a similar function where you recruit creatures in the outside and convince them that society is the way to go, right? And not being like cave dwellers. Because you, so I'll give you a short rundown in chat, okay? Like, this is like the super abridged version of the story. In 1999, the Nibiru impact occurs. You play as some random guy in a psychiatrist's office filling out a form. You look out the window, you get hit by an alien spaceship and die instantly. Fast forward an indeterminate amount of time. You are now some kind of fucking blob in the woods. In like some random location where you have to survive off of eating tree bark. You then find an old abandoned shack, and in the basement of that shack, through some sussy undetermined process, you create a creature that you raise and go out with into the woods to like survive and like do all kinds of fun stuff. I don't know. But then you realize that you really like noodles, and if you ever want to eat noodles again, you have to first create society. And that's how it works.
All right.
That's the game. From there on out, you just go around like exploring shit and reaching many different endings.
I see. Bees. This makes perfect sense to me, I say.
And I thought my story was wild. Dude, I'm like, it took a while to become as advanced with this kind of shit. Like, this is like advanced mental techniques I'm using on this, okay?
It is... Nagi is a person who has subjected herself to truly some of the worst fiction on the planet, continuously and repeatedly for decades. And it has given her special insights into the type of art that can only fail by having too ambitious of ideas. The types of failures that like I the litfic nerd could never dream of, right? Like, like I am.
The thing is like there's actually a lot by now to this game. To the point where there's an element of the game where a lot of the world of the game is actually shaped by a legacy character, so to speak, right? Like, if you've never heard that phrase, a legacy character is a character that isn't actually in the story, at least not to a significant degree, and you only know about them through their legacy, right? So I had to like write an entirely different story on the side about this legacy character, and we never hear about it, just so that I was able to construct it. Nagi just knows too much. It's true.
Nagi, so like, you know the part of Lord of the Rings with the dwarfs, and it's like they dug too greedily and too deep.
Yeah.
That's you with manga decks.
Dude, I don't even go to there.
You've got too advanced.
I'm like too advanced for manga decks.
too advanced for the kind of stuff that that creates solo leveling.
Dude, bro.
Trigger
Oh my
phrase.
god.
Trigger phrase for Nagi.
It's fine. I'm not gonna say nothing.
All
I'm not
right.
even gonna say nothing.
All right.
But yeah, so I have had like an idea for like an epistolary horror film for a while. And I was like, I really wanna like see what I can do with that, if I can get a script together. And then I was like looking out like what people are creating, right? Like what people are posting, and like I saw that a lot of people are making stuff like that again. And and so I checked out my old notes, and it kind of even wasn't that bad. Usually you go back to your old projects and you're like, this sucks. What the fuck did I do? What the fuck?
I have a fucked up one where I've got an essay that I published like 4 or 5 years ago. That's still just like the best thing I've written. It's fucked up. It's actually like fucked up when like when you have the opposite thing where like you go back and you're just like, oh shit, I've never been this good ever since.
I peaked there. What the fuck? No, but I have this problem, right? As I said earlier, I'm trying to master the creepy word art, right? So like, because it's sometimes difficult to say the difference between if something you say is silly or if it's unsettling, right? Like the line there is so minimal, right?
Oh no, and I mean like it's often like very personal too, right? It's often like different people find different things unsettling in ways that's like really frustrating to manage as an artist. Like God, like I feel like I love Yorgos Lanthimos, right? I think like The Lobster is like one of like my top like most unsettling pieces of art, and like half the people I've talked to are they're just like, oh, it's just funny.
Lobster.
Yeah, the lobster. Love the lobster.
No, so my idea is more like a Blair Witch Project kind of deal, right? Like but it has like other media in it than just video, right? Like found footage. But so yeah, and I was there's like this weird thing where there's like the video demon or something. I'm just not even explaining what's actually happening. Like it's just think of like the video demon or whatever that's possessing this shit, and when you watch it, he's talking to you and telling you shit. That's kind of like what's going on there in the most abridged version of it. And so I'm thinking about what could that creature like. How do you formulate a sentence for maximum creepy factor? You know what I mean? You gotta get the formula down, the secret formula.
The secret formula that like yeah, there's definitely going to be just a reliable formula.
Yes.
It's definitely not something that's going to be highly context dependent.
No. No. Context is bullshit, dude. Haven't you been to the internet? On the internet, we don't care about context.
See, I mean, yeah, this tells like so much about the type of like online experience that I've had. Where like, to me, the evil demon that haunts me, that haunts me, is not like people not using context, but people like deliberately recontextualizing things in bad faith manners.
Oh yeah, that's
like,
very common too.
That's like the demon that I am haunted by. That's my monster. That's my Frankenstein's monster. Is the like, oh, like you didn't like consider how this would impact like people who died thousands of years ago. I'm like, well, no, I didn't, because I was talking to my friend. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh my god.
Like, oh, like yeah, that's like that like applies for road trips, but what about for like intergalactic travel? I'm like, what are you?
Whoa. Nah, but yeah, so I came up with this concept, right? Like the elevator pitch, right, for the film thing is humanity fucks up in such a colossal, monumental way that the Antichrist has to bail them out. That's the story, okay? That's kind of like what's going on there.
I can
I
get
do
into this.
kind of like villain saves the day kind of stuff. Like my favorite trope in fiction is the villain hero team up. Like that's like that's the one scene that like actually where I see that shit. I'm like, yeah, neurons activated, you know, like. But
Well, see, I was just gonna bring in that, like, you reminded me that I've been kind of fascinated for the last couple of weeks with like taking religious stuff super seriously, like taking Christianity, like dumb Christian, like taking stuff from Christianity. I don't take it all seriously, like really seriously. Like I've been thinking about this one that's like kind of a bit of a variation on The Good Place. And so it's like somebody is in Christian hell. Like they are just in the Christian hell. They are, and the only rule of Christian hell that's like a rule that the universe has to abide by, or else the storyline doesn't work at all, is they cannot directly interface with your mind. They can do whatever they want to the rest of your body, but your mind and your memory have to just be intact, or else they're not torturing. The demons are not actually torturing you anymore. That's ended. They're just torturing a new person. So they have to, in order to keep torturing the person who got sentenced to hell, they have to keep that intact. And so it's a person who's being tortured in hell, and like, what do they do? Like how do they cope? What philosophy from real life can they use to try to deal with the fact that they are just in hell? There's no, they don't get to go to heaven. All of the like deferred, all of the logic that we have for like dealing with the world by deferring our pleasure is all out the window. It's all done because you're already in hell. Like you're not going to get to heaven, so being like a nice person who goes to heaven is like off the table. So like, does Stoicism help you? What about Epicureanism? Does like weird mathematical rationalism? Like, what do you do? What do you do? And I was imagining this as a series of vignettes of this person trying to figure out how they manage dealing with being tortured in hell.
It's actually pretty interesting.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I will say my story. I use Antichrist very loosely there because it's not actually about Christian stuff.
Yeah.
It's kind of like an Antichrist-ish figure, right?
So Elon
Turns out
Musk.
to have to be the hero. Kind of Mr. Beast, maybe. I don't know.
Mr. Beast. It has never stopped being incredibly funny to me that like the Antichrist was in fact born on Earth and he just calls himself Mr. Beast. Like
that would have been so funny, man. Oh my god. He said the feastables are the mark of the beast, dude.
Yeah.
If you eat them, you're marked.
You're marked, yeah. You're marked.
Didn't you know that the COVID vaccine was the mark of the beast? That was like the most unhinged debate I've ever seen. Where like
Nagi, I'm a fucking American. Of course I heard it. I heard it like 5 times a day.
Like what two Christians like were debating if it's the mark of the beast, and one was like, no, it says in my Bible that you have to accept it willingly and knowingly, and they can't trick you into it. And I'm like, motherfucker, what's going on, man?
It's a really fascinating one to me because like again like I'm like this history nerd, right? And I grew up in a pretty fucking Christian household, and the way I understood Christianity and like the way like I've read Christianity historically from like reading historical sources and shit is that like the actual like literal questions of like the video game logic of how the end times goes down is like never really that important up until like a certain type of American Christian. Like it's just like not that big of a deal. Like you like sure that's true, but the point of the whole religion is the whole like how do you treat people in the present tense, and like to what extent can I weasel my way out of giving money to homeless people? Like that's the logic game that I saw people playing.
It's so fucking weird where like some Christians in America they have like the fusion going on. This is like the cultural fusion cuisine where you like mix like the Christian risotto, like, you know, with the garnish from like Iron Rand. What the fuck are they doing, man?
They are. They're doing fusion dance, and the part that like always strikes me about it is like it's not just like fusion dance. It's also like it just reminds me so much of like anime power scaling nerds.
Dude, the entirety of like fucking Christianity is anime power scaling bullshit.
Well, it's just like it's just like so weird because like I know so many Christians and I grew up around so many Christians who were not fucking like that for like I'm like thinking about my fucking grandpa and like I can't imagine my grandpa getting into this shit. Like I can't imagine that.
Today it's glad like we can just be glad, right? Like that didn't have like this is like, it's kind of like, you know, the whole like QAnon bullshit, dude.
Yeah.
Like I remember specifically this one post, right? Like of a person posting, like this is like, I don't know, it's like a screenshot from 4chan or whatever, right? Where a guy was posting on a poll on 4chan, right? About like how his grandparents got into QAnon, right? And they're fucking insane about it and you can't even talk to them normally anymore. And he's like, fuck you guys, you took my grandparents from me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, I don't know. This is like, actually, the truth is, all these people that this is like, all these people that were like, I don't believe what's on the internet, right? They were the ones that had the least defenses against this shit, weirdly enough.
Yeah, no, it's like this is like the thing that like whenever you see like millennials posting about it, they always have this like reflection of like 20 years ago, my parents were like, don't believe anything you read on the internet. And then like today they're like, Obama is turning the sky green by like having sex with frogs or something like that. And
I mean, I will say that me too, personally, every single thing that I've ever been taught by adults, especially my parents, on like what you should do, what is an intelligent way to engage with things, it was all 100% incorrect. Never ever has there been like an actual important piece of advice imparted on me by an adult. And I don't know, like this is probably like some kind of fucking very rare circumstance where it actually never happened. But I have to say, like, I hear that from a lot of people. I hear from a lot of people that it's actually kind of like that. It just goes down like that.
It fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. I had a very different experience, right? Like we talked about this a little bit. Like the number of times my parents have given me bad advice is like very small.
Did I talk about this one instance all the time on my stream? Like whenever anybody asks me, what did your parents specifically do? I throw out the pettiest fucking example possible, right? Like and it's the when I was 11 years old, I went to a game store where I was playing Magic the Gathering because my brothers also went there sometimes, right? And I was like playing a lot and I was like feeling pretty good. And one day there was a person there who was selling off their collection because they wanted to, like, I don't know why. And
they needed the cash more than they needed the cards, like whatever. Yeah.
They had some really, really good stuff. Like some, by today's standards, some fucking really, really good stuff. Okay. And I saw in their collection a Black Lotus from an Alpha Black Lotus signed by Richard Garfield. Okay, I looked at that shit and I was like, this is like, so it's very good. And I asked them what do they want for it, and they said 500 euros. So what I did is I went home and I was gonna, like, the next day or whatever, I was gonna go there and I was gonna buy it for 500 euros, right? And my parents found out through some mechanism that I don't entirely understand. And they like threw a fucking massive hissy fit, taught me that about how I'm fucking stupid and I'm being duped, and they told me 100 times that this shit isn't worth anything. And it will never be worth anything. And it became a massive scandal and all this kind of shit. And like, so this also was, by the way, on my birthday. Great birthday.
I am sorry. Yeah.
And if I had bought this fucking card, I would own a home today.
Yeah, I know.
Everything that they ever want, like every single fucking time. Everything that I ever do is not good enough, and it is beneath me and them and everybody else. But it turns out later that it would have been so good if I did this shit. But yeah, I mean, it's that's just my life. I swear to God.
The snake is always punished.
Snake is always punished. Punished snake.
The snake is always punished, and the owl always escapes.
Bum, bum,
bum. Okay.
So you're not a horror fan, right?
Not
you
particularly.
Hate that stuff. Have you ever watched what kind of horror movies have you seen?
I can remember the ones that I liked really strongly. If I didn't like a movie very much, I don't tend to remember it as much. Oh, I got sucked. I got sucked. I'm sucked now. The movies that I really liked were I really liked Brazil. I love Brazil.
That kind of horror movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of.
It's kind of a horror movie. I love Brazil. I did like Get Out.
Yeah. That's the one that it's the movie that they shot at Mix's house, right?
Yeah, it's the one they shot at Mix's house. Yeah. And I liked Get Out. I liked. I'm trying to remember. Are we counting Cronenberg's as horror? Does Crash?
Yeah, that's body horror, right? Like the Cronenberg stuff.
Folks in chat, if you like VTubers, you probably do like VTubers because you're here. If you don't like VTubers, that's surprising, and I'm also very flattering. But if you do like VTubers, watch Videodrome. Watch Videodrome. Videodrome is the finest movie about VTubers. It is also from 1983. Because Cronenberg is completely insane. And he is correct about all things, and the universe had to bend to make VTubers real in order to make Videodrome hit harder. That's why VTubing exists, is because in order to make that movie better. I like Cronenberg. I did not enjoy like any of the Friday the 13th movies I've watched. I have not enjoyed.
They're like horror comedies almost, in my opinion. This Friday the 13th.
I just found them super gross. Hello, Bigger Pig. Yes, it is the snack. The snack has come here.
Bigger burger, hamburger burger, bigger baguette.
You are high as hell, man.
I'm doing great. I
was expecting to come on here and lambast me for my horrible paint job, but no.
Dude, I don't know. It's like you're having fun. I'm not even mad.
Oh, that's like the worst thing you could have said. Because I want to be improving. I want to be improving. I think that there's some brush control failure on the face.
I mean, you did some nice line there, I feel, on the skirt thing. What's that called?
The tunic.
Yeah, the tunic.
Yeah.
Did they actually have red tunics back then?
Red's relatively easy. You would use I think madder was relatively common. Some dyes are like relatively cheap and easy, so like madder and ochre are going to be relatively cheap and easy. Woad's going to be relatively cheap and easy. Yeah, you can also use blood. You can use blood.
You use blade.
You can use blade. Tyrian purple is going to be crazy expensive. Certain types of blues like literally don't exist. Like Woad blue would be possible, and depending on where you live, not particularly expensive. But like Prussian blue literally did not exist, and that's why it was like a big deal when it was invented. That's one of those things that's like crazy, right? For us in the digital era, is like there were colors that like until somebody did like really good chemistry, like nobody could see. Like, isn't that fucked up?
Dude, what if they invent no color? What if the color out of space is real, dude?
I will be like really mad if like there's like if like somebody invents a color that like cannot be represented on hex code. Like that's just like transcends that, and it's just like you use like the color picker on your computer, on that, and the program just closes. Like, imagine that, right?
Dude, you could also make red pigment from like the cactus stuff, but they didn't have that back then. That was like from Mexico.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's
Stuff like the Mayans. They were living it up with that shit, dude. They had all the colors.
they had the special colors. Yeah, no, I mean, there's a bunch of reds and blues. Yeah, Matter's a relatively cheap one. Matter's a relatively cheap one. Which I think would be what the Romans would have used. But yeah, depending, I might be using way too rich of a red. I'm not sure.
80s horror is campy because they needed to balance the gruesome imagery, but now we're so desensitized. All we see is campiness. I mean, kinda, I guess. It's like, I mean, I'm especially desensitized to horror because it's like I write that kind of shit now, so and I work with that, so
I am
it's like,
such a fucking weenie about it. I remember
it's very difficult for me to like gauge what people think is horrific, right? So, I just come up with stuff that I think is interesting. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I can tell you that like I am such like a weenie that like I remember like watching like safety videos where like they'd have like a very obviously fake hand and like a piece of like glass would go into it as like part of like a safety demonstration, and even that would make me like cringe enormously and have get like a headache. I'm like a total. I'm not like super bad with blood, and like during like medical emergencies, I know I can like do my job because I've done it, but like I'm not super good. And for some reason, simulations are like worse for me than like the real thing. Like if it's real, it's like I can like do something about it. And it just hit me like the paint that I have done for this guy's skin. This is a guy with extremely severe jaundice.
Yeah,
who then went tanning.
He's not making it no more. It's over.
This is the guy who's extremely jaundiced, and then he went to the tanning salon for like 15 hours.
So, like, see, Commodore, what I really like about the horror genre is, like, the extreme way that it deals with its themes, right? Like, a lot of the horror stuff is more about what it means than what actually happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's, like, a lot of, like, maybe there's some older films, right, where there's, like, a killer that kills people and so on and so forth. I really like the kind of horror where it's, there's a monster. Why is there a monster? Well, if you ask yourself by in-universe logic why there is a monster, you're not gonna know because you're gonna have to look for a semantic explanation. What forklift driver Klaus? That's a good one. That's how you get certified, forklift certified.
It's so good that all happens in one day and he doesn't just get like fired. Like, it's so good that he doesn't get fired after the first, like, 30 seconds. Those German union protections, man.
Hey, Arvin. Welcome to the stream.
For oneself. Heck yeah, heck yeah. Yeah, rich fake liver failure. Yeah, no, I have fucked this up. I think the clothing and the chainmail looks okay. I think I did all right on the chainmail.
Uh-huh. No, that's the good wash technique that you used there.
Yeah. I initial layer, then I washed it, then I dry brushed it. I think the helmet's
the ramen number. The ramen number.
I could do better on the sandals. The sandals no bueno. On the base, of course, bullshit.
He fighting in his chanclas.
His chanclas, yeah. Hello, Gravy Gator. Yeah, the Roman Empire is my Roman Empire. Yeah, I love studying Rome. I've become Rome pilled as an old man. Which like
kind of like Slav pill. The Slavic shit is very interesting.
No, I've played too many Paradox games. I've hung out with too many Slav pilled people. It's rough stuff.
Cheeky breaky.
I do think very frequently about like airsoft, right? You know airsoft?
Yeah.
Yeah, so just to make sure that people in here know, airsoft is basically like paintball, but the guns are more realistic looking. and they don't hit as hard.
Which you shouldn't play that outside, especially in America.
Yeah, you have to be very careful if you're going to play it. But like the people who get into it tend to be like turbo nerds about the units that they're doing. Oh, we're about to get hit by ads, so the people who are subbed will get to hear this story. So like they like will like be specific units, right? They'll be like specific units, and they'll get like uniforms and stuff,
What
right?
are they like? We're like Space Mouse unit, whatever the fuck.
Yeah. So like there's like 1,000,001 people who are doing like we're like Delta Force, we're SEAL Team 6 kind of stuff, and then there's this one guy there's this one team that's like super fucking good and like wins tournaments all the time, and they're like Albanian military police.
That's fucking funny, dude.
It's so funny, and they make these videos. They make these videos of them like these highlight reels of them like winning fights, and it's like playing like Yugoslavian Arabic folk music, like Muslim Yugoslavian folk music. It's so fucking funny. It's so good, and they're just like rinsing these guys who are like taking it so much more seriously. Rules. Yeah, Airsoft is very much more towards the LARP. I think that was the plot of one of the Sword Art Online seasons.
It's kind of like fucking weird to LARP shit that exists or existed IRL. I'm just being real. That's kind of like fucking weird.
I have a lot of respect for the historical reenactors because that's a special type of freak, right? Like, I think like you know my general stance on this, right? Is like if you're enough of a freak about something in like a weird enough direction that I can't just like reduce it down to just being like racist, I tend to respect it, right? Like if you're just like if you're just like a guy who like watches trains or something like that, I'm like, yeah, sure, go ahead.
I really like trains. Train is so cool. I don't like trains. I don't understand what people think about trains. I
prefer them as a method of transportation over most other methods, but other than that, I don't really have thoughts about it.
But I wonder how many, like, in, like, whatever kind of fucking Slavic countries with tons of abandoned buildings, how many people actually do some post-apocalyptic LARPs there? Do they probably all the time? That's like...
I've heard this, like, actively annoying. I've heard that, like, in Pripyat, it's, like, actively annoying. Which is pretty funny.
Nah, dude, that's fun. They should do that. I support them.
Is there still a thing in Europe where, like, irradiated boars out of Pripyat are, like, menacing the German countryside? Is, like, still a thing?
I don't know. I just know that, like, to this day, certain parts of Europe are still irradiated. Like, if hunters there, it's like somewhere in Germany or whatever, if hunters there shoot boars, they have to bring them to stations where they check how irradiated the boars are.
That's what I was asking about. Yeah, the nuclear boars.
Yeah, if the boars if they can be sold, right? Like there's like regulations on how, because every creature is radioactive to some degree, right? Like you have to
because that's how carbon works. Like that's yeah, that's just how like biology works. Yeah, but
so yeah, no, that's apparently like still a thing, in some countries where they have to check that shit.
That's pretty funny.
Because of Chernobyl, yeah, fucking. Weird.
I can't believe I can't believe a TV show would ruin German boar hunting.
Yeah, it's all because of the stupid ass TV show that they made, dude.
Yes, it is the Nagi. Hello, the _pepperoni_ man.
Hey, pepper.
Those things that run on Steam, we can only find them in the 6 most expensive cities in the country. I'm not even sure if New York is still in the top 6 at this point. Like, American cost of living crisis has been going fucking haywire. But
iodine salt is commonplace, dude. I'm pretty sure that in most European countries, all salt sold has to be iodinized by law. To prevent you getting like some kind of fucking disease that makes your neck grow.
Yeah, you get the goiters.
Yeah, goiters or whatever, right? Like
Yeah.
it leads to like some kind of fucking tumors in your neck or whatever if you don't eat it.
Yeah, iodine deficiency, it'll mess you up. I my roommates were very persistent about having the non-iodized salt, and I was like, come on, man. Like,
Dude, I'm gonna be real with you. It doesn't really taste different.
it doesn't really taste different, no. No.
It doesn't. It doesn't, and I know. I'm usually really picky with this shit, but
It'll taste different if you have if you have a 100% iodized salt, you'll be able to tell.
Is it like the this is probably like the, oh my god, it's like the fluoride. They're trying to get me with the fluoride.
It's very much that. It's very much that. And it's like,
there's like an actual real life health concern if you like get pictures of old people like before this was instigated, you see what this does to you, right? Like not eating iodized salt, you're gonna get fucked up, bro.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Get your iodine, folks. Get your iodine. Get iodized. Get iodized.
What a world!
What a world! What a world! The world where snakes and old men can become friends.
Yes. I have like so yeah, no. Yeah, that's pretty much what I've been doing. I've been like seeing, like, I'm trying to come up with ideas right now. I'm trying to come up with like, I feel that I need more fucked up shit that can happen, right? In my weird ass like movie thing there that I'm trying to make. It's not good enough yet, you know? There has to be like a certain amount of absolute like fuckery happening, and I'm not there
you
yet.
need your human centipede.
Yeah, kinda. I don't know. Like, it's not really centipedes. This story is mostly about like the worms. They're in the story. The worms are there, right? Like the worms are back. The
worms. Hold on. There's a book that I might be able to recommend. There's a book I might be able to recommend. Yeah, ignore the fact that the charge is completely different between potassium and iodine. There's a book I might be able to recommend here. The Cheese and the Worms. The
Cheese and the Worms.
Yeah, The Cheese and the Worms. It's a history. It's a history book about an Italian guy who had like his own bespoke theology. Hello, Humter. Who had his own bespoke theology around worms. That like around like how God existed in worms. Oh
my god, this is way more fucking applicable to what I'm trying to make you than you think.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh no, bro.
And he got executed for heresy. Because he couldn't shut up about the worms.
What was his belief there, that God exists in everything and specifically in the worms?
I can't even explain it because I haven't read it in like 20 plus years, so I would need to reread it. It is on my rereading list. I've got it on my phone.
He had his own fucking theology about the worms. What the fuck? Like, insanity.
He went on trial for heresy, and he got like a slap on the wrist sentence. They were just like, "Shut the fuck up, man," and then like. He just didn't shut up about it, and he got executed later. And it's like this really kind of funny thing. Because, like, fundamentally, the reason why he gets executed, above all else, is that he was just really annoying.
He wouldn't shut up about the worms.
Fucking shut up about the worms.
Yeah, he wouldn't do it. Oh my god.
I really feel like I need to emphasize like how often like a person's like the reason why somebody gets executed in this world is because they didn't shut the fuck up. Like it's
and no one cares. The fucking worms, dude.
No one cares. And of course, like, God, we just had a fucking incident with this on fucking Twitch.
What happened on Twitch?
Fucking Hassan Piker got
Hassan
got picked up by Customs and Border Patrol. And he fucking streamed himself having a debate with the cops.
About what?
Like, it doesn't even fucking matter about, like, the free Palestine, about, like...
Is he for or against Palestine? I can't tell with this guy.
He's for. He's not incredibly evil. He's just extremely fucking stupid.
So his son is just like some kind of fucking head empty kind of like he wants to be some kind of e-boy, but also political. And I'm like, what are you doing?
Would you still arrest me if I was a worm? Yeah, like at least be insane. Like,
dude, I gotta read that worm cheese book. Like this, very very much related to my stuff there.
Yeah, no, this is the kind of character that like you need in fiction. Like this is like my kind of like hot take about a lot of fiction is like you really need some insane guys. Like you just need like you just can't do fiction where like everybody is actually rational and reasonable and cares about the things that the plot is about. Like you can't.
This is specifically in like horror movies and stuff. Like people always complain about how people are irrational, but they're not.
They're not irrational enough. They're not irrational enough is my complaint.
They're actually too rational, I feel, right? Like they're doing too much stuff that makes too much sense in my opinion.
This was like the thing that like that like made Nope work a little bit better for me than a lot of other ones was that like everybody's just like trying to like trying to like get like a big break in the movies while like they're being eaten by aliens. Like that's the kind of shit we need.
We need more fictional worm lore. Yeah, but that's what my movie's about. The worm.
The worm.
It's a big part of the movie where the worm exists there.
The worm. The worm. And the important here's a question. Here's an important question. Is the worm hot?
No.
Okay.
It's like a really strange story where I'm like, so like you have to chat. If I actually release this, you have to forget that I said this, right? Because otherwise it won't be a surprise anymore. Okay. So the story is actually about like, okay, I'm not actually gonna tell you why I made it like this, okay? So there's like the story is actually about some kind of region in like a fictional European like countryside somewhere, right?
Okay.
And there's a fucking city there where sometime in the 2000s a large-scale terrorist attack occurs in that city. Where like some weird ass fucking shit happened that can't be entirely explained. And at the same time, we like cut back to like some kind of home video where a kid is like filming from their own perspective and talking about how it is their first day of school, right? And these things are like related, and it's like talking about how we went from this to that, right?
Yeah.
So, and the story is basically about how we find out that this is like some really fucked up, weird ass town where there's like a cult in that town that wants to revive a really old tradition that exists there in their mind, right? Like of like ancient witchcraft or whatever the fuck. And they have like this weird ass fucking deity that is like that appears in the form of a worm.
So we've got some classic European folk horror.
Kinda like there's like the story is essentially that it turns out this is like the big fucking reveal to what's the middle line that they're not actually worshipping like they're not actually really doing this shit. They're kind of fucking LARPing being witches, right?
Of course.
They're like fucking it up, right? They're not even doing this correctly. And the worm isn't actually the old god that that the people back then were revering or whatever the hell. I don't have English words in me today.
Worshipping, propitiating,
yes,
sucking off.
Basically, yes.
Sucking off. Hello, Axel is Axel.
Yeah, I don't care about the worm. I just enjoy the community.
Yeah.
I love the what the worm doesn't matter to me. I just like going to church, right, and having potluck.
My understanding of simping for my understanding of revenants is that like they're sort of like a Celtic vengeance demon kind of thing. Like it's like a dead person who like comes back to life for the purposes of revenge and like doesn't rest until they get revenge. That's my understanding of revenants. Other than that, I just kind of understand them from Doom, where they're pretty good. I kind of have trouble hating on original Doom enemies.
Worms are just cool. They're pretty cool. They're like it's like I mean, so the entire story is like a really weird. It's like a story that is about radical ideologies and how they work, right? There's specifically a reason why they want to return to a tradition that was so much fucking greater, right? Like, and what they're practicing is a twisted version of that doesn't even like compare, right?
I'm being insane, and I'm starting a second model, even though I've already been up for like.
Oh my god, he's doing it! Stop him! He's insane.
I probably shouldn't even actually do it because like we have run into the problem of like I don't even have good fucking skin colors. I just need to like buy new skin colors. They're floating skeletons with cans on their shoulders. Yeah. You can say it is a skeleton by the way that it is. You can say it is a worm by the way that it is. Yes. This is the worms. The
ancient one cannot be stopped. The worm. Now the serpent also makes an appearance, though. By the way, it always comes by.
Need to.
I have I want to put like a lot of stuff in there, like in like ancient augury and stuff. I really like augury. That's like a great part of pre-Christian traditions.
Divination in general is pretty interesting, and it's kind of interesting that like whenever you see magic systems that are like modern fantasy type fictions, it's always like, oh yeah, we need to like it's only real necromancy for like reviving skeletons out of the ground. It's already pretty freaky to like speak to the dead, which is like usually what anthropologists understand necromancy to be about. Like that's already like pretty bad. That's already like pretty rough stuff to like have people like violating that whole thing where like when you're dead, you're dead.
No, you're not dead. You talk to them. Become the necromancer.
Yeah. It's already like a...
The ornitomancer. That's the augur.
Oneiromancer. Oneiromancer's
like
funny.
Augury is like Roman too, right? Like this is what the Romans also did.
Yeah. I always forget which one's augury. Augury is weather.
No, augury is actually the practice of reading the future by the movement of birds.
No, that's Wait, hold on.
Like
that is augury. I mixed up. Yeah, I was thinking of auspices.
Yes.
The auspices are the weather. Auspices, the augury is the birds. You're right. Yeah. And haruspice is the guts.
Yes. Haruspice is like when you read it out of guts.
Yeah.
And then you have whatever you call it when you read it out of tea leaves and bones and shit and like all.
And divination is when you ask the gods if they actually received your prayers correctly.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty funny.
I just wanted to make sure. Did you hear me, bro?
I mean, the Romans are really funny about it, right? Like, it's like one of the things about Roman religion is that like when they were doing big sacrifices, when they do like the big state stuff, they would have a band come down the street, right? They'd have an entire fucking band coming down with the priest doing it. And a large percentage of what they're doing is that they're trying to drown out the sound so that like if anybody like in the crowd like coughs or something, it doesn't fuck up the ritual incantation. Like so the gods can't hear it.
If you cough, then they can't hear it.
Yeah, well, it might like cause the gods to think that like you're like something different is supposed to happen, right? Because like
What,
it's all
what
very,
if, yeah,
the Roman stuff's super contractual. Like it's super duper contractual. It's always like you don't just like pray. You're never just like, thank you Hermes for being such like a nice dude. You're like, well, Mercury. Thank you, Mercury, for being such a nice dude. It's always like,
if you
Mercury,
accidentally
if you like give me a son, I will sacrifice a white goat and a black goat to you in 3 months. Right? It's like super contractual.
and if you accidentally fart while saying that, then like everything's screwed up.
Yeah, if you actually fart,
Contract's over.
yeah, the contract's over. You know, your son will come out with just farting constantly.
How did you get a 4-letter username? I'm a Twitch partner. If you're a Twitch partner, you have the privilege to request a username from Twitch.
And
So they ripped this username from somebody else that was called Nagi, and did where you were generally inactive and gave it to me because I'm a Twitch partner. There you go.
I have contemplated dropping the VT from Almantas, but I kind of like people knowing that I'm the VTuber. Kind of like that being
Almantas.
Almantas.
Almantan.
Almantan. Al of the Mans. Al of the Mans.
Aldemant.
Alman the old man. Drop the VT. Just the first name. You thought you were us from Vermont. I like I did that for I was like I really wish I'd kept it. Somewhere around here I have a list of like things that VT can stand for other than VTuber. And like Vermont's the one that everybody jokes about. Because that's obvious.
Vein thrombosis.
Yeah, vein thrombosis. Viscous tar is one that I really like. I'm trying to convince Hazmat that that's what his VT should stand for.
Vaginal teeth.
Vaginal teeth is a good one.
Vagina dentata.
Vagina tetata. Vaginal tetanus.
That sounds bad.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Yeah. What do you think? Virtual tuber, but like
potato.
Like potatoes. Yeah. Virgin tuberculosis.
Velentricus tractor. I don't know.
Vuvuzela tractor is pretty good though.
Vertical torture.
Vertical tits.
That too.
Venus tourist is pretty good. All right, topical aim. Have a good night. Vertical tubes.
Vertigo. I love the word vertigo. It's a good word.
It is a good word. It's a good word. It's a good word. It's
I have like a in my game the status where you get confused. I think I'm gonna call it scrambled.
Scrambled. Okay.
So you like scrambled? I love scrambled. It's kind of like a game that has like it has like weird names like that where like your creature can get sick, right? And then it like gets like a deadly disease that kills it eventually if you don't heal it, and it's called the sniffles.
The sniffles. The sniffles.
Yeah, if you go to the cold area with a creature that isn't suited for the cold, it gets the sniffles and it dies from the sniffles, dude. It's fucked up.
You can get sudden infant death syndrome, but for things that aren't infants, they just live. So it's just not a big deal.
Have you been scrambled?
I am not scrambled. I am unscrambled. So
do you know that meme? Have you been scrambled?
No, I don't. If it's a meme, the chance of me knowing it is like pretty bad.
It's a classic meme. It's one of my favorite memes. It's like, have you been scrambled? Symptoms include vast energies, experience of dust, satellites crashing into your house, killing you instantly, Big Jack hot cheese. Provoke anger from rodent.
Okay, so you've been scrambled like crazy. You're getting
Don't
scrambled
worry,
on the...
it's fine. We will come to pick you up. I don't know. That's a meme, right?
Not
That's not a
so.
meme.
What I'm getting out of this is that Nagi's been scrambled like half her life. Like you're getting scrambled on the daily.
Dude, I'm so scrambled, dude.
Scramble maxing. She's scramble maxing out here. She's racking up a high.
To provoke anger from rodent is a classic. Like I love that. I think I'm gonna put that if I ever actually make my game to the end, right? I'm gonna put that into the promotional material where it's like under features it will say provoke anger from rodents. and then there's like a rat creature or whatever that is like fucking angry as shit the entire time, right? Like outside. When you go outside the city or whatever, it just sits there and there's this fucking angry. It's a good idea.
I think that's a pretty good idea. I think that's a pretty good idea. I'm just saying. What I mostly got out of this is scrambling describes snake life.
It does. It does. It really does.
She's scramble maxing, chat.
Can you pet the rat? No, the rat will fuck you up.
And angry at just be saying fuck you. It's funny because like I've got multiple rats that I talk to on the regular these days, right? Bodega and Ratmost. And like I don't think I've ever heard.
Are you shaking this before you apply it?
Oh yeah, I should do that.
Like I feel like you're probably not doing this correctly. Like this seems like pretty incorrect.
That's actually pretty doable. The domesticating the murder of crows is like pretty.
Dude, I have a raven. There's a raven that often comes by when I walk outside.
That rocks.
He's pretty good. He's pretty good. I like him.
I am very disappointed to learn that like, well, pigeons are very much domesticatable. Like like you can't train them to steal from people like you can with crows.
Yeah, I have like the raven often comes by and follows me around. It's strange.
Of course. That's like the least surprising thing you've ever said to me.
Why?
Because you're goth as fuck.
You goth as fuck. What?
I've met you.
Okay, yeah, it's true. Okay, listen. For that one convention, I was like dressing 10 times more goth than usual. Okay, like
Lemon
that
Cats,
was like,
thank you for the follow.
I was pushing it there.
You really fucking were. You really fucking were, buddy.
I'm sorry.
No, it was good. It was good. It was good. It was good. Still mad about the time you almost caused me to crash the car, but that one got me. I
will do it again. I have that power.
Yeah, you do, because I'm a pretty fucking easy mark. I'm pretty fucking easily done in like that. It's like not like a super high. It's not like super hardcore there.
Man.
Oh man.
Oh man. Al demand.
Owl demand. The owl that is manned. That is almond right now.
Well, how about an unmanned owl?
Unmanned owl.
No, the unmanned owl, right? Like when it's unmanned, like fucking the Mars rover.
Yeah. Oh,
that makes sense.
Oh dang! I've got a bot. I made a bot. And it's bot Montas, but unmanned owl is actually kind of good.
L unmanned. L unmanned.
If Almantas isn't man, then it's Atlas. That's actually a pretty good point. That's a pretty
Yeah,
good
it's
point.
Atlas.
Atlas. Atlas.
You know what I found really funny?
Mhm.
Like, just Mix's dad trying to find out what your last name meant. That shit was like, what?
I feel it mostly made me feel bad about the fact that I didn't just like come up with a last name for myself as a VTuber.
Yeah, no, it was like basically we introduced him as Al, right? We just called him Al, right? Like and like so Mix's dad didn't know that was like a moniker, and he thought that his name was Al and the last name Mantis.
Yeah, pretty good.
It was pretty good.
Pretty good. And it's like Al, it is just a name. I could just yeah, it's 4:30 in the morning for me. It's a great time. It's a great time to be awake. It's a perfectly cromulent time for a growing boy to be up on a work day. Oh fuck, I've got work in like 6 hours. I forgot about this part.
Imagine working.
Yeah.
Imagine being a productive member of society. Imagine having the capacity to do anything in your life. Imagine being a real person. Imagine dragon.
Imagine dragon.
Imagine dragon. I'm sorry, I'm like losing it.
You are fucking losing it, my dude. Like, I have a way better excuse than you because it's 4 in the fucking morning for me. What?
I'm on a lot of medication. And
I was about to say you are on a lot of drugs right now. You are on a lot of drugs. Imagine dragging these nuts.
Imagine dragging these nuts. It's true. It's true.
It's true. It's true. Yeah, the fucking I know so many Imagine Dragons is like a kind of funny band, and like most people I know have no real opinion on them, and then the few people I know who do have opinions on them fucking hate them. Like with a fiery passion. Like I am genuinely impressed with how much some people I know hate Imagine Dragons. It's remarkable.
The only thing that I always think about is like this fucking meme that has like a fat bee and that sings like, "Oh, I'm a bumblebee who likes to eat KFC." And it's the only one that I remember.
That's
like,
pretty.
It's a weird ass meme. I don't know if you've seen it, chat, but you should look it up.
I ain't got an opinion on that one.
It's like working for the hive. Or whatever the fuck, making the money, eating the chicken. I forget. Please. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on.
You're cooked. You're cooked.
I'm like, well done.
Almantas, are you a Warhammer person or no? Frankly, no. Frankly, no. I play Warhammer sometimes. I have opinions. You said my
trigger phrase, bro.
It's too late now. I have opinions on Warhammer, but I feel like even though I have been to fucking Games Day, even though I've like been to grand tournaments, I feel like the type of person that is a quote Warhammer person, I didn't really know them until I was on Twitch.tv.
Who the hell is a Warhammer person? It's not real.
So like if you set your category to actually be Warhammer, like when you're painting minis, and if you set it to be Warhammer, because I used to not have a minis painting category, so I would set it to Warhammer when I was painting minis, regardless of what I was painting. Guys will come in here and like they will just like run an impromptu Jeopardy game with how much you know about the Horus Heresy.
They did this to me too.
Yeah,
and I told them, listen. I have decided that Games Workshop sucks, and my headcanon trumps everything that they can come up with.
It's genuinely pretty easy to produce a better headcanon than the.
And I told him right like that, like you're not a real Warhammer fan until you hate Games Workshop, and they're like, okay, that's fair. Okay, like that's usually how you get them, and it's very easy.
I like that. Yeah, you're not a real Warhammer fan if you still like Warhammer.
Yeah, she's like Games Workshop, like this sucks.
I have a certain amount of respect for their their level of just like clearly not giving a shit about like treating it as a serious art form.
What, like miniature painting?
No, like the whole concept of their business, like the extent to which they're just like, are there female space marines? That depends on how much money we can make from them.
Totally, like absolutely 100%. Like it's.
I kind of respect that level of mercenariness. Like it's like they're just like, we will be fascist up until the point where the fascists earn us less money than the anti-fascist, and then we'll flip completely. Like,
that's
okay,
like
man.
The one thing that I will say with Warhammer is like that people are always like that the real issue is that Games Workshop is kind of like capitalist to the core in that regard. So they really don't give a fuck about like courting fashion if it makes them money. So like the entire like recent storyline of Warhammer 40k, which sucks by the way, is entirely great man of history theory personified, right? Like it's absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of uncomfortable.
Yeah, no, they're trying to they are trying to keep the stupid fashy boys happy, but also like get the woke bucks, and like that's what they're gonna do. And it's a level of like sleaziness that like loops all the way around into like, I can kind of respect this. Like,
I mean, the one thing that they did do that they didn't do for a long time is actually care about organized play, right? Like, and that's like basically they forgive them everything now that like there's actual tournaments that people care about, because for whatever reason people want to play tournaments in Warhammer 40k for all things. What the fuck? Like what?
I enjoy reading the tournament data reports, but I couldn't enjoy actually playing it.
Dude, I don't understand why you would want to purchase. Why you would want to like purchase this stuff to play tournaments. I don't. The problem is Warhammer 40k is not a good game. Like it sucks to play. It's like actually not good. And the issue about it is like the only way that you can play this in a way is like in a narrative game with your friends, where you make up your own narratives and all this kind of stuff, and you're like, oh yeah, no, this is like my guys, and they're doing the thing, and then like there's your guys, and they're trying to stop them and all this shit. If you just play this to win, what the fuck are you doing? Like what?
The worst part is that I'm that type of person. Like it's like I understand it to an extent. But, like, the big problem is that, like, there's a lot of war games out there, right? There's a lot of fucking war games out there. And 40k, like, really might be, like, the worst one.
Yes. So the real issue with 40k is that it is, like, really bad. Like, in everything. Like, basically every single change that you could make to the lore makes it better. Like, the entirety of the best things about Warhammer 40k's lore are all implied. And or completely headcanon by people that is just accepted, right? Like all the stuff that is actually cool, like the Space Marines being warrior monks, they really aren't. They're just like guys that are soldiers.
I believed that for years, and then like I talked to people who were like into it, and they're like, no, and I actually like read in deeply. And it's like, oh wow, this is so much more shallow and boring than like.
It's extremely shallow. That's like the issue there. It's extremely shallow. They're not like, there isn't really any actual focus on ritual. It's often said that there is, but then it's never shown, and it's like when it's like the most shallow version of possible of all this shit. It's like, I don't know, man.
It's very frustrating. It's very, very frustrating. Okay, and we're doing the shitty ass red layers. Male power fantasy autistic crack. I mean, it's
I don't understand how this is a male power fantasy. Like, actually, I don't like.
Oh, male power
I
fantasies are
guess
demented. Male power
I
fantasies
guess
are
I
demented,
don't
dude.
like. It is demented as shit, right? Like, this is like it doesn't. You know what I mean, though? Like, there's something not right about wanting that. You know?
Yeah, no, that's extremely
Like,
fair. Like the
is it a power fantasy to be a cog in a machine where you have to
yeah.
fight and then you're expendable as shit? And I'm like, dude, what is the power here? What kind of power do you possess?
There's like
being
there's like a huge element of masculine power fantasy that is about being liberated from having to make choices or be responsible for your own thoughts. Like freedom is like a poison to a certain type of masculinity.
Can you explain this? Like, how does this make sense?
Well, because it turns out that when you have to make a decision, like what to have for dinner, like that's effort.
You can also be held accountable for that later.
Yeah, and it's effort, and you want to be liberated from that effort. You know, you want to have Big Daddy tell you that you're going to have McDonald's tonight. Right, like that's
It's just so weird, dude. Like, how? Like, this is like at the same time.
Literally one of the big books about like interviewing Nazis from World War II. Like it includes is like where I picked this up from. The phrase was freedom from freedom. Was what a lot of Nazis were seeking. Yeah, no, it's like I said, it's demented. It's demented. Like yeah, it's insanity.
I don't understand this shit, like, because it's like the exact opposite aesthetically as what it actually is in effect, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Aesthetically, it's like I'm the big, powerful man or whatever the fuck, and then it's in actuality just about, like, I don't want to make no decisions no more. Like, please, Daddy, I don't want to make no decisions no more. It's like, what the fuck? I don't understand.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, the masculine power fantasy is a
the masculine urge to, I don't know what, man.
The masculine. Well, I mean, this is like a common thread linking like a lot of fantasies that I find very strange and off-putting in modern times. Like this is like the core of the yandere fantasy, right? Is like the core thing about the yandere fantasy is that you will have somebody who is in love with you, but not in a way that they ever expect you to do anything. That like they love you in a way that transcends the part where you are a participant in a romantic relationship. They feel powerful today, and then they are sexualizing their own infantilization.
Dude, what the fuck?
Yeah. That's what it looks like to me, at least. You know, the mommy dom fantasies, the
dommy mommy stuff is kind of like, I don't know, man. It's like pretty rough. I don't know. It's like, I will say this, like, this is like just my honest opinion. Mm-hmm. I don't think that a guy being into dommy mommy stuff is attractive. It's a red flag, in my opinion. I'm just saying, I'm sorry if I'm like killing anyone in chat here, but bro, from my perspective, I can barely take care of myself, okay? You please understand, okay? Please understand.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, like I said, to me, it reads as a sexualization of your own infantilization, like an embrace of your own regression to a childlike state, and to being liberated from the basic level of adulthood where like you have any responsibility for anything and are like unequal to your romantic and sexual partners. But that's me being like super like Freudian about it, right? That's like bullshit Freudian level analysis.
I'm gonna be real with you. Like the only thing that Freud was right about was the dummy mommy shit. Like he got actually
I think his biggest insight is his most correct, which is Western civilization is a machine for creating anxiety disorders.
Oh, this is true.
Yeah, This is big. This is big thing, and I think
It's
it's
not
completely right.
even only about like Western. I don't know
Yeah.
what's included in Western civilization.
I mean, he was mostly talking about Austrian society, but like I think it's pretty generalizable. Like he was trying to make it about civilization in general, but he was hedging on the fact like he doesn't know shit about like China, and like he really only knows about Austria. So like, really, he doesn't even know about Austria. He knows about like 6 Viennese perverts. So like,
6, exactly 6 Viennese perverts.
yeah,
That's it. That's all there is to it.
That's all you need to. That's all you need to diagnose all of society forever across eternity is 6 Viennese perverts. But like I think that that's like an extremely cool and good insight that like yeah like this whole like series of things that restrain us from living out our fantasies also make us insane. I think that's cool.
Well, I'm pretty insane, so it was probably correct.
Yeah. And you wrote hot takes based on ignorance. I mean, you have to understand, Commodore. That was the style at the time. The fact that he even actually interviewed people and wrote down his interview notes was like the peak of science for the early 20th century. Like,
dude, back then you could have just fucking done anything, and you would have been like. I still have to remember. You still have to remember about Paracelsus, right? Like he's my favorite guy. Mm-hmm. Like I don't know, like so Paracelsus is like one of the most important like doctors and like people that drove forward medicine in European history, and he was a complete and utter fraud who never actually studied as a doctor, said that he visited foreign countries and learned shit there that he never did, and he just made shit up and was correct completely by a happenstance. This is like when the actual scientific knowledge of your time is so fucking like stupid and primitive that you can just be a charlatan and be better. That's like I don't know.
Hell yeah. Have I talked to you about H. John Brinkley?
No.
Okay, Brinkley, you're gonna love Brinkley. You're gonna fucking love Brinkley. You're gonna love this guy. So H. John Brinkley was an American quack doctor in the 19th century. And he's also the first influencer. He is the first live streamer. He was such a quack that he, like, by 19th century American standards, he got kicked out of the fucking country. He had to run away to Mexico, where he made a giant AM radio tower that was so overpowered that you could hear it in New York, which meant that like people's barbed wire fences would play it.
That's fucking funny as shit.
And okay, so but yes, it's so funny. That's already funny. And what he was doing was he was, like, over the radio, people would call him in, would call into his radio show via their phones, and he would like diagnose them with illnesses and give them prescriptions. And he licensed out his prescriptioning service to pharmacies. So he'd be like, oh yeah, if you've got this, go down to the pharmacy and get like a number 37. And it would be like a specific mixture of like heroin and snake venom. And like, yeah.
What can't be against the snake venom?
Yeah.
That's good shit.
Yeah, that's the expensive shit. So here's the real punchline. Here's the real kicker, Nagi. What bullshit was this guy doing that got him, that was like so offensive that even in 19th century United States medicine they couldn't tolerate him?
He probably did some boner pills or some shit.
Oh boy, did he do boner pills, man. Yeah, Rabbit Mutt knows. So he noticed that goats were always DTF. The goats famously horny animal. So he was giving men surgeries where he would physically insert goat testicles into human male scrotums.
Oh, that's not a problem at all. It's a very, very common classic technique.
Yeah, just gonad grafting. Hey, it's John Brinkley. And all of us in the VTubing space, all of us content creators draw lineage from him. He is our ancestor.
He feels kind of like more in the vein of like Alex Jones kind of.
Oh
style.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah, extremely. I mean, I tend to think of it as having much more in common with like Luchador than like anything else. But if I start prescribing people medicine over Twitch.tv,
dude, I would prescribe medicine if they'd let me.
I imagine how much trouble we would get into. Imagine if you didn't get into trouble for that.
Dude, that would be so fucking goated. I would do that all the time. Chat, I'll prescribe you medicine. It's gonna be fine.
It's gonna be fucking fine. It's gonna be. Yeah. Chat. We can cure your anxiety with snake venom.
It actually works.
I mean, kind of, yeah. There is a sense in which that works, yeah.
It's actually real. It's real and works. It is true. Yay.
God, I'm just, oh my god, the degree of canceled that you could get.
The funny thing is, you probably wouldn't be canceled for that even. Like, people would just think it's funny as shit. Like, you don't get canceled for actually causing serious harm, I feel.
Oh, no, yeah, because the cancellation involves, like, a certain degree of virality, right? And, like, you're not going to go viral for, like, stuff that's actually, like, really depressing. Like, you're going to go viral for stuff that, like, can be socially prescribed against in a way that's, like, at least, like, a little bit, like, comprehensible and human. If you're doing, like, I don't think anybody would ever say, like, would you say that Johnny Somali got canceled at any point?
Not really.
No, he's just going to fucking prison. That's like one of the most demented characters in online. That fucking guy, man. That fucking guy. Is ignorance the strongest tool ever? No.
From all the guys, he seriously won.
He seriously won. He seriously won an actual for real fuck you prison sentence.
One of the guys of all time.
Truly one of the guys of all time. Well, I think he's not allowed to leave South Korea. I think he's just gonna. I think he's stuck in South Korea for a couple decades now. I think he's fucked. The part about for just in case anybody's at all confused about this, Johnny Somali is a YouTuber, well, kick streamer, Rumble streamer, who goes around violating laws.
He's like a public nuisance streamer, is what they call that.
Yeah, he's a public nuisance streamer. And so, like, he was going around, like, doing, like, for real, no shit crimes in, like, Malaysia and stuff. And he's, like, permanently banned from several countries.
Yeah, he did this thing, right, where he thought, like, I go to Asian countries and commit crimes because they're too meek to arrest him or whatever in his mind, right? Like, is this a really weird shit that he had an idea of how societies work in Asia?
Yeah.
It's very strange to me.
And,
I don't know where he got this from, but okay.
Well, the payoff for this is that he went to South Korea and he simulated sexually assaulting a memorial statue to the comfort women, to, you know, the Japanese army's sex slaves. And this is not only a crime in South Korea, it's also, like, one of those ones that, like, makes people, like, really mad.
Yes.
So what happened is, like, he is not allowed to. He got a ban on leaving South Korea. He got a like, you are going to go to trial and you're not allowed to leave the country. And then a bunch of South Koreans put together a legal fund where they would bail you out if you got arrested for beating the shit out of Johnny Somali. Like, if you got arrested for beating up Johnny Somali, they would pay you. They put out a bounty on him. So the entire country was just a giant, like, Easter egg hunt for punching this one dude.
Oh my god. I mean,
Which is so funny.
You know what? Like, kind of, like, play stupid games, dude.
Yeah.
Actually. Like, actually play stupid games, bro. What are you doing?
Like, actually one of the dumbest motherfuckers out there, and, I don't have a lot of sympathy for him because he got a lot of fucking second chances. Like,
yeah, this should have happened to him earlier, actually.
Though. Yeah, like, he got a lot of fucking second chances. He got extremely lucky that like, he did not get just, like, hung in, like,
he's
Singapore
just like that guy with the worms, dude.
Yeah, he's just like the guy with the worms. Like,
shut up about the worms, bro. Shut up.
Shut up, man. I gotta get you that book. Yeah. And gotta draw the black hole for the soldier's taint. I do not think I'm going to follow through and actually finish this model right now because I'm just like thinking about.
What do you want to do? Models, you're just gonna put them up and be like, "This is my legion."
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I mean, that's like the goal is just to be like, these are my dudes. These are my little dudes.
Here, please. This is my dudes. Look at them.
Nothing is more efficient for picking up the ladies than having an army of little dudes.
You know what? Like, the truth is, like, there's, like, a lot more, like, girls doing nerdy shit today than ever before.
So, yeah.
It's true. Like, playing stuff like D&D, right? That's how you apparently.
I actually know, like, what's the gender distribution of people I know that actually do Gunpla? It's like, dude, 1 guy, 4 NBs, and like 20 women.
The thing about this is that it's like
I should get into Gunpla to pick
other
up
countries,
chicks.
But Gunpla is like very, very girl oriented here.
Yeah.
I'm weird in that regard. I don't actually like Gunpla that much. I actually do like fucking weird ass fantasy models and that kind of, like I do like the grim dark kind of weird shit. I wanna like draw the zombies and stuff, you know? Like some fucked up zombie.
Cause you're goth as hell, man. I am saying you are working it. Like, I'm not making fun, I am promoting. I am encouraging. I am not making fun, I am encouraging. I'm making a little bit of fun, but only because I'm your friend.
Have you heard of these people online that say that they're right-wing goths? And I'm not even a goth, okay? Like, yeah. I just want you to know that I'm not even a goth, and even I know that that's fucking weird to me.
It is weird to me, too. I've only heard about it, like, third hand, so, like, I don't even know what the hell's happening here. The one that amused me, like, way more on the, like, fashion sequence of things is the rule of thumb that, if you see a couple where, like, the woman is dressed like it's the 1950s and the man is dressed like it's 2020, like, you've got some, like, real freaks on your hand and you really should avoid them. But if both of them are dressed like it's the 1950s, they're just rockabilly perverts, and that's fine.
I see.
That's the one that sticks in my head. Like, yeah, the rockabilly perverts are fine. Like, you know what? Actually, I don't really have a... Yeah, like, they're just perverts, like...
You know, it's just a classic thing, you know, the good old perverts. They've always been around, right? There's nothing to be afraid of.
Perverts are always around us.
It's perverts all around us, the criminals on the run.
I
don't know what's going on.
It is weird, Commodore, it is weird to have conservative goths because... like, when conservatives are listing out, like, things that they need to squish out of society and destroy, like, goths are, like, really high on the list.
Yes, they have historically goths are always really high on the list of this stuff. They've been on the receiving end of, like, this kind of politics for as long as they have existed.
Yeah, and it's like very stupid too. It's very stupid too. It's
like this is similar to saying I'm like a conservative punk. You know what I mean?
The conservative punks are more baffling, but yeah, they're more evil.
That makes no sense at all, but it's like similar to that.
Yeah, it's a fashion movement that from its very inception pissed off conservatives like extremely badly. Like it is a fashion movement. It doesn't like intrinsically have its own politics, but a very hard and fast consequence of adopting those politics is making an enemy of the entire American conservative movement. So like even if you weren't political before, you've become political inadvertently. Is this stupid? Yes.
Stupid as fuck.
It's stupid AF. So, you know.
It do be that way.
It do be that way. It do fucking be that way. Okay. I'm doing a better job on this one already. I'm doing a better job on this one already.
See, you're getting better.
Well, I mean, just like, I'm just like this first one, I was just like so sloppy about like catching like the small areas. I'm like definitely like, oh, I just like missed a spot and I'm just getting it this time around. Just doing a better job. Also, the fact that I didn't already sub-assemble means that I can do something very valuable here, which is
they took a jar.
Which is get the. Even if I don't do anything else with the neck, I should make it black just because it's going to be ambient occluded. It's going to make the ambient occlusion look not so fucking weird like it did on the other one. Again, like I'm going to have like stop this for like a week because I don't have the right fucking paints to like make anything look remotely natural for skin tones. Which is fine when I'm doing like zombie legionnaires. Well, not fine, but it was better. But here it's like a disaster. Here's a fucking disaster. Alright. Alright, how are we doing on time? It is 5 in the morning. I'll play Rage Against the Machine in the Iron. Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? That's the thing that, like, you always have to remember is, like, I am perfectly capable of watching a movie or something and just, like, not agreeing with it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's one of those things, that's, like, the dumbest internet argument to me is, like, didn't anybody, like, read Frankenstein or something like that? I'm like, you can just read it and not agree with it. Like, I've read Mein Kampf, I just, like, don't agree with it. Like, I'm just, like, not obligated.
No, if you read Frankenstein, you have to agree with it.
Yeah, you have to believe that, like, science is intrinsically evil, like, or whatever the fuck. Like, no.
I think, like, the actual message of Frankenstein is that God is an absent father that doesn't actually care for its creation.
That's definitely a read. That's definitely a read. I think that's actually like a kind of more interesting book to keep in mind that like not only was Mary Shelley a woman, but also her mother's like one of the original feminists, if not the original feminist. And so
the original one. There was
the
no
original
other.
one. Well, I mean, like, Wollstonecraft's got a pretty good claim to it. Wollstonecraft is a pretty good claim for that. But, like, then you are faced with, like... So, like what does Victor Frankenstein actually do? In it is he has a kid without a mother, right? That's, like, what Adam is. Adam is a child born outside of a mother. So, like... It is intrinsically evil to try to circumvent women's like necessary role in the reproduction of society. Also, it does stand out to me that it always does stand out to me that like both Victor and Adam Frankenstein agree that like if Victor Frankenstein makes a woman, like
she will be the rightful property of Adam. Like they're both like in agreement with that. They're both just like,
Yeah,
like her volition doesn't matter. Her volition does not matter. She doesn't get a choice in this. She's just like it's just like natural that she is going to like be Adam's sex slave. Like she's going to be born that way. That's pretty fucked up, right? And like if it was written by a guy, I would just like think that was just like a way of thinking about things. But because it's written by a woman who is very, very aware of that, because her mom wrote an entire fucking book about it, like it does kind of hit me that like there's a bit of a critique that like Adam and Victor are both kind of monsters for the expectation that like women will just are just like objects to be traded about by men, like they're pogs.
You think that he became a monster because he didn't have a mother?
That's a possibility. I think it's a read. I think
I think that the read is like that. If you just like have only the male influence in your life, you become a monster.
Yeah. If you created a society of all men, they would like just be like violent psychos. I think it's a credible read.
There's like a game about that. I remember that when I played that back in the day, and I didn't understand what the fuck was going on. Like, I was just playing this shit, and I was like, "What the hell is happening here, dude? Like, everybody's insane."
Which game was this? I don't know.
It's the Lisa series, of course.
Oh, Lisa! I still haven't played Lisa.
One. Yes, Lisa is about a society where only men exist.
Yeah, I did know that. And it gets very, very Mad Maxy. The story about like the all male society that always drives me insane is Lord of the Flies. Because like you know Lord of the Flies. Do you know Lord of the Flies? Is that one that you guys have to give a shit about?
It's like the children on an island or whatever the fuck try having to govern themselves. Yeah.
And they go crazy and start like killing each other. And the thing about that always strikes me is like it's based on a true story, right? Like there's an actual story that happened before Lord of the Flies was written where a bunch of boys got crashed on a deserted island and like had to like create a new society that's only teenage boys. And you know what happened to the real life version of it?
What?
They had a nice time. They took care of each other. One of them had a broken leg and they like splinted his leg and like made sure that he had enough like food and water and like took care of him. Like
that's so nice.
That's so nice. And so like it's like this means like it can't be if there's like a couple ways you can read this. For the case of Lord of the Flies, one is that it's like I am very cynical about it because like the thing I think about is like it's about British boarding school boys crashing, and like the guy who writes it is a British school headmaster. And it's like he's really doing like a defense of his own job. He's doing like this is like what we need. Like the British schoolboy needs like a firm hand. That firm hand being me, to like guide them and keep them from being psycho. But the much funnier option is this is just what the British are. It's just what the British are like. If you take away the British...
I can definitely see somebody that works with school kids having a bad opinion of.
Yeah, I can see that too. Yeah, I can see that too.
And I am not on the side of their side. On their side, there, I hate teachers. I think teachers are some of the worst people that exist in this society. Like it's, I hate.
R.I.P. R.I.P. to Almantas. R.I.P. to me.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Should have known. Should have done better.
Should have done better. Should have not been Almantas.
Should have not been a teacher, maybe. Then you could have been a decent person.
R.I.P. Yeah, this is my sin, was the teaching, not the other shit. But
that is indeed your sin.
Yeah. Great power. You'll be taken out last in the revolution. No, Nagi's saying that like I'll be taken out first. Nagi wants to take me out first. You're fighting Nagi here if you're taking me out last. She wants me fucking gone. She wants me to be fucking nuked. Oh.
What was that?
Thank you, Vex, for this. Thank you, Vex, for the 13 months. Thank you. And hello,
What's
reverse
that
space.
in Dutch? What the fuck?
Yeah. I use the Dutch TTS because it's extremely funny. I think the Dutch TTS is extremely funny. Congratulations on achieving internet, Vex. Yeah, Vex. Yeah, Nagi's coming for the Nagi's not coming for the Dami mommies. She's coming for the guys who are attracted to the Dami mommies.
No, the Donny Mamas are cool. It's the guys, right? That are weird
It's the
about
guys. It's yeah.
It's always the guy. Fuck. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. All right. I am falling apart. And I should get a little bit of sleep before I have work. I don't know shit who is on. This is not my normal time at all. I was hoping that I would look out and Mirabelle would wake up, but guess not.
Never.
I've done it. So I've done this where I've rated Gwendolia, but I know she's not going to be awake now.
Good old Gwendolia. That's like the best possible Mirabelle. I wish Mirabelle was as cool as Gwendolia.
It's pretty funny. Yeah, I see Sarah Yoon, I see Jaruna.
You think this is a joke, but it's actually true.
I don't speak any fucking German, so I don't know if it's actually better. I do like
she actually is a completely different person when she streams in German. It's just not even the same. Like actually, like I don't.
Is she straight when she's in German? Because that'd be really funny.
No. She's just like completely different kind of personality there, where she's like extremely vulgar when she speaks German, like extremely.
Really? Okay, yes. That's pretty funny.
It's like really bad. I was like watching this for the first time. I was like, oh my god, what the
fuck? Yeah, Gwendolia is cool. I am 100% confident that Gwendolia is cool, despite not speaking any German to base this on. I am, despite being Germanless, I am confident in Gwendolia's coolness.
She is very cool.
That is very funny that she's like much ruder in German. But yes. Cavalier is on, but I rated her like 2 days ago. Meat is on.
The
Meat. I don't even know.
Did you know that Meat was the first streamer I ever rated? That was a fucking funny time. That was the time when I wasn't washed up. Okay, so my very first stream, I rated out with 200, 300 people-ish, right?
Yeah.
And Meat back then was like a very, very small streamer. So she was like I don't know. That was like, everything's different now. Everything's different. I hate this.
It's the world that
deserves it though. Meat is very, very powerful.
It's a world that you created. It's the world that you created. I don't like the new icons they've got for categories.
What icons? The new Meat?
No, the new like arts and stuff icons.
But they changed it?
Yeah, art's not. I think the one for podcasts is slightly better, but the other ones are worse. The art one's like way worse.
What the fuck's even the definition of a podcast at this point?
I don't know what it means anymore. Yeah, like to me, it's a radio show. It's a recorded. I don't know what it means when I do it live. Like I know, I thought like part of the point was that it was recorded.
Like,
otherwise, it's just a radio show. Otherwise, it's just a radio show.
We're casting it pod.
We're casting the pod, like they're fish, right? Like they're fish.
We're casting the cod.
We're cod in the fast. Ugh. Sorry, I just saw something I didn't like.
Oh my god, that must have been bad. Well,
I won't say it out loud. I won't say it out loud.
It's okay. I understand.
I'll say it after we rate out. Folks, give me somebody to raid. I don't know any of these fucking people. I'm not used to streaming at these hours. This is all strange to me. Oh my god, I'm like scrolling through and like running into like I'm running into like League players. There's a person bicycling to 6,000 people. That's crazy. Oh,
What
Paperback.
M Bison? What? Street Fighter Bison?
I think I might go with meat. What's Paperbag doing though? It's between meat, Paperbag, and Geruno. I do like Geruno a lot. That's always the important part to me, like the be chill. I'm gonna send you to Geruno. She's just starting, and she's not been around a lot. We're right into Geruno. You know Geruno, right?
I have no idea who that is.
Geruno's she hates bones. She's at war with the concept of bones.
The bones?
She's trying to
What's the
end
problem?
bones. She's trying to create
Why?
a boneless world.
Boneless chicken thigh?
She's against bones.
That's weird.
Yeah.
I do have calcium strength at my command. Okay, like I love bones. I'm for bones actually.
Well, I'm gonna give her. Yeah, I think she's Dutch. I think she's Dutch and she lives in Japan. Anyway, this has been the
I think
Almantas.
she's Dutch, dude. I can't even tell.
This has been the Almantas stream. Thank you all for hanging out. I have not made a schedule for next week. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. I have work in like 5 hours. Have a good one, everybody. Goodbye. Oh, hold on. Let's do the dance. Geezer raid. Geezer raid. Okay, there we go. Geezer raid.
Is this like Gatorade but for geezers?
Yeah, it's like Gatorade with geezers. It's like Gatorade with geezers. All right, everybody, have a good night. Have a good night. Where's my goodbye?